Chapter 182. The 18 Black Sword Auras, instantly shattered. Zhai Hongzhan was startled. Tang Tian was actually so confident, it made him feel surprised. If not for the past few days of interaction, he knew that although Tang Tian was careless at times, but he was never careless in battle, he would definitely suspect that Tang Tian was purposely watching from the side. Zhai Hongzhan's face revealed a look of shock. He had fought with Ling Shu before, he had a rough idea of Ling Shu's strength, but the standard of Ling Shu's spear, compared to when he fought with him, had actually become stronger. Looking from here, the inside of the cave was pitch black. But for some reason, Tang Tian had an illusion that in the pitch black cave, there seemed to be a pair of eyes secretly watching them. Zhai Hongzhan and Qinghuan also seemed to be unable to let go. The attack was ineffective. Ling Shu was even more furious. The 6 spirit generals gave him immense pressure, but he did not give up on the idea of letting Tang Tian and the rest help. He only had one thought in his mind: faster, faster. A dazzling cold light, like a shooting star, flew and landed on the black sword circle. Tang Tian glanced at it, and said indifferently, "Don't look down on Ling Shu, these few rascals are not his match." Behind the silver sea of spears, it was as though a red sun had lit up. The 6 spirit generals raised the swords in their hands in unison, and pounced towards the group. But he had no time to be distracted. The 6 spirit generals in front of him, although they were stopped by him, but the pressure they gave him was equally huge. He had to be fully focused, to be able to stabilize the situation. The pointed sea spears were slowly being nibbled away by the black sword auras. He was completely immersed in his every movement. The 6 spirit generals' sword techniques were extremely exquisite. The power of the black sword auras was not considered strong, but the coordination of the 6 spirit generals was truly too ingenious. He felt that it was inconceivable. Could it be that the people around Tang Tian were all perverts? The sound of small rocks hitting the stone walls came out from the depths of the cave. Jiyu Shui chuckled, and translated, he said it was too delicious. The black circle of swords was like a piece of paper, silently annihilated. The 6 spirit generals did not even have time to escape, and were engulfed by the blazing silver light. The pointed sea spear brazenly engulfed 6 spirit generals. There were still sword scars everywhere. The messy and dense sword scars made people feel an invisible pressure. Having learned their lesson last time, no one dared to look closely. Although the mountain was deep and serene, it was not pitch black. The rocks on the 4 walls were mixed with specks of sand. These specks of sand emitted a faint light. Although it was not as bright as day, it was enough for everyone. Tang Tian widened his eyes, trying to see clearly, but no matter how hard he tried, the darkness was still so deep that he couldn't see anything. Suddenly, the scene before their eyes widened. They walked into a spacious hall that was about 20 feet in circumference. A silver-gray figure slowly floated in the air. He had to be faster. The team marched into the cave. Every spirit general released 3 black sword auras. 18 black sword auras were like 18 black swordfish, rushing towards the pointed sea spears. "It's bright star sand." The young lady glanced at it and said, "Other than being able to emit light, it has no use, it's not worth much." The heart-palpitating pointed sea spear struck the black circle of swords, but the circle did not move an inch. It was like a huge wave hitting a reef. The reef was majestic, but the huge wave suddenly dispersed. Ling Shu's pressure started to increase, but he did not waver, and only continued to urge the pointed sea spears. Ling Shu completely did not know that Tang Tian was making fun of him, and was gradually being suppressed. His anger was ignited. The orange-red pupils suddenly ignited, transforming into flames. Even his head, full of silver hair, became reckless, his entire aura exploding, filled with danger. The pointed sea spears suddenly exploded, the sky full of stars engulfed everything, and once again suppressed the 6 spirit generals. Ling Shu has improved. Tang Tian could also see that Ling Shu's strength had improved, so he simply sat down, and called out to everyone, "Sit, sit, hey, little Mingzhu, do you have anything to eat or drink? Quickly take it out." The sky full of pointed sea spears suddenly disappeared. Bang! Ding! The sound of the spears and swords clashing was as dense as rain. The 6 spirit generals seemed to have a telepathic connection, constantly changing their positions. Their coordination was ingenious. Inside the black sword aura, There was a gloomy and cold chi. The gloomy and cold chi seeped from the spear tip to the spear body. His 10 fingers could feel the chill. Ling Shu was fuming. This group of people are too despicable. Tang Tian was not the least bit afraid, and was eager to try. That means, if we kill them all, we can get the treasure. Kai. Isn't it a little bad for us to do this? The little girl asked hesitantly. Pursuing a shorter time to release his spears had always been Ling Shu's goal. Suddenly, he extended his leg and kicked, and a small stone shot out like an angry arrow, entering the cave. Zhai Hongzhan was dumbstruck. The enraged Ling Shu's fighting strength suddenly increased in all aspects. The cave was extremely deep, and the wind blowing out from inside was extremely cold. As they continued to enter, the temperature dropped rapidly, and frost started to form on the ground and the 4 walls. This brat became stronger. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him, and Zhai Hongzhan regained his senses, only to see Tang Tian sprinting back. His eyes became a sea of fire, and with a roar, the silver spear in his hand suddenly disappeared. 18 black sword auras resonated with each other, complementing each other, as though they were one, faintly showing signs of breaking free from the pointed sea spears. The little girl said calmly, the price of a spirit pass guard is very high, and is usually used to guard those valuable treasures. To be able to guard the spirit pass, the strength of a spirit general is not low. Every cold aura's whistling sound became sharp, and the entire hall seemed to be enveloped by the monstrous waves of a hurricane, causing one's scalp to go numb, and the sharp whistling sound filled every corner. Zhai Hongzhan and Qing Luan were dumbstruck. They had seen Tang Tian's power, so they did not pay too much attention to Ling Shu. But when they saw Ling Shu blocking 6 spirit generals with 1 spear, they were stunned. The 6 spirit generals in the pointed sea spears suddenly stood still and raised the swords in their hands. Faster. Ling Shu was beginning to be suppressed. Under the silver light, the pitch-black cave was lit up, and a human figure could be seen. The endless pointed sea spears were like waves, becoming raging waves, and their power increased exponentially. Every cold aura in the pointed sea spears released a sharp kai sound. All these sounds converged together, and the sound was like thunder. Seems like there's something. Tang Tian was roused, and said softly, let's go in and take a look. Spirit pass guard. The little girl's face congealed, and said, this is a very ancient checkpoint, and is usually used for protection and defense. To reach the final goal, we have to get rid of the spirit generals in every checkpoint. The further we go, the stronger it gets. Everyone be careful. Zhai Hongzhan was dumbstruck. There was only one thought in his mind. This doesn't make sense. Zhai Hongzhan opened his eyes wide, and stared at Ling Shu for a long time. But the more he looked, the more he felt that Ling Shu would definitely lose. The scales were gradually tilting towards the 6 spirit generals, and the range of Ling Shu's pointed sea spears was getting smaller and smaller. The space that the 6 spirit generals obtained was getting bigger and bigger, and the black water sword technique's power was starting to show. The 6 swords crisscrossed in the air, forming rays of black sword auras. The sword auras crisscrossed, forming a black sword circle, protecting them in the middle. Zhai Hongzhan was completely unclear of the situation. He had never seen such a ridiculous scene before. Why did their fighting power suddenly increase? Could it be that Ling Shu also had spirit generals? Meeting Tang Tian, Zhai Hongzhan already felt like he was going crazy. Meeting another one. What's wrong with this world? Zhai Hongzhan and Qing Luan were completely stunned, and Tang Tian's wailing came into their ears. Ling Shu, how can you hog it all for yourself? You're too wretched. You actually made the first move. Tang Tian, Ling Shu, Jiyu Shui, Princess Mingzhu, Qing Luan and Zhai Hongzhan, the 6 of them. Zhai Hongzhan looked anxious. This is the black water sword technique. Ling Shu's situation is not looking good. Spirit General. Could it be that Ling Shu's spear technique? There was something mysterious that he did not notice. Ding ding ding. Ling Shu snorted, his orange-red pupils flared with anger, his silver hair fluttered, his steel-like fingers rubbed together. Buzz, a low whistling sound came out. The red tassel on the spear tip was shaken into a red circle. Tang Tian frowned, his face revealing a look of suspicion. Justice Origin Core Pierce. Tang Tian and the rest sat on the luxurious and exquisite carpet, drinking hot tea and eating delicious snacks, as though they were having a picnic. Tang Tian's mouth was stuffed with snacks, and he wolfed them down. The rest of them were leisurely, showing their good upbringing. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. "Do not ever fight with him when he's angry," Tang Tian added. Ling Shu, who could not hold back any longer, the spear in his hand suddenly shot out. The pointed sea spear suddenly appeared like a wave, instantly enveloping half of the hall. Gold-threaded white robe, silver spear, silver hair, red tassel and orange pupils, the vast power of the spear in his hand, made Ling Shu look heroic and extraordinary. It's only been a few days. Such a shocking improvement. This. Just at this time, Ling Shu's roar suddenly came out. Tang Tian regained his senses, retracting his gaze, he looked at Ling Shu. Little Ming Zhu and the other two were at a loss. After walking for about 15 minutes, the cave still did not show any signs of reaching the bottom. Tang Tian's gaze looked at the cave behind the spirit general. The three of them. Tang Tian completely ignored them, he only cared about stuffing food into his mouth, and said vaguely, "Today's death is too good." 7. Half a minute later, Ling Shu's spear actually swept all 6 spirit generals in. The 6 spirit generals seemed to know that danger was approaching, they roared in unison, and gathered together, forming a circle. The spirit general's face was blurred, holding onto a sword, he quietly floated there. Behind the spirit general, there was a dark cave entrance. When Tang Tian barged into the hall, the spirit general suddenly raised his head, and his body trembled. Tang Tian and the rest only saw a blur in front of their eyes. The spirit general actually transformed into 6 identical spirit generals, lined up in a row. Tang Tian, this is. Ling Shu's attention was highly concentrated, the true power in his entire body surged to the maximum, he continuously tried to increase the speed of his spear. The most crucial point of the pointed sea spear was the time to release the spear, the shorter the time, the stronger the power of the pointed sea spear. "Do you know what his nickname is?" Tang Tian noticed that Zhai Hongzhan and the rest looked as though they were facing a formidable enemy, and immediately said proudly, "Ha. The furious Ling Shu. As long as this brat is angry, he will be very terrifying." Pa. Zhai Hongzhan could not see that Ling Shu had any chance of winning. He did not know why Tang Tian was so confident, but he was already prepared to make a move. Chapter 183. Suddenly, Xia thought about the last time he tried to kill Jiyu Shui, but Tang Tian managed to escape. Of course, he felt that it was luck, and part of it was luck. But this time, he finally understood, Tang Tian was able to escape his sneak attack twice, and it was definitely not luck that could explain it. Today's trap was his tried and tested move, he did not expect, Tang Tian actually sensed it. Xia's power was much stronger than what Tang Tian had imagined, and he was an expert in making use of the environment, and his attacking methods were very sinister, making it hard to defend. The thin sword and the boulder palm print clashed. Tang Tian felt a wave of sharp true power, drilling into his palm. His body trembled, but his true power quickly dissipated the burst of true power, the unstoppable palm print pressed forward, causing the slender sword to crumble inch by inch. Tang Tian's heart turned cold, but his reaction was equally fast. The blue feather belt that was always fluttering behind him suddenly rolled back, the tip of the feather belt as straight as a sword. When Ling Shu and the rest rushed over, Xia's strange chuckle was still lingering in the pitch-black cave, lingering in the air. The narrow space caused the power of this move to increase exponentially. The two of them exchanged blows in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, but at this time, the rest of the people had also rushed to the cave entrance. Chihuahua knew that he could not do anything. With a strange chuckle, he brought the spirit general and disappeared from Tang Tian's sight. On Tang Tian's waist, a streak of blood splattered out. Xia was filled with surprise, continuously dodging his killing technique. It was his first time encountering such a situation. And, at the same time, he was surprised, Tang Tian's improvement. The last time, Tang Tian barely dodged, but this time, even though he was trapped, Tang Tian did not lose his sense of propriety. Not good, there's an ambush. The gigantic boulder palm print, its power was already terrifying, and under Tang Tian's terrifying power, the deep whistle was intimidating, the entire cave was trembling. Great monument palm killing move, boulder monument palm. Zia. A few specks of cold light shot up from the ground. The cold and dangerous light pierced straight at Tang Tian's face. The sword radiance was pitch black and could not be seen with the naked eye. However, no matter how surprised Zia was, his hands did not slow down at all. Kai kai kai. The rapier continued to tremble and stab out, turning the darkness into light. Tang Tian roared, both of his palms together, crane vortex. Peacock. Thinking of their previous reckless behavior, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, between life and death, he chose to believe in his own instincts. The Tan Tui blade and the rapier collided without any fancy moves. Tang Tian dashed out as fast as lightning. A few specks of silver light suddenly shot out. Their target was the location where he had sensed the danger. In mid-air, Tang Tian's true power surged, his right palm's, great monument palm, was ready to be unleashed. Heaven's Road grade martial artist. The reason why Marquis Wu was able to rule over such a planet was because Marquis Wu had 2 Heaven's Road grade martial artists. And one of them was Marquis Wu himself. His eyes stared intently at the person hiding in the cave. His instincts were right. Tang Tian, who was sprinting, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Tang Tian was almost misled by the sharp whistle, but following that, a strong sense of danger appeared on the other side of his body. Without thinking, Tang Tian roared, "Peacock!" The cold light blade brought a weak light to the surroundings. Luckily, the wound was not deep. The rapier trembled in the darkness, the silver light seemed to be shrouded by the night, like a clay ox entering the sea, it disappeared without a trace. It was truly the intuition of a wild beast. Tang Tian shook his head, he felt weird. So treacherous. Why is he here? Ji Shui asked, her voice trembling. Zia had left a deep impression on her. The young lady's expression was solemn. I don't know, but father said it himself. Father once spent a lot of effort to recruit Zia. If Marquis Wu can have 3 Heaven's Road grade martial artists, father will be able to stand out from the 13 prefectures. Tang Tian thought of Wu Guang, the only Heaven's Road grade martial artist he had met before. Wu Guang's Heaven Shower Blade left a deep impression on Tang Tian. A martial artist comparable to Marquis Wu. Zhai Hongzhan and Qinghuan's faces turned white. Peacock was vengeful. Suddenly, a black rapier swept through the darkness. Like a silent venomous snake, it went straight for Tang Tian's waist. Everyone's faces congealed. Tang Tian had even summoned his peacock armor, but it was not enough to stop the opponent. They were all shocked. One must know, Tang Tian's strength was the strongest amongst them. If even he could not stop the opponent, then how strong was the opponent? Tang Tian suddenly understood. Zia had long discovered them, and specially laid this trap. The person he discovered was Zia's spirit general, but he was wearing Zia's mask, purposely letting them discover him, and baiting them to rush over to attack. And Zia himself was lying in ambush at the side of the cave, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Such an improvement was truly shocking. Tang Tian felt that it was weird, but the arrow was narked on the bowstring. There was no time to hesitate. Even if it was a fake, he had to destroy it. But Tang Tian never relied on his eyes when fighting. With his 18 times intuition, Tang Tian was extremely sensitive. His fist missed, his body that was twisted like a fried dough twist, suddenly exploded with power, his left leg bounced up, an array of light blades shot out like lightning. A strong force came from the rapier, the feather belt immediately crumbled, and the silver feather at the tip of the feather belt started to crack. And then, he could not help but ask. But he never thought that Tang Tian's intuition would actually reach such a shocking level. That was a spirit general. A figure replaced Zia's position. It was the spirit general that was disguised as Zia. The spirit general wore a white mask, the rapier in his hand was as straight as a spear, and his next move caused Tang Tian to be even more surprised. Curtain of the Night Swordsman Zia. Zia grew bigger and bigger in Tang Tian's vision, but he remained indifferent, as though he did not see Tang Tian's existence. Tang Tian's speed was as fast as lightning, bringing along a blurry afterimage. He rushed to the entrance of the cave, and stomped on the ground with his right leg. The power of this stomp was astonishing. The ground where his foot landed cracked like a spiderweb. Tang Tian's speed increased. Like a cannonball, he brazenly pounced towards Zia, who was in the cave. The fighting intent in Tang Tian's heart soared to the maximum. Fighting with Xia was one of his wishes. He was originally regretful that before leaving Filin's star, he was unable to fight with Xia. Never did he expect to meet Xia here. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly turned red. Everyone could not help but gasp. Tang Tian's heart jumped. In the darkness, Xia's light sounded in his ears, causing all the hairs on his body to stand. Although his intuition was astonishing, but Xia's qi seemed to have blended perfectly into the darkness. Even with Tang Tian's intuition, it was difficult to accurately pinpoint Xia's position. Tang Tian's heart jumped, his face changed. His reaction was extremely fast. Almost at the moment when the opponent made his move, he had already sensed it. Without thinking, Tang Tian, who was in the air, forcefully twisted his waist. His right palm turned into a fist, and swung it backwards, like a swinging iron hammer. Tang Tian and Ling Shu had been together for a long time, and his knowledge of spear techniques was much better than before. The Spirit General's movement was a standard stride forward thrust of the spear. Not only did Tang Tian's heart not have the slightest bit of fear, but his fighting intent soared, blazing like a fire. With a roar, Tang Tian brazenly rushed forward, his hand lit up with a Dao tablet seal. The two words monolith were impressively eye-catching. Tang Tian could never forget this mask. The young lady took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "Everyone be careful. Father once said, Xia is Filin's star's one and only Heaven's Road grade martial artist. Could it be a fake?" Ding. Xia, who was in the cave, was like a statue, not moving at all. But Xia's sword was finally blocked by Tang Tian. The deathly white mask revealed a pair of ice-cold pupils. Wielding a thin rapier, he ignored Tang Tian, who was rushing over. Tang Tian had fought with so many people, but Xia was the most difficult and most dangerous one. The moment Tang Tian rushed into the cave, the silver light behind him dimmed and disappeared, and Tang Tian's eyes darkened. Ling Shu did not understand. It can't be, Xia's rank is only 5, if he is a Heaven's Road grade martial artist, then what about the other 4? But Tang Tian's heart immediately raised a suspicion. Although Xia was powerful, but he felt that compared to Wu Guang, he was still lacking by quite a bit. Dang! With astonishing speed, the silver light enveloped his body. The gorgeous and exquisite peacock armor wrapped around his entire body. The peacock's silver pupils revealed its killing intent. It also recognized Xia. "It's Xia," Tang Tian said solemnly, his hands touching the feather belt that had cracks on the feather armor, his heart shivering. If not for the peacock, he would not have been able to dodge Xia's sword just now. Using a rapier to execute a spear technique? But the light allowed Tang Tian to see the fake Xia that he thought was a statue, pouncing towards him. Xia's figure flashed, and suddenly retreated. Every sword could hear the sound of the whirlpools being pierced and exploding. It was extremely fast, but extremely clear. The 10 whirlpools actually did not miss. Kai. As expected of the curtain of the night swordsman, Xia's plan was watertight. He was very clear of the previous battle. He had left an unforgettable impression on Tang Tian. As long as he lured him slightly, a hot-blooded person like Tang Tian would definitely rush over. Once the 2 words Xia came out, everyone's face changed, including the little girl. Her face congealed. Tang Tian, only then, understood how strong Marquis Wu was. 2 Heaven's Road grade martial artists. What terrifying strength. The palm did not change. He brazenly slapped forward. Clang. Xia immediately displayed the true strength of a powerful swordsman. The rapier trembled, accurately piercing all the whirlpools. Pa pa pa. Tang Tian's fist missed. The moment the opponent released his sword, he changed his position. Tan Tui blade. Just at this time, a cold killing intent quietly went straight for Tang Tian's ribs. The sharp whirlpools whooshed and flew out from Tang Tian's palms. This suspicion flashed past his mind, but Tang Tian's attention was still focused on the enemy in front of him. A ruthless look flashed past his eyes, that was to get rid of Xia's Spirit General first. Although Tang Tian twisted his waist, but he did not completely avoid it. The rapier's body nimbly trembled, a few feather armors flew out, and Tang Tian's waist had an additional bloodstain. Although Xia was surprised, his hand movements did not slow down. The rapier trembled, and a strange sharp whistle pierced through his eardrums, but his rapier quietly pierced from the opposite angle. Chapter 184. The little girl's eyes lit up. Wow, 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 teacher, can you give it to me? I love it. Give it to you? Stop dreaming. Tang Tian said casually, but I can lend it to you for 1,000 star coins an hour, no bargaining. As they walked, Tang Tian muttered, why did Xia come here? Also, to be able to hide here, looks like he's very familiar with this place. Could it be that he's interested in the monarch slaying sword? That can't be right. His sword technique is completely different from the monarch slaying sword. If you dare to move, I'll knock you out. Tang Tian grinned. Yaya's eyes widened, glaring at the little girl, baring her teeth with an unfriendly expression. So his strength has decreased. Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully. He felt that there was still a gap between Xia and Wu Guang. It seemed like it was in line with his judgment. When Tang Tian heard the word treasure, his eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the metal chest. Jiyu Shui pursed her lips, unable to hide her smile. So it's like that. Tang Tian muttered. Everyone was stunned, and upon closer inspection, the slope under their feet was indeed slightly sloping downwards. Zhai Hongzhan was even more impressed with Tang Tian's keen senses. Maybe he's here for the treasure. Or maybe there's something in the treasure that he's interested in. Other than the monarch slaying sword, there should be other treasures. Jiyu Shui thought for a while. Xia should have been here for a long time. He was able to avoid the spirit general guarding the gate. Maybe he's already gained something. The cave passage was very long. Suddenly Tang Tian said, we're going down. Tang Tian threw Ling Shu to the side, and walked towards the field. Silver light shone from his feet, and spread up his legs. With every step he took, the silver armor extended a little. When he stepped into the field, his entire body was covered in silver armor. He had just fought with Xia and was slightly injured, but the battle intent in his body had been aroused. Yaya's eyes lit up when she saw the soul core. Using both his hands and feet, he crawled from Tang Tian's shoulder to his hand like a little puppy, snatching the soul core and swallowing it in one gulp. Bullshit. Ling Shu was furious. His eyes widened and his white robe fluttered. You mean you're stronger than me? So much nonsense. Ling Shu coldly snorted. His face was a little pale. The battle just now had consumed a lot of his energy. He threw something to Tang Tian. I just got it. Tang Tian then placed them into the Aquarius martial cabinet. When Zhai Hongzhan saw this, he could not help but feel weird. He had seen all kinds of experts, but Tang Tian was definitely the most unique. If it was another place, another person, Zhai Hongzhan would definitely feel that the other party's brain was not good. But when it came to Tang Tian, he did not dare to look down on him. This fellow was truly unfathomable and unfathomable. Qingwan was startled. Zhai Hongzhan was shocked. I didn't know about this. Justice belongs to everyone. Tang Tian grinned and took the lead. The disappointed Tang Tian flipped the chest around for half a day. He even tore it apart to see if there were any compartments. Qingwan snorted. Xia was one of her idols on the path of cultivating the sword. When Tang Tian said that he wanted to defeat Xia, she felt extremely uncomfortable. She could not help but say, although you are strong, do you think it will be so easy to defeat Xia? Ling Shu glared at him. Don't imitate me. There was only a black spirit nucleus in the chest. And the quality of the spirit nucleus was not good enough. It was similar to the spirit nucleus that Tang Tian had obtained from the mutated star spirit snake. Zhai Hongzhan did not say a word. He took out a dozen light-emitting wood and gave it to Tang Tian. These things were cheap, but normal people could not buy them. Ming Guan? Tang Tian asked quickly. Qingwan could not stand Tang Tian's arrogant look. She could not help but say, the night swordsman was invincible at his peak. In the whole of Marquis Wu's night mansion, he was only below Marquis Wu. He once snuck into the mansion late at night and fought with Marquis. It was a draw. This thing is not worth much. Tang Tian looked distressed. Ling Shu, you must find a fat sheep in the future. After fighting for half a day, you only got a snack for Yaya. Yaya, come out. You have a snack. Yaya was startled. After a while, its two hands squeezed its face into a ball, and rubbed its meatball face. It was like a ball of fire was burning in his chest. Every step he took was very steady. There seemed to be a war drum beating in his body. His fighting spirit became more and more unrestrained. After walking for about 20 minutes, there was light in front of the cave. Everyone's spirits were roused. They immediately increased their pace. Tang Tian tested it out. As expected, the wooden stick in his hand lit up and released a bright light aura. He was immediately excited. He was preparing to inject more true power. Zhai Hongzhan, who was watching him from the side, immediately stopped him. Do not inject too much true power. If you inject too much true power, it will release a very glaring light. The wood will also be burnt to ashes. We will use it like this on the battlefield. It is useless against experts. But if there are many of them, there will be a few who will be hit. Ling Shu's body froze. He could tell that Tang Tian was not joking. Yaya's face immediately turned bitter. She whimpered and wanted to protest. But her body was immediately grabbed by Tang Tian's palm. Tang Tian threw Yaya to the young lady. He threatened her. Yaya, you must satisfy the customer. It's a pity I can't see Xia at his peak. Tang Tian's face was full of regret. If only I could defeat Xia at his peak. How awesome would that be? There are two types of spirit trials. One is to light up the spirit-suppressing treasure. It is called the Bright Pass. The other type that does not light up the spirit-suppressing treasure is called the Dark Pass. Our trial just now was the Dark Pass. The young lady said. The Bright Pass will usually appear less. Once the spirit-suppressing treasure lands in the hands of the challenger, the trial will collapse on its own. It usually appears in one situation. The person who set up the spirit trial is very confident in the trial. Tang Tian was enlightened. He immediately felt that the light-emitting wood was useful. He immediately asked Zhai Hongzhan, "Give me a few more." "No. I'll do it." Qingwan said seriously. "In here, my strength is second only to Tang Tian. I'll do it." Tang Tian clenched his fists. He was full of fighting spirit. The young lady took over Yaya. She treated it like a treasure. She would tease Yaya from time to time. Soon, the meaty and brainless Yaya was happy. The young lady looked at Yaya. "Wow. It's so cute. Is it called Yaya?" "Okay." The young lady agreed without hesitation. Tang Tian was very proud of his business acumen. But how much could he earn with 1,000 per hour? After calculating for a long time, Tang Tian gave up. If only Qi was here. He wouldn't have to worry about the math. The young lady's face became serious. She quickly reminded him. "Be careful. This is the Bright Pass." "What is that?" Tang Tian asked curiously. Tang Tian thought nothing of it. "It's not easy." "What's the point of it being easy? Don't you think that defeating Xia is enough to make one's blood boil?" When they left the cave, Tang Tian and the rest were extremely careful. They were worried that Xia would set up an ambush at the entrance. But what made everyone heave a sigh of relief was that they did not see Xia. Outside the cave was a flat and spacious hall. There was no place to hide. The young lady took a look. She was surprised. "Oh my, how could I forget about this? Every spirit pass guard requires something to guard. It's called a spirit-suppressing treasure. With the spirit-suppressing treasure, these spirit generals have a fulcrum to rely on. Usually, the stronger the spirit general, the stronger the spirit-suppressing treasure. Quickly open it." "Yes." The young lady nodded. Her expression congealed. "The Bright Pass is hard to pass. You must be careful. Also, it's better to have as few people as possible. Many of the passes have special arrangements for the number of people. The more people there are, the more difficult the pass becomes. Many people don't understand. They think that the Spirit Pass is a guard. In fact, the Spirit Pass is a test. If not, we can just use a trap. Why do we need a Spirit Pass?" The pitch-black cave was extremely narrow. It could only allow 2 people to pass through. Zhai Hongzhan held a glowing wooden stick in his hand. The wooden stick emitted a bright light. The inside of the tunnel was extremely clear. With the glowing wood, the tunnel could be seen clearly. The tunnel was originally very narrow. There was no place to hide. There was no need to worry about Xia's sneak attack. Qingwan said. "You weren't in the residence at that time. Not many people in the residence knew about it. I happened to be there. Marquis also knew that I trained in sword techniques. That's why he allowed me to watch the battle. The curtain of the night swordsman at that time was too strong. The young man was clad in silver armor. He stepped on the drum and walked slowly. "Yaya, act cute," Tang Tian shouted. "Let's go. Those treasures must be feeling lonely. They must be waiting for the godlike young man to save them," Tang Tian said confidently. "For justice. No problem." Tang Tian curled his lips. "As long as we defeat him, we will know everything." Glowing wood. Zhai Hongzhan had another one in his hand. He passed it to Tang Tian. "As long as you inject a bit of true power into it, it will glow. It's much better than a torch." He was about to pounce towards Qingwan. "Pa!" A hand grabbed his neck. Ling Shu, who had just gone through a tough battle, did not have any strength to resist. He was grabbed by Tang Tian like a little chick. Ling Shu was even more furious. He was about to attack with the silver spear in his hand. Tang Tian fished it out. It was a rusty metal box. What a pity. Such a powerful expert. I can't meet him when he is at his strongest. What a pity. Tang Tian looked regretful. He tilted his head and thought. But since this is reality, there's nothing we can do. Let's defeat the incomplete curtain of the night swordsman first. In the middle of the hall, there was a bronze box. Keep bragging. Keep bragging. Qingwan snorted in her heart. The others nodded their heads. Ji Yushui's guess was very reasonable. Still nothing. At the last moment, Qingwan recalled the scene. She could not help but reveal a shocked expression. She trained in sword techniques. She had a deeper understanding of sword techniques than the others. She could feel how strong Xia was. Zhai Hongzhan said, "Let me do it. Since I'm the strongest, let me do it." And then, the little girl tilted her head and revealed a reminiscing expression. She said with uncertainty, "Father said something about it being a pity. I don't know what it was. But after that, Xia's ranking dropped drastically. I don't know if it has anything to do with this. Father rarely shows interest in someone. That's why I have a deep impression of him." Chapter 185. Only Ling Shu gritted his teeth angrily and said softly, "Asshole. Wait till I recover, you're dead." The sound of the flute was clear and melodious, faintly discernible like the clouds. Strands of mist slowly formed around Magic Flute. In the midst of the white clouds, Magic Flute's blue eyes drooped, his expression extremely focused. Only Ling Shu was dumbstruck. He finally understood that the fellow in the screen who was playing the flute by himself like a dumb goose was actually strong to such an extent. Tang Tian was enlightened. Seems like the nature of the flute sound was also a type of oscillation. These transparent bubbles were about the size of a fist. After emerging, they quietly floated in the air. Tang Tian was extremely shocked. Every bubble was a vacuum ball. Tang Tian could also use the concussion punch to produce vacuum balls, but compared to the countless of densely packed vacuum balls in front of him, Tang Tian felt that his move was too small. "Magic sound break?" everyone asked in unison. "One tune 7 deaths." Outside the light screen, the little girl's face was pale. Although it was a low-level martial technique, but fused with Tang Tian's understanding of oscillation, the dense and congealed air in front of him immediately loosened and crumbled like sand. Outside the light screen, everyone's eyes were wide open. Tang Tian, who completely did not understand music, did not notice. At this time, the sound of the flute had quietly changed. Tang Tian racked his brains, but could not think of how Magic Flute did it, but the sense of danger in his heart had already reached an unprecedented level. Everyone's heart immediately sank, their gazes all focused on the field. The little girl's face was slightly pale, the others were at a loss, they had never heard of this name before. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a look of surprise. His body was actually slightly numb and somewhat weak. "Sound martial technique? What is that?" The sound of the flute floated in the air. Tang Tian immediately felt the strangeness of his surroundings. The surrounding air became extremely dense. Tang Tian felt as though he was in a swamp. Every step forward required a large amount of energy. The little girl bit her lips and looked at the field worriedly. In young Master Magic Flute's most glorious year, he once defeated 3 Heavens Road grade martial artist. If that was the case, idiot Tang would have been reduced to ashes long ago, Ling Shu said with a frown. Bing raised his eyelids, and said lightly, the young masters of the aristocratic families are all like that, but, the aristocratic families that were destroyed by us, if not 10,000, there were at least 8,000. As for the young masters of aristocratic families that we killed, how can we count them clearly? This idiot got away with it. Ling Shu snorted coldly, but he was relieved. Yes. The little girl's expression was filled with worry. It has another name, 7 deaths in one tune. The young lady shook her head, my rank will drop, but my understanding of martial skills will not. Young Master Magic Flute is most famous for his killing technique, broken demonic sound. With a wave of his hand, a circular screen of light rose up and formed an enclosed space. Jiyu Shue's face was filled with anxiety, but she did not stop him. Zhai Hongzhan and Qing Luan might not understand Tang Tian, but she knew, under Tian's naive and foolish appearance, was the heart of a true strong martial artist. The distance between Tang Tian and Magic Flute was less than 6 m. To Tang Tian, as long as he was a little closer, he would be able to attack. Tang Tian did not panic, as long as there was a way to solve it. Seeing the little girl's reaction, Tang Tian knew, the opponent's background was not small. But, he did not have the slightest bit of fear, but instead became even more excited. Staring at Magic Flute, he said in a deep voice, don't talk nonsense, let's decide the winner. He had trained in the concussion fist before, and had a much deeper understanding of vibrations than the average person. To form a vacuum ball, one had to use intense vibrations to destroy the air. Tang Tian slowly stepped into the field. This fellow's martial technique was truly strange, he had to strike first. When the others heard, they were overwhelmed with emotions, but also fearful and worried. Closing his blue eyes, holding the copper flute horizontally, he brought it to his lips, a strand of qi was injected, and the copper flute in his hands suddenly lit up. The notes were like flowing water, slowly flowing out from the copper flute. Qing Luan wanted to say something, but did not say anything. In her vision, the silver-armored young man's back view was emitting a blazing battle intent, she could not even think of rebuking him. Suddenly, she thought of what Zhai Hongzhan had said to her previously, Tang Tian was a dangerous fellow. Used to the naive Tang Tian, such a domineering Tang Tian, shocked everyone. The air was like a wall, it was hard to move. The little girl did not know if she was excited or afraid, but talking about this legendary history, she could not help but yearn for it. My name is Flute. Separated by countless of bubbles, Magic Flute lowered his head and played the flute, became indistinct. Under the intense killing intent of the entire field, Magic Flute's long hair fluttered, revealing the handsome and focused face on the copper flute. But at the same time, there were so many vacuum balls, humph. Tang Tian roared, the true power in his body surged, the feeling of softness immediately disappeared, he exerted strength in his legs, and rushed towards Magic Flute. Magic Flute explained, please do not worry, this layer of light is only to isolate my flute sound, to prevent it from affecting your esteemed friend. The little girl bit her lips, her voice trembling. Magic Flute's era was earlier than Senior Demon Slayer soared by about 100 years, he was born in an aristocratic family, and was proficient in music since young. After training in martial techniques, he integrated the changes in music into his martial techniques, and formed a unique sound martial technique. His flute sound seemed to have a magical power, because he was called Magic Flute. Magic Flute, who was born in an aristocratic family, had an exceptional demeanor, and was gentle like a spirit jade, so he was called Young Master Magic Flute. The battle that made him famous was when Tiger Forest Star met with a large-scale star spirit beast tide. 7 cities were consecutively destroyed, corpses were everywhere, and no one could stop it. When the beast tide reached the 8th city, Magic Flute arrived. On the starry night city walls, a flute sound repelled the beast tide. In that wave of beast tide, there were 9th-level star spirit beast. His slender fingers gently slid across the copper flute. This action was as light as the wind, but it caused Tang Tian's hair to stand on end. As long as he was within 3 m of the opponent, he had the confidence to kill the opponent. His strength should have dropped. Zhai Hongzhan had the most battle experience, he could see the crux with one look, As time passes, a spirit general's level will drop continuously. It definitely cannot be compared to his peak. The vacuum balls floating quietly in the sky slowly floated towards Tang Tian from all directions. Ling Shu, who had his eyes wide opened, was also amazed. Such a powerful silly goose. I never thought that, after so many years, there would still be someone who remembers my name. It is truly an honor. Magic Flute smiled and bowed to the little girl to express his gratitude. Tang Tian was curious and somewhat expectant. He had never met such an opponent before. Such a powerful magic flute, how did he do it? Inside the light screen, a bubble suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, another bubble appeared. What happened next made everyone hold their breath. The air inside the light screen seemed to be boiling. One bubble after another suddenly appeared. A 9th level star spirit beast. What kind of concept was that? Tang Tian, just this name, made everyone tremble in fear. Inside the light screen, the air suddenly became sluggish. Blue eyes, as clear as gems, a handsome and gentle face with a slight smile, both legs floating in the air, his slender figure, added a sense of otherworldliness. Magic Flute, who was a few meters away, was playing the flute, immersed in his own world. Tang Tian was slightly surprised. This was definitely the most polite spirit general he had ever seen. He could not help but mutter to Bing, "Hey, uncle, we are both spirit generals. Why is your grade so low compared to him?" In Tang Tian's eyes, every vacuum ball was like an oscillating point. In his vision, it was densely packed. Thousands of oscillating points existed at the same time. Then isn't he a Heaven's Road grade martial artist? Zhai Hongzhan's voice was filled with fear. Tang Tian concentrated. The opponent's name was Magic Flute, and his attacking style was probably related to that. Wrong. Just as he took a step, the surrounding air, under the direction of the flute, returned to its original state. The few of them were dumbstruck, so shocked that they could not say a word. A Heaven's Road grade martial artist and defeating 3 Heaven's Road grade martial artists, they naturally understood the difference between the two. Magic Flute bowed and said clearly, "Please listen to a song." If it was said, previously, Tang Tian was still unable to judge the opponent's strength, then this move immediately refreshed Tang Tian's understanding of Magic Flute's strength. Minute collapsing fist. Everyone was shocked. The spirit general actually opened his mouth to speak. The young lady thought of something, her face changed, and shouted, "Teacher, be careful, he is Magic Flute." In the blink of an eye, Tang Tian was in a bubble. With a roar, Tang Tian punched the air in front of him. Jiyu Shui saw the young lady's face, and could not help but ask, "Princess, is this Magic Flute very powerful?" But at this time, there was a sudden change. After advancing 7 to 8 steps, the distance between Tang Tian and Magic Flute was about 2 feet. Tang Tian took the chance and rushed forward. "Yes." The young lady's face became even more worried. "I also do not know what is going on with this move. But it is said that this move of Magic Flute has never failed before. If it was any other time, the distance of 2 feet to Tang Tian was almost non-existent. But now, Tang Tian did not take it to heart. Until now, although the opponent's flute sound was unique and strange, but Tang Tian did not feel that it was too powerful. A spirit general, like a ball of smoke, floated out from the bronze box and transformed. "Idiot Tang is in danger." Vacuum ball. Never failed before. His voice was pleasing to the ear, clear and warm, causing people to be mesmerized. Both fists swung out, one punch and one step, slowly but firmly closing in on Magic Flute. Magic Flute seemed as though he did not feel anything, and only cared about playing the bronze flute, as though he was not aware of the approaching danger. Very quickly, he did not have time to brag to Uncle Bing. His gaze suddenly congealed. There was a bronze flute in Flute's hands. The body of the flute was as clean as new, shining like a mirror. Magic Flute. Tang Tian was stunned. In truth, when Flute opened his mouth, he was also shocked. He had fought with so many spirit generals, but this was the first time he met a spirit general that could speak, of course, except for Bing. Even Ghost Claw usually did not make a sound. Flute bowed slightly. His temperament was filled with grace and elegance. It is better to be respectful than respectful. Chapter 186. He started to take the initiative to move his position, although the sky full of vacuum balls looked scary, but the previous situation where the air was like a wall disappeared, and Tang Tian's movement was not hindered at all. The number of vacuum balls was astonishing, densely packed, but in front of Tang Tian's 18 times intuition, there was still room for him to make use of. Qinghuan felt that the scene in front of her was indescribably familiar. The last time she used the shaky sword wings, she completely suppressed Tang Tian. That scene was exactly the same as now. Tang Tian was on the verge of falling, but he did not fall. The Tang Tian in the light screen was simply not like a human. The glory of the Southern Cross Army definitely cannot be tarnished like this. You trash, seems like I have been too lenient on you. Even this trash in front of you with a fighting strength of 5, you are not even his opponent. But, facing such an astonishing vacuum ball, it was the first time Tang Tian was at a loss. His entire body was slightly exhausted. Under such suffocating conditions, he released that punch. It was a desperate counterattack, and almost exhausted all his strength. Bing roared loudly in Tang Tian's mind. Pay, asshole. You are actually being mocked by such a fellow. Such a fellow, who knows how many have been killed by us in the past, and you are actually being mocked by such a fellow. This is definitely intolerable, a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. A scalp-numbing shriek suddenly sounded out. Tang Tian, who was in battle, was extremely quick-witted, and very quickly he thought of what to do. Everyone was dumbstruck. Ping. There was nothing more satisfying than this. Tang Tian's figure flashed, his body bent into a strange shape in mid-air, and just happened to pass through a crack in the bubble. The layers of energy converged into a powerful current, as though it was destroying everything. Tang Tian's eyes were wide open in anger, and he released a punch. Bing calmed down. Since he had angered Tang Tian, his goal was achieved. He leisurely sat down to watch the show, and said to Ghostly Claw proudly, "This guy even said that Ling Shu is some angry Ling Shu, but he forgot that he is also a trash that will not rush forward without a kick or two." Tang Tian's heart suddenly calmed down. His intuition now was much stronger than before. Although these vacuum spheres were powerful, their speed was slow, and their numbers were much less than the light spheres. Needless to say, Zhai Hongzhan and Jiyu Shui, even the stubborn Ling Shu was shocked speechless. Ling Shu felt indescribably ashamed when he thought of his terrible body technique. Compared to Tang Tian, who was as nimble as a monkey, he was like a weight. Once he relaxed, his strength would not be able to recover, and his fighting spirit would also be affected. Every corner of the light screen was filled with terrifying blades of energy. These blades varied in size, but their power was astonishing. "Shut up!" Tang Tian roared in reply. The silver fist passed through layers of air currents, and a transparent light screen appeared on Tang Tian's right fist, and became bigger. The light sphere that Tang Tian's fist shot out actually expanded to the size of a bamboo basket. Just like the first time he trained with the light spheres, the sky was filled with light spheres that pounced towards him like raindrops, and he was so frightened and at a loss. The densely packed air bubbles made them feel dizzy just by looking at them, and Tang Tian needed to find a space to dodge in a split second, and then use all sorts of weird postures to complete the dodge. The air bubbles in the light screen seemed to be stirred into a mess by him. Bing's incessant chatter completely angered Tang Tian, and he roared, "Shut up." The entire light screen immediately became a chaotic meat grinder. Countless air currents were being pulled, like many sharp blades of energy, wantonly dancing. He smiled warmly. "Please don't worry, I will let you completely recover your strength. What the young lady said just now was right. This is a test, and not a trap. I am also looking forward to be able to find someone who is qualified to possess it." The feeling of exhaustion made his entire body sore and weak. But he was long used to being exhausted, and he knew that at this time, he must not relax. Outside the light screen, the people who were already prepared to save him at any time were dumbstruck. In the light screen, Tang Tian was like an extremely agile monkey, using all sorts of unimaginable movements, nimbly shuttling between the air bubbles. All the air bubbles were being pulled around by him. Every time it looked like he was about to be drowned by the overwhelming air bubbles, but unfortunately, Tang Tian was able to dodge by a hair's breadth. Early on, when he was enlightened on the vacuum kill, he had already thought of how to break this technique. The way to break this technique was very simple. He only needed to release another vacuum ball at the moment when the air currents were being pulled. Once this vacuum ball was broken, it would be like a whirlpool, pulling all the air currents and converging towards it. Tang Tian, whose eyes were bloodshot, suddenly bellowed, the power coming from his toes, along his legs, waist, through his spine, layer by layer, it was transmitted to his hands. After reaching the 6th level, Tang Tian's control over his body had reached an unprecedented height. Before reaching the 6th level, he would definitely not be able to do this. Just like the sound of glass shattering, the light screen on Tang Tian's fist was instantly shattered. Tang Tian was truly enraged, his chest was filled with accumulated rage. The sharp sound of the flute was like a needle, piercing through all the vacuum balls. Regardless if it was true power or strength, they were all displayed to the extreme. But this was also the first time he was like this, completely gathering all the strength in his body. What to do? But, obviously, not everyone thought so. Tang Tian's face changed. What was coming next? No one was clearer than him. This was the torrential vacuum kill version. All the air bubbles paused, and once again pounced towards Tang Tian. The air currents around Tang Tian were all pulled towards the broken light screen. The area around Tang Tian was actually empty. He gasped for breath, every joint in his body was in pain. This was the after effect of using too much strength. But the pain to him now was actually a good thing, it allowed him to concentrate. But he knew there was only one chance. This reaction was too abnormal. Looking at Tang Tian's expression, vacuum kill. Without thinking, Tang Tian bellowed, peacock. Tang Tian's action immediately alerted all the air bubbles in the light screen. He was like a piece of juicy meat, and the air bubbles were like sharks that smelled the meat. Other than the shark's movements being slower, the danger was definitely not lower than the shark's. Bing's roar was still echoing in his ears. Magic Flute's leisurely words entered his ears. He originally thought that the other party was polite, but now it was exceptionally ear-piercing. How did I break the light ball training? The silver armor on Tang Tian's body released countless sparks. Tang Tian's body was like a sieve, trembling. Too concentrated. Like a torrential storm, it was so concentrated that he could not breathe, and had no time to counterattack. Huh! Magic Flute was somewhat surprised. In his blue eyes, there was a trace of astonishment. But in the blink of an eye, he understood Tang Tian's intention, and could not help but chuckle. First kill 1,000 floating air, second kill 10,000 blade twist, third kill slow flute sound. I wish you the best of luck. Tang Tian gasped for breath, his face was still in disbelief, he still could not believe, he actually broke Magic Flute's second kill. Immediately, the disbelief in his eyes turned into endless joy. He had enough reason to be happy, because this was completely his own method. The move that he had figured out on his own had saved his life at a crucial moment. Magic Flute's voice was indescribably pleasant, you could hear the praise and surprise in his tone, and not the slightest bit of disgust. He was like a friend, commenting on it. Magic Flute clapped his hands, his face full of admiration. With your cultivation, to be able to break the second kill, it really surprised me. Don't tell me this era has improved so much compared to us. Intuition. He relied on his intuition. Her mood suddenly became much better. She was curious. Magic Flute's current mood, was it similar to hers? The little girl watched with her mouth wide open, completely forgetting to close it. It was the first time she saw her own teacher, who was actually so powerful. She dared to confirm that none of her previous martial technique teachers could do this. The silver armor suddenly lit up. The silver armor completely enveloped Tang Tian's head and face. The surging power filled every corner of his body. This was the first time Tang Tian used all the power in his body after breaking through to the 6th level. Tang Tian was stunned. How did he do it? All the air bubbles in the light screen once again changed direction. All the air currents rushed into the light screen like a tide. All the powerful air currents were all pulled by this astonishing attraction. The unprecedented danger caused Tang Tian's attention to focus unprecedentedly. Magic Flute's power was beyond his imagination. Just the terrifying number of vacuum balls was definitely the work of a Heaven's Road grade martial artist. To be able to train your intuition to such a level, and to be able to use it so well, you are the first person I have seen. Ping. Under such a ferocious attack, Tang Tian could not even move a finger. Every feather armor on his body was hit by countless air blades. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of sparks. Tang Tian took the opportunity to crouch down, stick close to the ground, and squeezed through a gap that he could pass through. His back and a vacuum ball was less than a centimeter away. It's such a pity, my power has dropped a lot. One tune 7 kills, I can only use 3 kills. But, if you are able to block these 3 kills, then you definitely have the qualifications to obtain this item. Magic Flute once again placed the bronze flute horizontally under his lips, the blue light aura in his eyes exploding. He blew out an extremely sharp note. Wait a minute, light ball training. Magic Flute suddenly stopped, and looked at Tang Tian, who was running all over the place with interest. Sigh. How could he be mocked by such a person? He opened his eyes wide, staring fiercely at Magic Flute. Tang Tian lost the space to dodge. Space. That's right, it was space. As long as there was space for him to move, it meant that he could grasp the initiative, even if it was just a little initiative. To the current Tang Tian, it was like a life-saving straw. Vacuum kill, a concentrated version of vacuum kill. What a smart young man. What made her even more depressed was, she did not even understand why Tang Tian did not fall. Seeing all the vacuum balls swarming over, Tang Tian did not know what to do at that moment. To him, this was an extremely rare situation. Even Bing, who was a picky person, was full of praises for Tang Tian's battle intelligence, and thought that Tang Tian was a natural battle machine. He originally needed to be fully focused, to be able to maintain the situation, and Bing's roar immediately made him frustrated. That's interesting. Chapter 187. If this goes on, I will be further and further away from Qi. Where is the future? I don't know. Tang Tian clenched his teeth. Jiyu, my mission is complete. Magic Flute bade farewell, and said, to be able to hand it over to you, I am very happy. I hope you can treat it well. The mountains will not change, the rivers will continue to flow. When Magic Flute entered the Southern Cross Army encampment, he was dumbstruck. Tang Tian's heart was suddenly filled with indescribable emotions. There was nothing better than looking at his own perseverance in the past, to let him understand his original intentions. That's right. Bing showed his poker face, and said meaningfully, I am the same as you. Interesting. Actually, you are saying that I am stupid, right? Shut up. Tang Tian bellowed at Bing. At the same time, behind the cross door, Bing said to Ghost Claw with a face of rejoicing, that was close, this guy's flute is too weird, just now I was almost tricked. Luckily little Tang Tang is thick-skinned. In the dark night, on the mountain, a young boy touched a bronze plate, and muttered to himself. Are you ready? Magic Flute's face regained its solemnity. Although I feel that you are a good candidate, but you have to pass the test, to have the chance to get it. Get lost. Tang Tian scolded Bing. You will know when you come. Bing said with a face of seriousness. Only Tang Tian knew, this guy must be up to something. But no matter how he opened his mouth, he could not make a sound. Although he knew he had persevered, but the emotions in the heart of the young man on the hillside made him feel extremely deep. The darkness of not being able to see hope, the confusion of not being able to see the future, disappointment, depression, these emotions, to a 12 or 13-year-old young man, were so heavy that he could not breathe. The gentle voice, floated in the wind, like the flowing water of the flute, slid past his heart. He forgot that this was his memory, he forgot that this was something that had happened in the past. He looked at the young man lying on the hillside grass, and looked at the stars in the sky. Tang Tian's vanity was immediately satisfied, and he put his hands on his waist and said, Ha 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 ha. I have long said, if you look down on me, you will die a horrible death. Now you know how powerful I am. However, since you've come to your senses, I'll forgive you and not lower myself to your level. Tang Tian stared at Magic Flute in an unfriendly manner. He actually dared to call me stupid. The young man spread his arms and lay on the hillside in low spirits. Everything around him seemed to become lazy and indescribably comfortable. The killing intent and anger in Tang Tian's chest were subdued unknowingly. Shua. Magic Flute smiled, waved his sleeves, and the steel box on the ground flew towards Tang Tian. Do you still want to persist? Tang Tian was like a bystander, looking at the dispirited and depressed youth on the hillside. He was a little anxious. He wanted to loudly tell his past self that he must persevere. With the guardian gem, he was able to exist in the form of a spirit general for so long. But the years continued to wear him down bit by bit, and now that the guardian treasure was given to Tang Tian, the spirit general that had lost its sustenance would quickly dissipate. The others could not be bothered with the two of them. Ha ha. Magic Flute laughed out loud. He was not angry, and looked at Tang Tian with interest. Looks like your talent is very ordinary. He must be envious of him for being too handsome. The young lady's eyes lit up, countless stars flashing. Such a handsome Magic Flute. If only he was still alive, I would definitely invite him to be my teacher. That's right. Why is this person like this, always exposing others' shortcomings? Bing came over with a face full of righteous indignation. Do your best. Young man. Tang Tian took the box with a face full of caution, but nothing happened. Suddenly, the young man jumped up, facing the sun. He opened his arms. Giving up such a shameful thing, how could it be my idea? The young man felt the sunlight, and opened his eyes in a daze. Then he saw a big egg yolk hanging in the sky, and saw the world covered in a layer of warm orange. Suddenly, his face became alert. Hey, you're just using these words to fool me, you don't want to give me the treasure, right? But he had to gamble on time, and gamble on the future. Jiu Shui stared at Ling Shu, but still spoke for Tang Tian. Tian definitely felt that the other party had some bad intentions. Magic Flute was not offended, and chuckled. You're the third person, who did not react to the sound of the flute. Seems like I really underestimated you. I'm sorry. Will it be all for naught in the end? What's impossible? Bing waved his hand, with a face of a ruffian soldier. I'm standing right in front of you. He can make us not disappear and not be annihilated. Impossible. Magic Flute muttered to himself. His temperament is great. Qing Luan also had a face of infatuation. This is the first time I've seen such a man. A burst of voice interrupted Tang Tian's thoughts. Tang Tian stared angrily, his eyes spewing fire. Tang Tian immediately reacted, and pointed at Magic Flute, and said angrily, You think I'll be numb and careless just like that? Let me tell you, this kind of small trick is useless against me. I won't fall for it. What? A man, fight hard. Three gazes like knives, wanting to poke countless holes in Ling Shu. The young lad used all his strength to shout. He was still afraid that if his voice was softer, he would not be able to hear, afraid that if his voice was softer, he would not believe it. Looking at the young lad crying helplessly, Ling Shu snorted. What do women know about men's matters? Bing's face was proud, and he extended 2 fingers to Tang Tian. Done. I've said so many times that I'm stupid, it's too late to say anything good now. Teacher, why do you have that expression? The little girl did not understand, and asked curiously. I feel that Magic Flute is very good. He's cultured, and not arrogant, like a spring breeze. Come on. Bring it on. Tang Tian stared angrily. Time passed slowly, the stars fell, and the sun rose. The orange sunlight jumped out from the horizon, and dyed the world orange. Please listen, the sound of the flute is slow. Chi loves men the most. The young lad on the hill clutched his stomach growling like thunder. There was not a trace of the impassioned feeling he had just now. His limbs were weak, and he slowly moved down the hill, his face bitter. I'm so hungry, I forgot that I haven't eaten, I used too much strength. Ghost Claw did not say a word, his eyes were still reminiscing. Tang Tian looked at everything, looked at himself in the past, his heart silently shouted, Young lad, you have to work hard. No matter what, you can't give up. You're still saying I'm stupid. Magic Flute's body trembled, his elegant face lost his composure for the first time. Spirit General. RRR, I think so too. Qingwan seemed to have awoken from a dream, and followed up. So nice to hear. Impossible. Magic Flute's face was full of disbelief. Even now, Tang Tian, faced with such a choice, faced with these emotions, he was still a little worried. The sunlight shone on the young lad's tear-stained face, and the tranquil face became a little warmer. Wait a minute. Tang Tian's eyes widened. He did not understand music, but this flute tune seemed to blow into his heart. Unknowingly, he was pulled back into his memories. Looking at the young lad curled up into a ball in the bushes. I've trained for a whole year, and there's still no improvement. This broken bronze plate can't be messing with me, right? Ha 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 ha. Tang Tian could not help but laugh. Suddenly a voice cut in. Bing's figure appeared beside Tang Tian. Pa. Spending so much time on it, was it worth it? If he used this year's time to learn martial techniques like an ordinary person, maybe he would have a good result. He said it very loudly, and it traveled very far. The sunlight could prove it. His saying "you're stupid." Uncle Bing added oil to the fire, as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. Well said. Uncle Bing praised loudly in Tang Tian's heart. He could not wait to clap and cheer. Southern Cross Army, the light of those few words, was enough to blind Magic Flute's deep blue eyes. Waha! A new day. Magic Flute held his flute and bowed in apology. Tang Tian, you're a real man. You don't even care about those little farts. Seems like I need to get to know you again. Magic Flute's voice was warm and pleasant. Tang Tian, who was laughing, suddenly saw Magic Flute's weird expression and gaze. His laughter stopped abruptly. His expression was unfriendly. Hey, what's with that expression? The hesitation of that year was so clearly presented in front of him. Looking at the tired young lad crying out for his mother in his sleep. What if after a year, there's still no reaction? Give up. Magic Flute, who was in front of him, had a weird expression. That pair of blue eyes looked at him again. His gaze was weird. When will it end? Get to know my ass. Tang Tian waved his hand and said decisively, hurry up and finish that slow blow, and obediently hand over the treasure. Who has the energy to get to know you again? I've walked many roads, met many people, done many things, but that heart of mine back then has never changed. Amidst the laughter, the vision in front of him returned to normal. There was only one clue in his hands, and he did not know what other clues there would be. Young lad, it's a new day, pull yourself together. Tang Tian silently chanted in his heart. But this is rather interesting. Magic Flute chuckled, his blue eyes were deep and enchanting. After so many years, if the successor is an interesting fellow, it's better than a boring fellow. Magic Flute slowly raised the bronze flute and placed it at his lips. His deep blue eyes were like a world closing, slowly closing. His slender eyelashes lightly trembled in the air. His handsome face was now emitting a solemn aura. Magic Flute was completely unaware of Tang Tian's thoughts, and still sighed. This kind of talent, to be able to train to such a stage, it's really rare. Uncle Bing swayed his poker face, with a look of innocence. This was the outcome that had been decided long ago. Chapter 188. Jiyu Shue's petite body trembled slightly as she stared at the colorful screen of lovesickness. Although it was worn on the hand, it did not affect the movement of the hand. Tang Tian clenched his fist. There was actually no hindrance. It was indeed a good item. That may not be true, Zia said, but if I knew this round was guarded by the famous young master Magic Flute, no matter what, I would have to try. He came here a few years ago. Magic Flute revealed a look of reminiscence. I don't know where he got Wang Yong's keepsake. He can come and go as he pleases. But his goal should be that sword. If you want to fight with me, come to the last round. Treasure. Magic Flute was startled, with a face of curiosity. What treasure does he have? He is old and lonely. When he returned to Biyuju Mountain, he was alone with a sword, and did not have any treasure. Just the Monarch Slaying Sword, a Grandmaster grade slaying sword, could definitely be sold for a good price. And the even stronger Monarch Yearning Strike was of course even more expensive. What is this? Tang Tian played with the item in his hand. It was a silver claw. He just took it out from the copper chest. The bleeding cat blade scythe was like a cat's palm glove, revealing the claws. The claws curled inwards. The edge of the blade had a sickle-shaped blood mark. Tang Tian choked, scratched his head. He forgot about this. Ling Shu saw that it was a cat claw, and immediately lost interest. No way. The little girl did not back down, widened her eyes and stared at Tang Tian. You said, you will accompany me to complete this adventure. How can you not go to the last round? Uncle Flute, the person you are talking about, I know. Suddenly, she raised her head, gathered her courage and said, I feel that it is calling me. Tang Tian's mood instantly fell from heaven to hell. The problem of the star rocks had always been bothering him, and his pockets were already empty. He was prepared to earn a lot, But he did not expect that before he reached the end, his hopes had already been dashed. Magic Flute automatically filtered these 3 words. His face congealed. It's that sword. Tang Tian shrugged. I can't do anything about that. Is that senior sword slayer? Tang Tian asked curiously. That's what the book says. The little girl spread her hands innocently. Suddenly thinking about Zia, Tang Tian could not help but ask Magic Flute. Uncle Flute, there is another person here, do you know? But the young lady quickly shifted her interest to Magic Flute, sticking to Magic Flute's side, asking all sorts of questions. Magic Flute was not annoyed at all. He was patient and gentle, causing Qing Luan to be infatuated. Tang Tian replied with an "oh," and looked at the screen carefully. Tang Tian was satisfied. He had obtained a silver treasure, and even a Heaven's Road grade spirit general, although Magic Flute's strength was severely damaged, but he was still extremely strong. Magic Flute had always been testing. If it was a real battle, Tang Tian doubted how long he could last. Seems like I have to start learning Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Tang Tian was eager to try. Magic Flute's words immediately attracted everyone. Speaking of Monarch Yearning Strike, Magic Flute's face could not help but reveal a look of shock. No, Wang Yong's sword was a treasure of Pegasus constellation, silver rank, called Heavenly Swallow Elegy, but it is not a treasure. Wang Yong's Slayer sword is unique. Ordinary treasured swords are not suitable for him. Although this Heavenly Swallow Elegy is not a treasure, but it is very suitable for his Slayer sword. But what that outsider saw was not the Heavenly Swallow Elegy. The screen of yearning, once tainted, will sink into endless yearning. Magic Flute suddenly chanted, enter my yearning door, know my yearning pain. Longing for each other, longing for each other, longing for each other is endless. If I knew it would be so tangled, I would not have known you. Is his sword a treasure too? The little girl asked curiously. She was curious. Magic Flute spoke for so long, but did not mention the sword. No one noticed. Jiu Shue's expression was strange. Everyone was shocked. Magic Flute's narration was far more shocking than the little girl's narration. A sword, actually because of one Slayer sword, transformed into a treasure weapon, such a thing, if not for Magic Flute's own words, no one would believe it. Magic Flute sighed. His character is too weird. He was obviously enlightened on yearning, but he named it Monarch Yearning Strike. He is a genius, and spent 10 years practicing the Monarch Slayer sword. Grandmaster Grade Slayer sword, and this, Monarch Yearning Strike, is even more powerful, surpassing all his previous Slayer swords. When he was enlightened, I was by his side. That Slayer is really indescribable. That makes sense. Tang Tian saw countless star coins. Tang Tian's face was black. He turned and walked back. Let's go back. After saying that, his figure disappeared like smoke. Sure, the surroundings quietened down. Magic Flute pulled back his thoughts. His expression became calm. He enlightened Monarch Yearning Strike a few days later, and passed away. He did not choose to become a spirit general, but chose to die. When he died, he was very calm, and even had some joy. A burst of applause sounded from afar. A figure wearing a mask appeared at the other end of the cave. The little girl's expression softened, and immediately said, furthermore, Monarch Yearning Strike is a treasure weapon. And to be able to enlighten such a powerful slayer, such a thing, how can it not be sold for a good price? Tell me Senior Wang's story. It doesn't make sense that it can't be sold for a good price. So powerful. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He tried wearing the bleeding cat blade scythe on his hand, and did not expect it to fit him so well. He tried waving it twice, the claws slicing through the air, drawing out dense silver scars. Zia used to have the strength of a Heaven's Road grade martial artist, but after being infected by the screen of yearning, his strength actually dropped so much. This light screen is so powerful. Everyone was confused by Magic Flute's words. Tang Tian was immediately excited. Such a good thing. How can it not be sold for a good price? Magic Flute, who was smiling with the little girl, suddenly froze. After a while, he turned his face stiffly. Actually, I am not that old. You can just call me Flute. What do you want that broken sword for? Tang Tian stared with his eyes wide open. Out of all of us, only Qingwan trains in sword techniques. What do the rest of us want that sword for? To even fight to the death for that sword, it's not worth it. Pa. Bing was interested. It's actually a treasure weapon. TSK, rascal, you've earned big. Bleeding cat blade scythe and fire scythe ghost claw. Just by hearing the name, it's a perfect match. Although Tang Tian wanted to earn star coins, but that was for training, and not because he was greedy for money. Magic Flute smiled. It's my honor. Link's Constellation's silver treasure, called Bleeding Cat Blade Scythe. Magic Flute's warm voice was like a spring breeze blowing into everyone's heart. Link's Constellation's treasures, most of them are eye-type and claw-type. If I did not remember wrongly, Bleeding Cat Blade Scythe was very famous at that time. Out of the 10 silver-ranked cat claws, this one is ranked 7th, and is a treasure weapon. Seems like it was a mistake for me not to pass the stage first. Zia's voice drifted like smoke. He was clearly standing there, but in everyone's perception, it was empty. Yes, Wang Yong was a genius, but his life was not that good. Magic Flute revealed a look of reminiscence. When he was 30, his wife died, and his personality changed. He started to work hard, and at 40, he mastered Monarch Slaying Sword. After wandering outside for about 10 years, he returned to Buju Mountain. His personality was eccentric, and he did not like others. Adding on the fact that he missed his wife, he was immersed in sorrow and loneliness every day. Half a month before his death, he dreamt of his wife every day, and created this technique, named Monarch Yearning Strike. Zia faintly chuckled. That sword. Everyone immediately opened their eyes wide, like a group of curious babies. They asked in unison. Everyone was enlightened. No wonder Zia's strength had declined all these years. It was because of this layer of light screen. A lonely sword was stuck in the middle of the hall. Beside it sat an old man. The sword's body emitted a rainbow-colored light. This light was like a dome, enveloping half the hall. This is that sword. Tang Tian muttered to himself. His heart was extremely shocked. Not only him, everyone else was shocked by the scene in front of them, and could not speak. The rest also took turns to try it out. No one else was interested, only the little girl liked it, but Tang Tian directly ignored it, and took it for himself. But everyone's heart was in awe. Yes. Magic Flute explained. The power of the Monarch Yearning Strike is protecting his body. Tang Tian did not mean to avoid it. The layer of light screen gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. He almost suspected that the light screen in front of him was actually a rare poison. Even if he was just standing in front of the light screen, his heart would jump. That Heavenly Swallow elegy, because of Wang Yong's enlightenment on the Monarch Yearning Strike, transformed, and left Heavenly Swallow constellation. For hours before Wang Yong died, the sword completed its transformation, and was named by Wang Yong as the Monarch Yearning Strike, and stepped into the ranks of treasured weapon. Wang Yong caressed the sword. His corpse did not rot. That outsider's goal should be the Monarch Yearning Strike. Also, only by obtaining that sword can he truly understand the Monarch Yearning Strike. Such a dangerous thing. As expected of a Heaven's Road grade martial artist, even if his strength was not complete, his moves were still out of the ordinary. The last stage. Tang Tian turned his head to ask Magic Flute, Uncle Flute, what is that? Oh. Tang Tian tilted his head and thought, does Senior Wang have a lot of treasures? Everyone was moved, their hearts filled with yearning. To be able to make a Heaven's Road grade martial artist reveal such an expression, it must be a breathtaking strike. Haha, Zia, you're finally out. Come, let's have a good fight. Tang Tian pointed his finger straight at Zia, his fighting spirit burning. The sword's body was multicolored, as though countless of colors were flowing. The light screen was like a large soap bubble, the colors constantly changing. Inside, it was as though there was a voice calling out to her. She did not feel any danger, but instead felt the light screen emitting waves of warmth. The little girl immediately shouted, "Why are we going back? There's still one more stage." Tang Tian's eyes darkened, he almost fell head first. He turned his head and stared at the little girl angrily. "Didn't you say he has a lot of treasures?" Magic Flute said warmly, "You can't beat the flute sound. Be careful, don't touch the light screen." Magic Flute immediately reminded everyone, that person just now was infected by the yearning screen. His vitality was greatly injured. Uncle Flute. Chapter 189. Magic Flute's blue eyes seemed to be able to see through the world. Jiyu Shui was not too sad, on the contrary, Her heart was filled with calmness and satisfaction. A few tan tui blades hit the opponent without any fanciful moves. Even though he had been a loner for his entire life, unruly and unsociable, and lived his life in the mountains, this feeling had never changed. There was pain, there was loneliness, there was irritation, there was anger, there was sorrow, there was suffering, but all of these were like pieces of small wooden plates tied to a rainbow-colored rope. Xia, that was Xia, was actually killed by Jiyu Shui in one sword. The fearless Ling Shu, for the first time, revealed a look of shock and fear in his orange eyes. This sword was completely out of his imagination. The little girl's eyes widened. She was the first to react. She must go back and tell her father. The Jiyu clan will become very strong. The new generation Jiyu clan patriarch will be very, very strong. Ah Shui, you must be careful. Tang Tian kept his smile, his expression congealed. He warned, he said seriously, if anything is wrong, immediately retreat. If that broken sword dares to harm you, humph, I will smash it. It was not that he could not, but that he could not bear to. Bing stared blankly at Ghost Claw, his mouth forming a circle, his expression as though he had seen a ghost. The rainbow entered Xia's chest. Yes. Ghost Claw's voice was hoarse, he spoke with great difficulty. The snow rainbow blood meridians automatically activated. Monarch Yearning Strike. This is the Monarch Yearning Strike. It was as though there was a voice in her heart saying, wave this sword like a rainbow. A gorgeous, yet gentle, rainbow-like sword light flew out of the sword. Ghost Claw spoke. It was dead silent. She saw the red-eyed statues surrounding her, and when she was thrown away by Tang Tian was getting further and further away from her. Jiyu Shui's face exposed a sincere smile, her eyes, like pearls in the night, emitted an enchanting light. Snow rainbow blood meridians? Magic Flute was surprised. He sized up Jiyu Shui, then nodded, I understand. Please go. Perhaps it really belongs to you. Hey, why do you only say half of what you want to say? Tang Tian's face was unhappy as he pointed at Magic Flute's nose and scolded, I hate people like you who only say half of what you want to say. Will you die if you don't say everything? If there's anything you know, just say it. Good brothers are loyal. In the future, we'll be in the same group, you know. She didn't expect that her adventure would help Jiyu Shui. Suddenly, she felt incomparably fortunate that she had such a teacher. Given the relationship between her teacher and Jiyu Shui, as long as they were still teachers, Jiyu Shui would definitely stand on Marquis Wu's side. Don't worry. Jiyu Shui said softly, I don't think it will hurt me. Tired. Ghost Claw said with a wooden face. Suddenly, Jiyu Shui understood why this sword would choose her. Even it could see that she was destined to be a person who would be longing for her entire life. She saw the moment when Tang Tian hugged her and hid from Xia. Jiyu Shui's face revealed a smile. It was a huge sword. The sword hilt was very wide, she needed to use both hands to hold it. The sword hilt was wrapped with 7 colored ropes that symbolized good luck. At the end of the knots, there was a string of red beans. The sword hilt was shaped like a swallow's wings. The sword body was wide. 7 straight and different colored stripes lined up side by side. From the sword hilt to the sword tip, they converged at the sword tip. A light sigh of vicissitudes sounded in her heart. This sigh contained too much longing, too much suffering, too much loneliness, too much. The entire world seemed to have quietened down in front of this sword. A gentle and graceful rainbow, without a trace of smoke or fire, floated past. In the depths of Ghost Claw's eyes, a blazing light aura lit up. Bing was actually just talking to himself out of habit. Then, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded out. Ah 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 ah. Bing covered his face and screamed. Longing monarch does not slash. Tang Tian stared blankly at the young lady with long hair waving the sword. She was dazzling and valiant. At the end, Tang Tian's face had already turned into a fawning one. Hey, little Tang doesn't like to live off a woman. It really makes me anxious. Such a good woman, if it was me in the past. Bing mumbled. He raised his head and suddenly saw Ghost Claw's eyes. He was stunned. Pa. Then, why didn't you say it? Bing asked with a face of fear. Behind the cross door, Bing stamped his feet and sighed to Ghost Claw. Ayaya, this Ms. Perfect, now she has become Ms. Perfect. What a loss, what a loss. No, she is now very strong. This life of longing. Bing immediately reacted. His poker face became serious. Your heart is palpitating? Your fire scythe Ghost Claw is also a Grandmaster grade. I wonder if you have ever thought of going above the Grandmaster grade. He fiercely gripped the silver spear in his hand tightly. Grandmaster grade. That had always been his goal. He had been thinking about training the pointed sea spear to the Grandmaster grade. Today, he finally knew how ignorant he was. The gorgeous colors surged towards Jiu Shui's position. Jiu Shui's body was surrounded by a rainbow of colors. It merged with the screen of yearning. Jiu Shui only felt that the scenery in front of him was changing. He did not stop Jiu Shui. He knew that for Ah Shui to stand out, there must be a reason. He believed in Ah Shui. Without thinking, Jiu Shui waved the big sword in her hand. It was different from what she imagined. When she waved it, the sword was really like a rainbow. It was light and powerless. This rainbow-colored rope was the yearning sword. Almost at the same time, a ghostly figure appeared beside the monarch yearning strike. Her hand was already touching the sword. Seeing that Zia was about to succeed, the sword suddenly lit up with a dazzling rainbow of colors. Qi Ya's body suddenly froze. He looked in disbelief at Jiu Shui who was waving her sword. His chest was embedded with a thin rainbow. Not right. She walked towards the screen of yearning. When she got close to the screen of yearning, her body suddenly lit up with rainbow-like lights, layer by layer. Tang Tian's excited roar was like thunder. He blocked Zia. A few Tan Tui blades consecutively drew a sharp ray in the air. They crisscrossed and shot towards Zia. Zia's vision was filled with dazzling colors. He wanted to shout, but he could not make any sound. His body started to transform into colorful spots of light. He disappeared into the air. Just when she heard magic flutes chant, she secretly shook her head. Tang Tian had brought light to her life, brought luck, brought freedom, and she could even quietly leave a yearning for him. The Southern Cross Army's chief instructor. Ah! Zia screamed. As though he had touched a burning hot iron, he let go. No one had ever seen such a simple slash. They were all dumbstruck and shocked on the spot. Suddenly, Slaying Sword Demon who was sitting beside the sword turned into ashes. With a speed visible to the naked eye, he disappeared. The rainbow-colored screen of yearning suddenly transformed into a ray of rainbow light and entered her eyes. Her eyes were covered with a layer of rainbow light. Waving the sword like a rainbow. The moment the sword was in her hands, the intense yearning and longing almost made Jiu Shui cry. She could clearly feel the sincere feelings between Wang Yong and his wife. It was a longing that lasted for decades. The rainbow was a beautiful color. There was no whistling, no shaking of the earth. It was like the wind. Monarch yearning strike. Such a terrifying monarch yearning strike. The sword that was stuck in the ground roared. It transformed into a ray of light and flew towards Jiu Shui. A figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pounced towards the monarch yearning strike. With that, Jiu Shui turned and walked towards the screen of yearning. When she reached the front of the screen of yearning, she bowed. Disciple Jiu Shui wishes to obtain the monarch yearning strike. I seek senior's permission. Qinghuan's face was pale without a trace of blood. She had always been proud of her wavering sword wings. But after witnessing the monarch yearning strike, she could not even muster the slightest bit of competitive spirit. She saw the day she met Tang Tian. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sword strike. The entire hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. So, above the Grandmaster level, there was an even higher realm of martial techniques. The screen of yearning that had never changed, suddenly trembled. The light aura flowed. Yearning was the color of the rainbow. Ghost Claw naturally did not speak. Yearning was the best gift. With it, one would not be lonely. Yes. You can speak. Bing pointed at Ghost Claw and asked with a trembling voice. Suddenly thinking about how she was facing a fellow that could speak and think, and spoke a bunch of gibberish every day, Bing suddenly felt that life was very dark. She saw the moment when Tang Tian appeared in the ruins and the despair in the snowy night. A life with yearning was also beautiful. Wang Yong injected into the sword were all soft emotions. Jiyu Shui would definitely become a Heaven's Road grade martial artist. This premonition was unprecedentedly strong. Why don't I feel pain? I was already prepared for you. Magic Flute chuckled. Please don't be angry. I do not understand much about the snow rainbow blood meridians. But I feel that, out of all of us, the one with the highest possibility of pulling out the monarch yearning strike is Miss Shui. A girl that was supposed to fall into hell, had obtained so much. What was there to be regretful about? Monarch yearning strike. This is the monarch yearning strike. Just like the rainbow, the monarch yearning strike. Magic Flute muttered to himself, who can escape from yearning? Slaying sword demon, this word demon, I have belittled you, Wang Yong. If the pointed sea spear surpassed the Grandmaster grade, then what would it be? Ling Shu suddenly became excited. That traitor's pointed sea spear was at the Grandmaster grade. As long as he trained the pointed sea spear to surpass the Grandmaster grade, then he would definitely be able to defeat that asshole. The monarch yearning strike was like a rainbow light, flying into Jiyu Shui's hands. This was a sword that surpassed the Grandmaster grade. A martial technique could actually be strong to such an extent. It was too embarrassing. Her rainbow pupils lit up. A wave of dense emotions entered her body from the sword hilt, directly striking her heart. If I knew it would be so heartbreaking, I would have never met you. Tang Tian quivered. He sensed that something was wrong. How could Xia be hit so easily? Then go ahead. Tang Tian encouraged. He tilted his head. Who knows, it might be suitable for you. I suddenly remembered. Your blood meridians are snow rainbow, and the color of the yearning screen is rather similar. Chapter 190. Magic Flute, who was starting to assimilate into the encampment life, quickly found a new joy, and that was Bing and Ghost Claw torturing Tang Tian. 10,000 anvils, not too smart? Bing laughed out loud. He's stupid, and his brain doesn't even know how to think. This kind of rascal, you actually said he's not too smart, you're such a hypocrite. An interesting and limitless young lad, under the torment of two strong teachers, what would he become? His eyes flashed with an undetectable ray of light. Godlike young lady, do your best. If you want to cultivate the Grandmaster level Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, grind through these 10,000 anvils. With your aptitude, it shouldn't be a problem. Ghost Claw said calmly. Bing was speechless. Indeed, the training he had planned for Tang Tian far exceeded Tang Tian's level of true power. She held onto the wide monarch yearning strike with one hand, her sky blue dress and black hair fluttering in the air. She tiptoed, waved her right wrist, and waved at Tang Tian with all her might. Looking at the carriage moving further away, looking at the figure moving further away. This anvil, he grinded for a full 3 days. The carriage flew in the air. To prevent any accidents, the Star Master and the 4 great Shusha group guarded carefully along the way. Tang Tian took a deep breath and said, I'll train. Bing was enraged and was about to open his mouth when Tang Tian panted, what's next training? She was amused by her own actions and giggled, her eyes curved like crescent moons, like a cat's satisfied expression. Tang Tian's 10 fingers were like 10 iron rods, rubbing against the anvil, sparks flying. Ghost Claw said coldly, haven't you always been doing this? As usual. Ghost Claw said. Shut up. Ghost Claw said impatiently, why didn't I realize you were so noisy in the past? I'm a country bumpkin. Ghost Claw said coldly. Bing's attention was diverted. In terms of training, this rascal is a true genius. However, he definitely couldn't use those academic theories. This guy's IQ was close to 0. He definitely wouldn't be able to understand those complicated theories. But if you throw him into a desperate situation, you will find that he will be the one to come out alive. Without another word, Tang Tian began the arduous journey of grinding the anvil. Wasn't it just 10,000 anvils? Compared to the foundation martial skill training back then, the quantity was far less. There were no shortcuts to all martial techniques. He thought of the stone staircase carved out by swords on Mount Buzhou, and the densely packed sword marks in the cave. Every path leading to the master-level martial technique must be extremely difficult. Bing muttered, I have met such recruits before, I call them the wild beasts. They were like wild beasts. They were not smart, but they had astonishing intuition. When they practiced martial skills, they learned them very quickly. More importantly, the wild beasts usually had a pure heart and an unusual persistence. When the two are combined, they burst into a dazzling light. Bing choked. Just at this time, Tang Tian had already ground through the anvil in front of him. His fingers felt as though they did not belong to him anymore. Using 10 fingers to grind through a 20 centimeters thick anvil, such a boring thing, he actually managed to do it. The news of his return had long reached Marquis Wu. Marquis Wu immediately sent an extremely luxurious carriage. Originally, Marquis Wu tried his best to invite Jiyu Shui to visit Marquis Wu, but Jiyu Shui needed to stabilize his realm. He had just obtained the Monarch Yearning Strike, and needed to spend a lot of time to comprehend, so he could only decline. Beautifully done. Bing clapped hard, and praised loudly. This kind of training without any technical content is really unworthy of a godlike young man. Only a chief instructor of the Southern Cross Army like me, who is well versed in the orthodox training method. The warm sunlight shone on the verdant mountains in the distance, and the azure sky. The young lady quickly collected the sadness and disappointment in her heart. The young lady raised her head, her face brimming with warmth and determination. Countless anvils fell from the sky like raindrops, and covered the entire room. They were densely packed, neat and tidy. Looking at it, it actually made Tang Tian feel dizzy. He asked with a trembling voice, how many pieces do I have to grind? Furthermore, he had the recruit camp, and just based on time, he had more time than others. Tang Tian quickly found the knack. The silver martial spirit's strong intuition made him extremely sensitive to the flow of true power, and after stepping into the 6th level, his true power expanded to many corners that he could not reach previously, and his control over his body also had an obvious increase. Tang Tian was perspiring profusely, his eyes wide open, and exerted all his strength. His 10 fingers continuously grinded the anvil, sparks flew everywhere, iron sand and sweat flew everywhere. If the wild beasts were in the academy, they would be very miserable. They are always not good at theory, they are naturally unorthodox, the real battle type. Real battles, desperate situations, are the most suitable places for them to train. Bing said. Smart. Bing looked at Magic Flute in astonishment. You actually think he's smart? Honestly, I have never seen anyone as stupid as him. Within 100 calculations, out of 10, he would get it wrong 10 times. I reckon that his teacher in the past must have been angered to death many times. Tang Tian is very smart. Magic Flute was slightly surprised. Tang Tian's efficiency increased rapidly, from 1 piece every 3 days, very quickly to 1 a day, and then to 3 a day. He only used 10 days. That's true. Magic Flute nodded in agreement. He was also very curious about Tang Tian, a young lad who was not affected by the sound of the flute. It was really rare. Just this point was out of the ordinary. Bing was furious. Are you insulting me? 10,000, 1 piece every 3 days, that's 30,000 days, adding on another 6,500, you can train for 10 years, even if the speed increases, with a discount, 5 years. Bing retorted sarcastically, 5 years to train a 7th level Grandmaster grade claw technique, is there something wrong with his brain? Magic Flute thought about Tang Tian's usual performance, and could not help but laugh. He's not usually very smart. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel again, Magic Flute immediately changed the topic. But I see that his training is very fast. As usual. Tang Tian was stunned, looking at the anvil that he had ground through. I've already ground through it. Imitating Tang Tian's tone, Jiyu Shui shouted loudly. Shui, I'm leaving. Tang Tian jumped onto the carriage, waved his arms, and shouted, Shui, work hard. I'll find you to play in the future. Jiyu Shui's face revealed a smile, and nodded seriously and firmly. Yes, 10,000. Ghost Claw said indifferently. Ghost Claw did not say anything, and only focused on Tang Tian, who was sweating profusely, creating sparks. Bing, Ghost Claw, Magic Flute, the 3 of them stood side by side, and watched Tang Tian, who was training his fire scythe Ghost Claw. Tang Tian very quickly realized that the entire palm of his hand was filled with true power, but the effect was not good. And if a thin layer of true power was placed on the fingertips, not only could it greatly reduce the consumption of true power, it could also increase the effect of the friction. The carriage was very luxurious, and the space was very big, and everyone had their own room. The young lady was originally prepared for the journey, and begged her teacher to release the handsome uncle Magic Flute, but who knew that once Tang Tian entered the room, he never left. Squinting her eyes, the smiling Jiyu Shui softly said to herself in her heart, "Southern Cross Army Recruit Barracks." Tang Tian was undergoing an extremely boring training. In front of him was an extremely thick anvil. All 10 of his fingers were filled with true power, continuously rubbing against the anvil. Her snow-white wrists were clenched into fists. "I've already taught you the method, whether to train or not is your own choice." Ghost Claw ignored Bing, and directly spoke to Tang Tian. "Dong dong dong. This is your fire scythe, Ghost Claw." Bing was somewhat disdainful. "Hey, I'm giving little Tang Tang's precious training time to you, you have to take responsibility. Don't find some random countryside training method, and waste everyone's time." In Biyuju Mountain, everyone found the vein. This vein belonged to the Jiyu family, and Zhai Hongzhan, Qing Luan and Princess Mingzhu would all have a share of the profits. The few of them planned to reduce the share, as Jiyu Shui, who inherited the Monarch Yearning Strike, was destined to become a Heaven's Road grade martial artist, and it was more important to be on good terms with Jiyu Shui. But Jiyu Shui still stuck to the plan that they had discussed previously, and did not place too much importance on the vein. But what made him most curious was still the mystical encampment. Magic Flute could clearly feel that his strength was slowly recovering, although the speed was slow, but it still made him extremely happy. After so many years, his strength was continuously draining, and he was helpless against it. When his strength was completely drained, that would be the day he dissipated. To any spirit general, that was the inevitable result. Tang Tian almost fainted, grinding through 10,000 anvils. Tang Tian gasped for breath, his 10 fingers arched like chicken claws, unable to stretch out. Time passed slowly. "Our Shui must work hard, the next time you see him, you must give him a fright." Magic Flute was curious. "Did you nurture a powerful wild beast sect in the past?" Even for Tang Tian, he could not help but feel a little fearful. Magic Flute watched the battle with interest. He was extremely interested in the two of them. Especially Bing, a spirit general during the Southern Cross Army period, to actually survive till now, he was extremely surprised. Although Ghost Claw's origin was not as illustrious as Bing, but to be able to create a Grandmaster grade claw technique, it was not an average standard. "Finished grinding? This is just the beginning," Ghost Claw said coldly. Who knew, there was actually such a mystical place in the world? Very quickly, his interest became even more intense. Bing nodded his head. "Yes, but the wild beast sect is usually the easiest to die in battle. Real battles can allow people to improve, but the elimination rate is much higher than other training methods, and it is very easy to die. Many of the talented wild beast sect die very early." "Yes." Ghost Claw nodded his head. "You are now about the same as Tang Tian." Ghost Claw suddenly said. "Isn't it too early to learn rank 6? Bing had the face of an experienced person, and pretended to say, "According to my many years of experience, it is not a good thing to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm." Chapter 191. The 2-month journey had finally ended. This was probably the most boring journey that the young lady had ever taken. Everyone was training with all their might. Even Qingwan, who used to play with her every day, was training like a madman. With one bite, the hard bones in the middle of the elbow would shatter on the spot. The meat juices and bones flew everywhere. The saliva on the plate was the same color. The young lady's grumbling stopped abruptly. She opened her eyes wide and stared blankly at Tang Tian, who had just walked out of the room. Finished, he stood up and walked towards the room. The young lady was dumbstruck. "Me?" Hearing that, Tang Tian was startled. He lowered his head to look at himself, and replied, "Training." Marquis Wu's expression softened. He revealed a satisfied look. "Ian, I did not expect that after this trip, they would improve so much. Qingwan's talent is not bad. She just did not put her heart and mind into training." All right, hurry up and introduce your master Tang to your father. Tang Tian was at a loss. Ghost Claw originally wanted to soak Tang Tian's swollen fingers in medicine. He did not expect that Tang Tian's fingers, no matter how fast it swelled, with the use of true power, the swelling would subside the next day. Tang Tian's current appearance was terrible. His hair was messy. His eyes were bloodshot. The clothes on his body were filled with sand holes. The sharp-eyed young lady could even see sand-like things constantly falling from Tang Tian's body onto the luxurious and exquisite carpet. As long as Ling Shu digested all this energy, with his strength, he would have the qualifications to attack the Heaven's Road-grade martial artist. The middle-aged man's face was filled with benevolence. He knocked on the young lady's head. He scolded softly. "You are becoming more and more mischievous. You actually dared to sneak to such a far place. Catcher." Tang Tian's stomach was round. He sat paralyzed on the chair and did not want to move. Marquis Wu's bodyguards were even more nervous. They all looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. The flagstones in front of Marquis Wu's door were all clear water rocks, which were as hard as steel. However, under Ling Shu's feet, they were as soft as tofu. Tang Tian nodded and said, "Yes, that's right." When Tang Tian saw the food on the table, his originally lifeless eyes suddenly emitted a faint green light, and he pounced on the table like a hungry tiger. Just as he was about to reach for food, everyone realized that Tang Tian's fingers were swollen like 10 fat carrots. Tang Tian slept for a full 10 hours. He was in a deep sleep. Later, it was Zhai Hongzhan who identified it. "This is iron sand." Moreover, Ling Shu was so young. He wore a gold-threaded white robe, held a silver spear and silver hair, and had orange pupils and red tassels. He looked extraordinary. Even Marquis Wu could not help but exclaim, "What a young man." He jumped directly from the window and rushed into the middle-aged man's arms. Tang Tian, whose eyes were shining, was like a running beast. He opened his bloody mouth and accurately bit the elbow. Everything happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Tang Tian's movements were neat and impeccable. There was an awkward silence. "Is teacher practicing the iron sand palm?" The little girl's first reaction was this. "It doesn't look like it." Zhai Hongzhan shook his head. "The iron sand used to practice the iron sand palm is bigger than this one. Moreover, the iron sand palm is only a rank 4 martial art skill. Why would teacher Tang practice a rank 4 martial art skill?" Sweep. Tang Tian swept with an unimaginable efficiency. Everything on the dining table was swept clean, even the fruits and tea were not touched. The table was as clean as though it had been washed. During the whole process, he did not use his hands. Due to a lack of control, his whole foot sank as if he had stepped into tofu. His body swayed and his other foot also lost control. It also sank into the stone floor. Tang Tian's jet-black claws had just touched a plate of elbow when he cried out in pain. His hands retracted as if he had been electrocuted. When the elbow was touched by him, it rolled down from the plate and was about to fall onto the carpet. Ling Shu, who was originally a training maniac, saw that Tang Tian did not even leave the house, so he immediately increased his efforts. He used the practice field as his home. He slept in the practice field and ate in the practice field. Too scary. So at this time, his aura was exposed, showing off his abilities. His unkempt figure, in the eyes of the crowd, immediately became tall and big. Qingwan, who was deeply affected, turned around and left. "I also want to train." "That's true." The little girl tilted her head and thought for a long time. But what other martial art needs so much iron sand? When Tang Tian opened his eyes again, he saw the little girl's curious face. The little girl did not expect Tang Tian to open his eyes. She was so scared that she screamed and jumped to the side. Qingwan and Zhai Hongzhan were in awe. Even during the journey, he did not give up training. No wonder teacher Tang was so young and had such amazing strength. How many people could have such an attitude of training? Is he in seclusion? Marquis Wu's face showed surprise. Suddenly, the little girl's eyes lit up. She waved her arm. "Brother Ling." "Teacher. What happened to you?" the little girl asked carefully. Her face was full of nervousness. "Teacher stayed in the room for 20 days. How could he come out like this? I don't know. Anyway, he stayed in the room and locked the door. No one knows what he is doing inside. The little girl said hatefully. He also brought Qingwan and the others to train wholeheartedly. Tang Tian was really exhausted. The time outside was continuous for 20 days. This meant that in the recruit camp, he had trained for a whole 60 days. Tang Tian looked around and asked, "Where's Ling Shu?" Marquis Wu immediately thought of Ling Shu. He squinted his eyes and sized up Ling Shu. His future was limitless. Marquis Wu scratched her nose and scolded, "I'd be stupid to believe you." At this moment, Ling Shu was like the sharp spear in his hands. Every step he took made people feel a sense of danger. The bodyguards by Marquis Wu's side had a slight change in expression. They could not help but rush towards Marquis Wu. In the end, they concluded that Tang Tian's physique was special. Regarding Bing's wild beast theory, Ghost Claw did not agree or disagree. But Tang Tian's physique, to him, was definitely a wild beast grade. The 60 days in the recruit camp, adding the 20 days in the real world, he had trained continuously for 80 days. He was already exhausted to the extreme. And now that the recruit camp was opening up one after another, the time difference was 1 to 3. Furthermore, there was no need for the hardship training mode, and his time was even more free. The young lady curiously pinched her nose and went over. She picked up a grain of sand that could be seen everywhere on Tang Tian's body. After looking at it for half a day, she still could not understand. This number would not be broken for a long time. Kai, the valiant and handsome Ling Shu, suddenly had a vagabond-like fellow by his side. The strong contrast caused everyone to be stunned. Every day, he would only grind the anvil. Although he had the protection of true power, Tang Tian's 10 fingers were still swollen like carrots. He also found the martial techniques and killing techniques that he trained behind the cross door for over 10,000 times. Good. Marquis Wu doted on Ming Zhu. He suddenly frowned. Where's Qingwan? Where's Hengzhon? To be able to grind 10 anvils a day, even Ghost Claw was shocked. Tang Tian's improvement was beyond his imagination. So weird. The young lady was curious. I don't know. Zhai Hengzhan shook his head. I don't know how many martial techniques there are in the world. All of them require the use of iron sand. It's hard to calculate. Suddenly, a figure flashed, and the pork knuckle disappeared. The dumbstruck young lady, Qingwan, and the rest witnessed the most savage eating scene in history. The plump pork knuckle, the seasoned marinade, flowed into Tang Tian's mouth. Tang Tian was completely crazy. He was curious. Why would Ghost Claw think of such a weird method to grind anvils? The young lady pouted. They are all training, and did not play with me the whole way. Marquis Wu's eyes lit up. With one look, he could tell that Ling Shu was only one step away from being a Heaven's Road martial artist. He was a genuine quasi-Heaven's Road martial artist. Brother Ling is also training every day. The young lady said, he is at the training grounds. Just at this time, a man with messy hair and a dirty face in tattered clothes suddenly rolled down from the carriage and landed beside Ling Shu, his eyes glowing green. After waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. She raised her head and saw that Tang Tian was sleeping soundly. Strength, there was no such thing as luck. It was too tiring. Your daughter will not dare to do it again. The young lady obediently admitted her mistake. Tang Tian's 10 fingers were like 10 unstoppable hammers, brushing past the anvil, sparks would fly. The clothes on his body were all burnt by the hot iron sand. Teacher has always been training. He has not come out for 40 days. The young lady pouted even higher. What kind of lousy teacher is he? He did not even care about his student. What is teacher doing? The young lady pouted. He has been locked in his room for 20 days. Don't tell me he is doing something shameful. This made Ghost Claw, who had no expression at all, once again surprised for a long time. Tang Tian nodded his head. I understand. That's right. The young lady pouted even higher. How can there be such a teacher, to not even see his shadow for 20 days, leaving his student here alone? What kind of teacher is that? Hey, who has food? Qingwan was immediately displeased, slightly reprimanding. Miss, how can you say that about teacher Tang? Marquis Wu raised his hand. stopping the guards from moving forward. Such a powerful aura. He had no choice but to spend a certain amount of time every day, using true power to reduce the swelling on carrot fingers, but the results were pretty good. In the 80 days, from the first 3 days he could wear through 1 anvil, to the 10th day he could wear through 3 anvils a day. And on the 30th day, he could wear through 5 anvils a day. On the 80th day, the number had increased to 10 anvils a day. On the carpet, one after another black footprints. "Teacher, what's going on with you?" The young lady, who had not recovered from the shock, immediately asked. Ling Shu carefully controlled his own feet. On the surface he looked extremely calm, but in his heart he was extremely nervous. He had just broken through, and his strength had increased explosively, but this strength, he was still far from being able to tame it. So when the young lady saw the middle-aged man waiting at the entrance of the residence, her eyes immediately lit up, and happily called out, "Father." In the past, Tang Tian's bitter training would start 1 cycle every 5 days, and each cycle would last for 10 days, the time difference was 1 to 2. This was pure hard labor. Tang Tian felt that he was like a laborer in a blacksmith shop, grinding the anvils day and night. 20 days. I remember it was 80 days. Could it be that teacher has been training for 20 days? The young lady asked. Tang Tian continued to immerse himself in training. The young lady immediately hugged Marquis Wu's arm and shook it. "It's true, it's true." But, to Tang Tian, there was no difference. This middle-aged man with a kind face was Marquis Wu, who was in charge. Chapter 192. Ming, who was a fatty, with a round face and small eyes, he held a small green fan in his hand, and kept fanning himself. But no one dared to look down on this fatty, Ming, whose strength was not inferior to Marquis Wu. The two of them had fought for many years, and were evenly matched. The young lady weakly called out, "Teacher." This fellow came prepared. Marquis Wu knew that it would not end well today, but he did not have any fear in his heart. The two of them had fought many times, and had a clear understanding of each other's strength. "Xiaoran. Marquis is right." Xiaoran's tone was extremely arrogant and proud, given by Marquis. Even if he doesn't want to eat it, he has to eat it. "Teacher." "What?" A savage gaze. Xiaoran's words stopped abruptly. In his vision, that pair of lush green eyes suddenly flashed with 2 streaks of green light, like a hungry wolf in the night, bringing forth a green light. What made him even more frightened was, the opponent's 10 fingers, grabbed onto his sword. Hearing Ming Hu's words, Marquis Wu's heart surged with anger. Ming Hu was slapping his face. The other expert in the residence, Lung Feng, was not around, and with Marquis Wu's identity, if he were to make a move against Xiaoran, he would lose all his face. He understood Ming Hu very well. This time, this fellow was here to show off his prowess. If he were to make a move, Ming Hu would not sit and watch. He was immediately enraged. He originally wanted to perform well in front of Ming Hu and the 2 clan elders, but he did not expect that he would be made a fool of by the opponent's strange gaze. Marquis Wu was surprised. Qingwan was picked up by him. He watched her grow up, and treated her like a daughter. Although Qingwan's temper was gentle, but in truth she was gentle on the outside but tough on the inside, her ambition was very high, and she would rarely submit to anyone. To the residents that held the advantage in the competition, they would receive all sorts of rewards from the clan elders. Regardless if it was Marquis Wu or Ming Hu residents, they were the ones who benefited from the competition. Tang Tian suddenly turned his head, and stared at Xiaoran. It seemed like he was going to suffer this time. Countless sparks blossomed from the pair of jet-black fingers, but the other party's fingers were unscathed. Xiaoran could hardly believe his eyes. Along the way, he had been secretly observing Ling Shu. Ling Shu's aura was swift and fierce, and he looked extremely dangerous. Tang Tian's lush green eyes swept across the crowd as he screamed in his heart. In order to cultivate, he had been eating dry rations that were hard to swallow these days. Whenever he saw meat, he would instinctively drool. Marquis Wu was secretly alarmed. He decided to take a look first before flipping out. In a moment of desperation, he tried to pull out his sword, but no matter how much strength he used, the sword was like molten iron, not moving an inch. That pair of jet-black palms were like iron claws, firmly locking onto his sword. "Teacher, idiot, using your fingers to lock the sword." See how I turn you into minced meat. Because of this, the Council of Elders had always encouraged competition between the various manors, both openly and covertly. The competition between the various prefectures could very well achieve these two goals. I'll go. Qing Luan took the initiative to say. She had seen Tang Tian's table manners before. Without saying a word, she flew towards the kitchen. Everyone's expression was sluggish. They were completely unable to understand the situation in front of them. Even Marquis Wu's expression froze for a short period of time. The entire place was dead silent. Lung Feng was not there, and the other expert, Yang Qing, was not there either. The two of them were sent by the Council of Elders to carry out missions. The only one who could let Ming Hu have his way was Xia and sneered, but his pupils suddenly became sluggish. In his vision, countless dazzling sparks suddenly lit up from his sword blade. Ming Hu laughed sinisterly. I came here today to seek advice from you, and see if you have improved recently. How about it? Today, Elder Yun and Elder Lin are here, and can be our witnesses. What a joke. This subordinate loves to do good deeds. Xia also laughed in ridicule. In his hand was a steamed bun. He slowly walked towards Tang Tian. Hey, Marquis Wu's pitiful teacher, I've brought you a steamed bun. We are doing good deeds. Ming Hu pretended to wave his small fan. But his father's side had the advantage in strength, but his little teacher's side was not weak either. Ling Shu, Bing, magic flute. If both sides were to fight, Marquis Wu would definitely be destroyed. Wanting to devour someone, this was the kind of gaze it was talking about. Marquis Wu's pupils constricted. His subordinate spies had long spread the news. Ming Hu had recently recruited an expert called Xia. His strength was extremely high. Upon entering the Ming Hu residence, he became the number 3 person in the residence. The lush green gaze swept past Xia. For some reason, Xia had never seen such a gaze before. He only felt a cold intent sweeping past his body, and his entire body tensed up. Hearing the word meat, Tang Tian swallowed his saliva. His voice was so loud that everyone could hear it. Ming Hu waved his small fan, and ridiculed, I am only pitying him. TSK, Marquis Wu is actually so stingy to this extent. He can't even eat his fill. Xia, you are actually giving this pitiful person something to eat. For some reason, when Tang Tian's lush green eyes swept past them, everyone felt a cold intent rising from the bottom of their hearts. They could not help but shiver. Some of the weaker martial artists even subconsciously retreated a small step. Even Marquis Wu, when Tang Tian's gaze swept past him, his body also froze. The sound of the sword under the steamed bun being bitten into pieces, and the sound of the bones in the middle of the meat being bitten into pieces, were almost exactly the same. When she was at Filin's Star, in the letters she wrote to her father, she kept on praising Tang Tian, because she did not want her father to look down on Tang Tian. She and Tang Tian had signed a martial spirit contract. If her father and Tang Tian were to fight, then she would be miserable. What made her even more worried was that if her father knew about the martial spirit contract, he would definitely fly into a rage. In this dazzling fireworks, a pair of lush green eyes suddenly appeared beside the sword. Hearing that, Xia arrogantly sneered, this kind of fellow is only fit to eat steamed buns. But Ling Shu only looked at him with a smile that was not a smile, and did not have any intention of stepping forward to stop him. Could it be that Ling Shu and this fellow were not on good terms? Xiaren's heart felt strange. If not, why would he put on an expression like he was watching a good show? What? You don't want to eat? Xiaren's face sneered. You dare not give face to Marquis? Are you tired of living? Marquis Wu's originally gloomy face became even more black like the bottom of a pot. Marquis Wu's matters. When did it become Ming Hu's turn to worry about it? Upon receiving this news, Marquis Wu was extremely attentive. To be able to become the 3rd person in the Ming Hu residence, this Xiaren's strength was most likely very close to a Heaven's Road grade martial artist. Marquis Wu's face darkened, and the atmosphere immediately became extremely oppressive. The young lady noticed her father's expression, and immediately knew that things were not good. Her father was usually very easy to talk to, but as long as it involved her, he would quickly become picky and harsh. Every teacher of hers, were all carefully selected by her father. Tang Tian acted as though he did not hear anything. The two hot-tempered fellows started to fight. The Tianxing 13 constabularies had limitless glory, but every single one of the constabularies was like walking on thin ice, and did not dare to slack off. Above the 13 constabularies was the star group elder group, and every elder in the elder group had a deep background. The elders usually did not interfere with the internal affairs of the 13 constabularies. The elders wholeheartedly trained, and did not have any interest in worldly affairs. Following that, Ming Hu fanned himself, and laughed. Steamed buns are already not bad, he will like them. The person in front of him who looked like a tramp was actually Ming Zhu's teacher. Such a sloppy fellow was actually Ming Zhu's teacher. The young lady had never felt so embarrassed in her entire life. If there was a crack on the ground, she would definitely crawl into it. This asshole teacher. The young lady clenched her teeth in her heart, but she knew, at that moment, she had to be calm. Calm down. Until then, Marquis Wu then saw the two red-robed men behind Ming Hu, his pupils constricted, two elders. But, since Ling Shu did not interfere, Xie An immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Tian's temper was definitely not good. If he had asked nicely, they might still be able to talk. But if he were to use force, this little teacher of his would definitely not say a word and start fighting. With that said, his body flashed, and appeared beside Tang Tian. The sword in his hand that was stabbed with the steamed bun was thrusting towards Tang Tian's mouth. To Marquis Wu, this was not good news. Catcher. Xie An's expression changed, and he bellowed, "Let go." Suddenly, a voice filled with ridicule sounded out, "TSK TSK, I never thought that, teacher Marquis Wu, would actually have such a moral character." But this did not mean that the clan elder group did not have any power. On the contrary, the clan elder group's power was extremely great. The formation of the 13 prefectures was completely facilitated by them. The true power in his body surged, the long sword suddenly twisted, and the sword blade quickly rotated. Seeking death. This young master's reward, you do not know how to appreciate it. Marquis Wu did not expect that Ming Hu would suddenly make things difficult for him. He walked towards Tang Tian. If all the people standing in front of him were all edible star spirit beasts, how good would that be? The one who spoke was the master of the other prefecture, Ming Hu. In the Tianxing 13 prefectures, Ming Hu was Marquis Wu's main competitor. Both of them had always been fighting openly and secretly. How is that possible? Everyone's face became weird. This teacher of the princess was really. Tang Tian did not move. The young lady forced herself to calm down, and raised her voice. "Didn't you hear? Food. Get the kitchen to send food over immediately, especially meat." The originally quiet crowd suddenly became even more deathly still. Marquis Wu, who had just recovered from the stiffness, his eyes almost popped out. Ming Hu Prefecture and Marquis Wu's strength were similar. Both had 2 Heaven Road grade martial artists. Marquis Wu suddenly opened his mouth coldly. "Ming Hu, are you bored from eating? Running to my prefecture's doorstep to behave atrociously? Seems like your bones are itching for a fight. Come, let's have a good fight today." Xie An suddenly threw the steamed bun to Tang Tian's feet. "Hey, quickly eat it, Marquis's gift, you must be so touched." Look again, 2 rows of teeth, contrasted by the sparks, became even more dense and white, and fiercely bit the steamed bun on the sword blade. Tianxing was a constellation, containing numerous planets, but it did not form into a constellation, which was jointly controlled by the 13 prefectures. Marquis Wu and Ming Hu Prefecture were the strong martial artists of the 13 prefectures. They were not interested in worldly affairs, and only cared about the production of the constellation, and the talents that could enter Onyx Soul every year. Eat. 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 Just at this time, Xie An suddenly stabbed the steamed bun into the sword, intentionally provoking. "Idiot, you don't even know how to eat a steamed bun, let me feed you." So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. A group of people swaggered over. Looking at the disheveled and dirty face and the faint green eyes of the young teacher, the young lady could not bear to look. Chapter 193. Ghost Claw was calm. No. Shua, Bing and Magic Flute turned their gazes, and stared at Ghost Claw in shock. Ka. The only unremarkable one was Ghost Claw, a skinny old man. Amongst the 3 of them, He was the most inconspicuous. But for some reason, this seemingly ordinary skinny old man, with a cold face, actually gave everyone a sense of power. A strange silence, the two clan elders seemed to be shocked by Tang Tian. He had a small selfish motive. No, the two strongest of the 13 constabularies, Marquis, and the two clan elders, all quietly watched Tang Tian eat. This scene was filled with dominance. Although normally, he did not say a word, but he saw everything. Such a strong aura. Qinghuan looked at the little girl for help. The little girl was not much better. She opened her eyes wide, and looked in disbelief at Tang Tian, who was wolfing down his food. As though there was a voice that had been silent for a long time shouting in his heart. He thought his heart was ice cold, but now it was as red as steel. The sound of the 5 fingers rubbing against each other, like a blade being unsheathed, shook the entire field. When the cloth bag was opened, a small mountain of food appeared in front of everyone. All kinds of meat, vegetables, and fruits were piled up like a mountain, taller than her head. Clang! The little girl immediately became anxious. This was not the time to fall asleep. The desperate and frightened voice, in the bright and piercing light, was so weak. At this moment, he finally understood the opponent's strength, and was not something he could shake. Making a prompt decision, he retreated. He came to his senses. Losing face was better than losing his life. Everyone could not help but recall the scene of the steel sword being bitten, and their scalps went numb. This fellow actually had 3 spirit generals. The scene in front of her was so strange that she almost cried. Ghost Claw, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Truly domineering. 2 rows of dazzling sparks, one on the left and one on the right, like 2 arcs of fire passing by. The bright light rays caused the unprepared people to see a vast expanse of white. Gradually, everyone broke free from the shock, and a buzzing sound came out from the surroundings. Ghost Claw's 10 fingers completely pierced through his broken sword. All 10 fingers stabbed into the broken sword body, and came out from the other side. Ghost Claw, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his mouth. The other 2 were not surprised. Ghost Claw and Magic Soldier Flute were different. He was the most damaged. Every time he came out, he had to consume his spirit nucleus. Initially, Bing did not plan to let Ghostly Claw out, but Ghostly Claw took the initiative to speak, and Bing understood at that time, Ghostly Claw's fighting spirit was ignited. Moreover, it was for a steamed bun. Xian's figure stopped in the air, not moving an inch. His sinister face suddenly froze. He stared blankly at the Ghost Claw that was right in front of him. The broken sword in his hand was nailed by the Ghost Claw's claws, and did not move an inch. A cold light flashed in his grey eyes. Today, his battle intent was unprecedentedly strong. Even he had to admit that Tang Tian was more diligent and hardworking than he was back then. Wait a minute, Magic Flute gently said to the little girl. Please let him sleep for a while, he is too tired. Suddenly 3 rays of light lit up beside Tang Tian, and 3 spirit generals appeared beside Tang Tian out of thin air. Xian's eyes were blood red, his figure flashed, and he pounced towards Tang Tian, who was on the ground. Wolfing down the food, like a gust of wind sweeping the fallen leaves, that bone-chilling chewing sound clearly resounded throughout the entire field. Tang Tian's bloody mouth was like a starry door to another planet, only entering and not exiting, and nobody could see Tang Tian spitting out bones and nuclei. Go and die. Xian rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. The astonishing aura and wind pressure seemed to be able to blow the withered Ghost Claw away anytime, but Ghost Claw did not move. His grey pupils seemed to have something burning. When the 3 spirit generals appeared, their aura immediately swept across the entire field, and the people who were initially restless immediately retreated. And Marquis Wu and Ming, whose faces changed, the 2 clan elders revealed a surprised look at the same time. The jet-black hook-like fingers, unknowingly retracted back to his chest, steadily blocking Xian's palm sword, sparks flying everywhere. Suddenly, his body froze. The expression on his face instantly became one of shock and fear. Ding! His own hard work was inherited by someone. To an incomplete spirit general like him, it even exceeded the meaning of him living. That was his hard work, and asshole. Ghost Claw suddenly said, never underestimate a glutton's dedication to food. Although he did not understand why the opponent did not chase after him, but at that moment, he was more relieved. With such a long distance, the opponent basically could not do anything to him, and he had always been proud of his light body techniques. He had found the goal of living. Some fighting spirit always made you unable to control yourself. So Bing did not hesitate to spend the spirit nuclei, and summoned Ghost Claw. They were all knowledgeable people, and naturally knew how powerful it was. Qinghuan then noticed that the surroundings were abnormally quiet. Tang Tian was squatting down and chewing as though there was no one around, and she was at a loss. This goal was still out of reach, but there was nothing more than this to give him the motivation to live. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw Grandmaster Grade Martial Technique. Many people's faces changed slightly. The dazzling light aura instantly engulfed his vision. Come on. Come on. The light aura dissipated, and the skinny figure in the wind was shocked. She was preparing to rush over. Should we consider raising the standard of his meals? Bing muttered. He had led so many recruits, but not one of them would use their teeth to break the opponent's sword. I'll do it. He could almost imagine that by tomorrow, various versions of the rumors would spread as if they had grown wings. Xiaoran's sword was actually broken by a lunatic's teeth. And that lunatic actually ate a mountain of meat in front of everyone, and then fell asleep. Thinking about this, anger and shame engulfed his heart like worms. Originally, this thought had long been forgotten in his memories. Until Jiyu Shui used the Monarch Yearning Strike, his memories were like a flood that had opened the floodgates, instantly engulfing him. After being stunned for half a day, she finally reacted. Her eyes immediately exploded with a dazzling light aura, her expression extremely excited. Little teacher is too tyrannical. How is that possible? The cloth bag was even bigger than her head. It looked as if she was carrying a small mountain as she ran. Xiaoran's face finally changed. The three spirit generals behind the cross door were like three neatly arranged wooden puppets, with the same sluggish faces. The young lady was stunned by the scene of Tang Tian biting Xiaoran's steel sword. Xiaoran's eyes surfaced a smear of blood, both of his arms became gold, and his palms were like swords, piercing straight towards the ghost claw. This piercing was extremely sudden, so fast that it was too much for the eyes to take in. After personally witnessing the Monarch Yearning Strike, this thought started to stir in his heart. Especially when he saw Tang Tian working so hard, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. But the distance between him and Tang Tian was rather far, with Ming Hu in between. He was powerless to stop him. Ghost Claw suddenly straightened his crooked back. His skinny figure was as disdainful as before. There was never a moment where he desired to fight as much as now. There was never a moment where he felt that he was still alive like now. Xiaoran, who was not mentally prepared under the huge impact, was injured on the spot. But at this time, he did not realize that he was injured, and only stared blankly at Ghost Claw in front of him. Ghost Claw squeezed, and the remaining half of the broken sword completely crumbled. In the dead silence, her voice was surprisingly loud. Garbier, Zilolo. The usually cultured and refined magic flute was currently in a daze. It was pierced through. Xiaoran's face still had traces of shame and anger. Ever since he was young, he had never suffered such humiliation in front of so many people. The young lady immediately reacted. Her face changed. Not good. He was about to fall asleep. Ghost Claw's face was cold, his eyes drooping. Bing controlled the saber-toothed tiger, staring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Marquis Wu's face changed. Not good. He had obviously used all his strength in this sword. Ghost Claw opened up his arms, both claws like hooks. When had Qinghuan ever encountered such a situation? And the motivation to fight. Everyone's eyes were on her, but no one said a word, and no one even made a sound. Grandmaster martial technique. Everyone suddenly realized, the small mountain in front of Tang Tian had completely disappeared. Tang Tian laid on the ground, with his obviously bulging stomach, both hands opened up. His dream, a dream that he had never completed. The sound of the steel sword being bitten sounded like a crispy biscuit. Everyone could hear it. The falling half of the sword and the flying shards, as though it was in slow motion, was so clear. Magic Flute smiled, and took the initiative to retreat half a step, to show that he was giving way. Bing also retreated half a step, his poker face looking like he was watching a good show. Ding. Some reasons were always very simple. The other claw brought out sparks, and firmly caught Xia An's other palm sword. Ding! Even Magic Flute, who had stopped Princess Mingzhu just now, had an extraordinary bearing. The mechanical weapon used by the mechanical martial artist was actually the Southern Cross Army's standard mechanical weapon. Half of the sword fell to the ground. The crisp sound, in the silence, was extremely ear-piercing. But no one said a word. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, which was brimming with power. Even Marquis Wu and Ming Hu were in a daze. His world seemed to have come alive. His long-dead heart once again glowed with life. Xia An's roar resonated through the entire field. Xia An, who was in a rage, all the true power in his body surged to the maximum, as fast as lightning, although it was a broken sword in his hand, but with all his strength, it actually had the power of thunder. Some dreams were always very simple. Dong. Tang Tian, who was chewing on a bun, suddenly widened his eyes. The originally lush green eyes suddenly burst with light aura. With a roar, Tang Tian was like a wild beast, directly rushing to the front of the small mountain. The last time, she watched him fall asleep in front of her. The cloth bag fell to the ground, Qingwan panting, "See if it's enough?" In a moment, he had already swept out a few feet. Just at this time, Qingwan panted as she carried a big bag of things and rushed over. She anxiously rushed to the kitchen, and almost swept all the food, then carried a big bag of things and ran over. She completely did not notice what had just happened. Chapter 194. Xia An was like a burnt statue, not moving at all. On his chest, there were 5 holes. It was extremely terrifying. His eyes were wide open, and he was no longer breathing. The one with the bronze flute, I feel like I have seen him somewhere before, but I can't remember. Elder Yun's eyes occasionally glanced at Magic Flute. What the two of them were most worried about was that if the other party had enmity towards Onyx Soul, then there would be an unavoidable conflict. At their age, it was extremely difficult to raise their strength. They were here just to pass the time. To them, battles, if they could avoid it, they would. Even if you are incomplete, even if you are old, even if everything is blurry, even if you are far away, even if it is all for naught. Time passed quietly. Say it. Say it. Say it loudly. That mechanical weapon should be a bronze weapon from the Southern Cross Army. For them to actually be able to obtain such a thing, their methods must be heavenly, their background must be very deep. Elder Yun had the same feeling. He suddenly felt that the problem was somewhat thorny. Only in a remote corner like Tianxing Star Cluster, Onyx Soul would put in effort, and treat it as a low-level base. Before sleeping, Tang Tian scratched his head, frowning, thinking hard. I think they were eating. I remember eating to my heart's content. But, before sleeping, don't they all eat? Don't tell me I finished all their food. And then everyone went hungry? They are too petty. They only ate a little. The scene was extremely weird. Their organization seemed to be loose, but in truth, it was extremely strict. Onyx Soul's influence was hidden in the darkness and shadows. Through an invisible and huge net, they seized an astonishing amount of wealth. Their figures could be vaguely seen in almost every major historical event. Magic Flute's eyes twitched and could not help but correct, it's mustering a large force. He closed his eyes, lowered his eyebrows, and sheathed his cold blade. The little girl opened her eyes wide. She could not believe her own eyes. The scene in front of her was beyond her imagination. Following that, she looked at Tang Tian with a gaze filled with fanatical worship. His voice became weaker and weaker, and he said weakly, "Why don't we spend some money and buy them some food? Not having enough to eat is indeed quite pitiful." Speak loudly. Ghost Claw's stiff face twitched, but this feeling was truly wonderful. They knew how big Onyx Soul was, how big the world was. They were only here for a mission. They would complete the mission and receive the reward points. If it weren't for the fact that the reward for this mission wasn't bad and that it wasn't dangerous, who would be willing to come to such a remote corner? Marquis Wu. Yes, it's Marquis Wu. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He glanced at the crowd and exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, Marquis Wu has so many people. Ah, I understand now." Now he really understood. They must be here to welcome us. Oh my, Marquis Wu is so enthusiastic and hospitable. I'm so sorry that I've mobilized so many people. Oh, it's mustering a large number of people. Tang Tian readily accepted the advice, a smile blossoming on his face. This scene, this standard, at a glance, he could tell that this was the highest treatment. Young Tang was very pleased with himself, and very handsomely waved his hand to thank everyone. Everyone has worked hard. He was truly alive. Ian, I don't think so either. Elder Lin said in a low voice, this claw technique is at least rank 6, I suspect it might even be rank 7, but definitely not rank 5. I don't believe that the Honorable Martial Alliance would make such a mistake. Ghost Claw, tell me, are you willing? No words were spoken. In the dead silence, Ghost Claw walked to Tang Tian's side, turned, and surveyed the entire crowd. The piercingly cold gaze was like the strong alcohol dripping on the blade edge, just like that year when it shocked the crowd. Come on. The skinny old man just now was definitely using a Grandmaster-grade martial technique. Marquis Wu and Ming, who were both Heaven's Road-grade martial artists, and the two elders' strengths were even more unfathomable. But even so, none of the four of them actually managed to learn a Grandmaster-grade martial technique. Elder Lin first nodded his head, then shook his head, it looks like it. But, Fire Scythe Ghost Claw is ranked 3rd in the Honorable Martial Alliance's rank 5 claw technique. Do you think this looks like a rank 5 claw technique? Then let's wait. Elder Lin was extremely experienced, he was not young anymore, and was very patient. Ghost Claw's expression was indifferent as he stood straight. His grey pupils were much sharper than usual, like a rusty blade. After the layers of rust were removed, it revealed the loftiness within. Speak to the sky in your memory, speak to the earth that buried you, speak to your own heart that was already incomplete and dead. The two elders, Marquis Wu and Ming Hu, had a normal expression, but their hearts were equally overwhelmed with shock. That was also why they were able to contend against the Honorable Martial Alliance, and why they were able to survive for so many years. No one knew where Onyx Soul's headquarters was, and no one knew who the core members of Onyx Soul were. Onyx Soul itself was a layer of dense fog. To be able to live to such a stage was a real life. She had already completely forgotten about Tang Tian's past unreliable ways. The Tang Tian in front of her gave her an extremely vivid lesson, and Tang Tian immediately rose to become the idol in her heart. Magic Flute warmly reminded Tang Tian, we have already reached Marquis Wu. Those so-called strong martial artists, compared to her teacher, were simply trash. Ghost Claw's Grandmaster-grade martial technique had stunned them. He turned and walked towards Tang Tian. Plop! The sound of shear and falling came out from behind. She actually found such a powerful teacher, the young lady started to be proud. Onyx Soul was a mix of crooks and dragons, the origins of the members were extremely complicated, the internal competition was far more intense than the external. This was related to Onyx Soul's survival philosophy. Onyx Soul advocated competition, more so than the Honorable Martial Alliance. And Onyx Soul's history was extremely long. For a long time, Onyx Soul lived in the darkness and shadows. Everyone, slowly walking towards Tang Tian, Ghost Claw felt like there was a ball of fire burning in his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. No, how could he breathe? The color of the scene under the sky had yet to fade. The oath of the past was still ringing in my ears. You still have to work hard to survive. You still have to fight with everything you have. Actual territories did not have much meaning to Onyx Soul. Around. Tang Tian was startled, his brain whirling. The black mass of heads, the unfamiliar faces, immediately made him feel guilty. He pulled Bing over, and asked softly, Hey, uncle, we haven't owed any money recently, right? Why are they looking at us like that? Are they going to fight? There seems to be a lot of people here. Sighs of relief could be heard in the hall. The pressure that Ghost Claw gave them was too great. That formless pressure was actually like a substance pressing down on each and every one of them, making it hard for them to breathe. Grandmaster-grade martial technique. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? Are you cowardly? Tang Tian, who had just woken up, had completely forgotten what he had done before he fell asleep. At the moment, he was full of energy, his will to fight was high, just that his mind was still in a daze, and he was only thinking about training. Bing, the two esteemed clan elders, were waiting there obediently, the rest of them did not even dare to make a sound. The two clan elders could not figure out Tang Tian's background, and became even more cautious. He did not care about the shocked gazes of the people around him, he did not care about the lingering sound in the wind. The surging flames suddenly calmed down, and he once again took a step forward. 3 spirit generals guarded Tang Tian, a group of people carefully accompanied him, while the main character, Tang Tian, was sleeping soundly. Everyone still had to endure Tang Tian's non-stop snoring. When Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes, the azure blue sky entered his eyes, his fatigue and exhaustion were swept away, and his entire body was filled with boundless energy. For a base like Tianxing star cluster, even if it was discovered by the enemy, to Onyx Soul, the losses were pitiful. To the clan elders, the losses were even less. The higher their position, the more they knew, and the more fearful and cautious they were towards this world. After saying that, Magic Flute regretted, it was too embarrassing. When he suddenly noticed Ghost Claw and the other 2, his eyes lit up. Aha, you guys are here too, come, let's train. War. Today we must get rid of all those scrap metals. How is it, are you scared? Godlike young lad, life is full of vigor. Ghost Claw, are you willing? Ghost Claw's footsteps did not stop. Under his calm face, his heart was in turmoil. Too domineering. Even if Tianxing star cluster was destroyed, to them, it was just a mission failure. It was not worth it to offend a person with a deep background. Because that usually meant fighting, and they did not like to fight. Grandmaster grade martial techniques, talent and hard work, both were indispensable, so the number of people who could train in Grandmaster grade martial techniques was very few. Every person who could train in Grandmaster grade martial techniques were all geniuses among geniuses. He suddenly stood still, and the wind that was stirred up crashed into his back, bursting out in all directions. The hoarse and stiff words followed the surging airflow, resolutely like a letter of challenge, passed to the sky, passed to the earth, passed to every corner of his heart. Bing looked at Tang Tian weirdly. What happened before you slept? You don't remember anything at all. Doesn't seem like it. Elder Yun shook his head. A rank 5 claw technique definitely does not have such power. Even if Ghost Claw was here personally, he would definitely not be able to use a rank 5 martial technique, to this extent. The people who were like statues, their ears drifted with Tang Tian's rhythmic snoring, which could be heard from far away. In the middle of the field, Tang Tian was fast asleep, his mouth wide open, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. I'm still alive. Ghost Claw, your battle has begun. When will I be able to reach Master's level? Too cool. Pa, he jumped up like a carp, raised his arms and cheered himself on. Waha! A brand new day, godlike young lad, go go go. Everyone was petrified, dumbstruck. Good. Elder Yun also agreed. Doesn't it look like the Honorable Martial Alliance's Fire Scythe Ghost Claw? Elder Yun lowered his voice and asked Elder Lin. Who, hey, can I trouble you to look around first? Bing reminded. The internal factions of Onyx Soul were as many as the hairs on a cow, even more exaggerated than the Honorable Martial Alliance, and there were still many hidden factions. Even the internal members of Onyx Soul were not clear. It's fine if you don't say, now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression. Elder Lin's face congealed. Seems like the spirit general with the bronze flute should not be a nobody. Chapter 195. Ayaya, are you Marquis Wu? You don't look alike. Tang Tian looked at the young lady, and then looked at Elder Lin. Ming, whose eyes twitched, although he was afraid of Tang Tian's strength, but those words made him feel ashamed. Seeing that, Marquis Wu's heart was bleeding. These were all top-quality golden sprouts. He had carefully kept them, and could not bear to drink them. Today, he had specially taken them out, but he did not expect Tang Tian to have such a method. It was truly a waste. Knowing that Tang Tian had an extraordinary background, the 2 elders knew what to do. The 2 of them were old and experienced people. Usually they just looked down from a high position, and could not be bothered with the various residences below them. But at this time, they were giving out all kinds of flattery as though it was free, causing Tang Tian to have a good impression of the 2 of them. Inside the hall, everyone sat down as the host and guest. The 2 elders were stunned. After a while, Elder Lin then said, Little brother, do you know how far is Southern Cross Constellation from here? That amiable face, in that moment, who knew how many pairs of eyes were staring blankly. Elder Lin, the elder Lin, who was known for his strictness, when did he reveal such an expression? Tang Tian's words were resolute and decisive, causing the two elders to be moved. Little brother Tang, where is your home? Elder Lin laughed even more amiably. The two elders were people who were used to the ways of the world. After a few rounds, they roughly understood Tang Tian's character. Although Tang Tian was carefree, but his character was simple, kind-hearted, such a person, no one would hate him. And such a person had a bright future, and anyone would be willing to make friends with him. From then on, Tang Tian's mouth did not stop. The way he ate, even the young lady felt embarrassed. Pegasus Constellation's silver carriage, it sounds very cool. Ling Shu, you can do it. Tang Tian did not forget to shout. Tang Tian received the jade pendant with a solemn face, and said sincerely, "Thank you, old brother Lin." From top to bottom, Marquis Wu was very busy. Well, no. Tang Tian sat down, and his attention was immediately attracted by the colorful pastries on the table. He carefully picked up a mung bean cake and put it in his mouth, and was immediately conquered by the delicious taste. In the blink of an eye, he had almost swept all the pastries on the coffee table into his mouth. His mouth was full, and his words were slurred. I looked at the star map. It's very, very far away. Tang Tian said honestly, and then he clenched his fists tightly and said seriously, but I've already made up my mind. No matter how far or how difficult it is, I'll go. Even if they handed over hundreds of millions of star coins as taxes, even if they offered precious star treasures, Elder Lin would always have a cold look on his face. Not to mention a smile, it was hard to see even the slightest hint of gentleness in his eyes. Tang Tian was dumbfounded. He felt that today was like a dream. Oh, what is it? Can we help? Elder Yun hurriedly said. Ming Hu, who was at the side, was overjoyed. That's great. This fellow wasn't staying in the Tianxing star cluster. Maybe other people would despise Tang Tian's etiquette, but the two elders were used to it. In those big families, there were many martial arts fanatics, and only such people could have extraordinary achievements in martial techniques. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a genius. A very foreign place. This fellow was really decisive. The mood of the two of them was as different as heaven and earth. Elder Yun was amused by Tang Tian's look, and laughed out loud. The sadness in his heart had lessened by quite a bit. But, what should he give? The awkwardness from before was dissolved just like that. Everyone tactfully did not mention it again. Tang Tian looked at Marquis Wu, and was suddenly enlightened. Elder Lin was all smiles, and did not feel offended. But it caused Marquis Wu, who was at the side, to tremble in fear. The young lady saw that Tang Tian liked to eat pastries, and immediately ordered the servants to continue serving pastries. Bom Chin. Tang Tian's mouth that was stuffed with pastries mumbled Star Wind City. I wonder how old little brother is this year? Elder Yun squeezed out a smile and asked. After a moment, Elder Lin sighed, his eyes filled with admiration. On this journey, I do not know how many dangers there will be. But little Tian, you have such ambitions, it really makes people envious. If I was younger, I would definitely accompany you to roam the world. Such a standard was definitely not something that a small family could nurture. With that, the three powerful spirit generals by Tang Tian's side could also be explained. But, what he did not expect was, Elder Lin chuckled, "Hehe, it's not hard at all. Truly a promising young man." Elder Lin clapped his hands and praised, to be able to reach the 6th level standard at the age of 17, it is really rare. Then has little brother's blood meridians been awakened? Until now, he still had not figured out what was going on. But the only thing that made him feel fortunate was that the unlucky one was Ming Hu. Not to mention Xia Anbai's death, if Tang Tian really had a powerful background, then the first unlucky one would definitely be Ming Hu. Marquis Wu rejoiced in his heart, he did not reveal any unhappiness towards Tang Tian. Upon hearing Ming Hu's introduction, Tang Tian felt that he really needed such a carriage. He and Ling Shu were both training maniacs. Without a place to train, it would definitely be a terrible thing. Marquis Wu was shocked. The Pegasus Constellation silver carriage was something that Ming Hu had used countless methods to obtain, and had always treated it as a treasure. He did not expect that he would actually be so generous to give it away. Double blood meridians. Tang Tian calmed down and replied, "Oh, I've awakened 2 types." His eyes were fixated on the pastries on the other tables. "Oh, how good would it be if I could do this every day? One level 6-star rock cost 20,000 star coins, 1,000 of them, that would be 20 million star coins." 17. This time the 2 elders understood. Everyone was visibly moved. Tang Tian received the top-quality tea that was worth more than 10,000 from the young lady, and drank it in one breath. Only then did he feel better. Everyone was shocked by such a large sum of money. 20 million star coins, no matter where it was a huge sum. "Thank you," Tang Tian quickly replied. Ming, who suddenly continued, "Such a long journey, how can we not have a carriage?" "Coincidentally, there is a silver Pegasus carriage. Its speed is fast and has enough endurance, it's rather comfortable, and it's spacious, training grounds, everything is available. On normal days, I rarely go out, it can be said to be a waste, to give it to little brother Tian, this is the best use of it." "Little brother Tian, you must give this little brother face." Upon sitting down, Elder Lin smiled and said to Tang Tian, "Little brother Tang doesn't seem to be a local." Elder Yun also took out a silver weapon, and sighed, "I'm getting old, I really envy you young people. Little Tian, this silver sextant, I'll give it to you. This was what I used when I was young, and followed me to many places. It's very useful for identifying directions in Heaven's Road, and inside it recorded many of the routes that I took. Now that I'm getting old, and can't walk anymore, I'll give it to you, I hope you'll be able to use it." Ling Shu was extremely bored at the side. Today, Tang Tian's performance allowed him to once again see Tang Tian's improvement, and the joy of breaking through immediately lessened by a lot. At this moment, hearing these people spout a bunch of nonsense, he felt impatient. His mind was filled with thoughts of training even harder, and then defeating Tang Tian. Elder Yun's expression was filled with sorrow, thinking about the things that happened when he was young, he could not help but feel dejected. Elder Lin patted his shoulder to console him. He suddenly stood up and threw down a sentence, "I'm going to train." Then he walked out. "Why did everyone risk their lives to give me things?" Ming, who was overjoyed, his heart immediately heaved a sigh of relief, his chest thumping loudly. To be able to befriend such a heroic young man like little brother Tian, it's old Ming's honor. Marquis Wu coughed lightly. "This is Elder Lin, I am Marquis Wu, Teacher Tang has come from afar, you must be tired from the journey, quickly come in." "So weird. I want to go to Southern Cross Constellation," Tang Tian explained. Marquis Wu was sitting on a fishing platform, the current situation was good for him. But Ming, who was secretly groaning, he was currently racking his brains, thinking of how to mend his relationship with Tang Tian. Marquis Wu's heart immediately became anxious, others had already given him things, he could not just not do it. If he did not, then their originally good relationship would become bad. "Little Tian, how long do you intend to stay this time?" Elder Lin was already familiar with Tang Tian, and the way he addressed him immediately became much more intimate. These 2 people are too good. Elder Lin was giving a favor, Elder Yun and Ming Hu were giving treasures that could be used, but what did he give? Marquis Wu and Ming, whose faces were extremely weird, the flattery of the 2 elders, made their faces slightly pale. No wonder, other people could become elders, but they could only manage a government, that was the difference. This time, everyone was moved, a look of panic flashed past Ming Hu's eyes, and the 2 elders looked at each other tacitly. The 2 of them had already determined in their hearts that Tang Tian's background was definitely not ordinary. With that, he took out a jade pendant and passed it to Tang Tian. "Little Tian is going to Southern Cross Constellation, and will definitely pass by Cetus Constellation. Our Lin family is not considered a big family there, but after living for so many years, we might not be able to help, but we still have some connections there. If little Tian meets with any obstructions, bring this jade pendant, and go to any Lin Ji shop, they will recognize it. They will definitely do their best to help." "I'm not staying." Tang Tian shook his head, threw down the pastries in his hands, and said seriously, "I have urgent matters to attend to." He only thought for a few seconds, then laughed, "I, Marquis Wu, have pitiful amounts of treasures, and cannot compare to everyone. For my daughter to be able to meet Teacher Tang is truly fate. Teacher Tang has great ambitions, and has done things that I do not dare to do. I am truly envious and in awe. My humble family is willing to offer 1,006th level star rocks to assist Teacher Tang in his journey. I hope that Teacher Tang will not reject it, and in the future, if you think of my daughter as a student, please take care of her. Tang Tian looked at Ming, whose pleading look, his heart was flabbergasted. There were still people who wanted to beg others to accept their gifts. Elder Lin and Elder Yun looked at each other, the cautiousness in their eyes increased by a notch. Marquis Wu, who was originally dissatisfied with Tang Tian, was now facing a formidable enemy, his nerves stretched taut. The two clan elders also followed in. The clan elders had warm smiles on their faces, causing Marquis Wu to become even more nervous. The two clan elders glanced at Ling Shu, although Ling Shu's strength was not bad, but he was not worth their attention. Their main target was still Tang Tian. Just at this time, the young lady secretly ran to Marquis Wu's ear and whispered a few words, causing Marquis Wu to be flabbergasted. She lacquer. Tang Tian was a little choked, and his eyes turned white. Tang Tian's heart was indescribably moved. He did not act pretentiously, took the silver sextant, and said loudly, "Don't worry, old brother Yun, I will definitely not disgrace it." Chapter 196. The two of them immediately felt even more guilty. Life suddenly became wonderful. Tang Tian was like a little white rabbit. Suddenly the sky was raining carrots, and he immediately fainted. Crazy woman, who allowed you to change this base without permission? Bing saw Sai Lei, and immediately scolded her. Tang Tian was very happy. The inside of the base had changed, it was filled with fresh flowers, all sorts of bronze sprinkler heads, spraying water from time to time, watering the fresh flowers. The bronze pathway had become a pathway of fresh flowers. Tang Tian was dragged out from his training by Bing. His face was blank, obviously he had not regained his senses. Bing could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him, and carried him into the martial spirit chamber. Bing immediately became excited. "Scrap metal, she, stingy," Sai Lei said disapprovingly, and immediately said loudly, "Relax, you guys did not lose out. Using these scrap metal to exchange for a Grandmaster-level mechanical engineer, you guys have earned big. If not for me finding some fun, I would have long been bored to death in this godforsaken place." Sai Lei got angrier as she spoke. "There is nothing here, and I do not dare to return to Three Spirit City, afraid that others will find this base. Woo woo woo." Bing also felt that his words were too much, and softened his voice. "I did not mean it that way." Ghost Claw looked at Bing coldly, unmoved. Regardless of whether it was Tang Tian or Bing, they all almost fell to the ground. One set of Southern Cross Army mechanical weapon could be sold for 2 million star coins outside, and the number of mechanical weapons here, at least 1,000 sets. Oh my god, how many star coins is that? Tang Tian's terrible math could not calculate it, but he knew the number was definitely very, very big. Suddenly, Sai Lei shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. Wrong. Your method is wrong." Tang Tian, who was gradually maturing, started to understand more. Bing's increase in strength, to him, was also a huge help. "Then what do you mean?" Sai Lei's face was like a big cat crying. "I finished researching on the mechanical weapons, and suddenly realized that you guys were all gone. That was nothing, and then, there was no news from you guys. I even finished my rations, woo woo woo." Without hesitation, Bing equipped Sky Tiger. Tears streamed down Sai Lei's face. "No problem. 1 day's time is definitely enough." Bing immediately patted his chest and agreed. Ghost Claw was becoming more and more difficult to deal with. This fellow was like a completely different person. Now, his temper was very bad, and he would fight and kill at the slightest provocation. It was as if everyone was afraid of him. As the chief instructor of the army, I will not lower myself to the level of this little fart. Bing continued to experiment, punching, kicking. One after another battle tactics were executed smoothly. Tang Tian hurriedly took out some rations and handed them over. Now, Tang Tian's physical fitness was very terrifying. His strength and speed were much stronger than martial artists of the same level. Even when compared to the night assassin Xia, Tang Tian was not at a disadvantage. But, although Tang Tian was envious, but he knew that Sky Tiger could only display its true power in Bing's hands. Tang Tian's talent in mechanical weapons was not bad, But compared to Bing, who had immersed himself in controlling mechanical weapons for many years, he was still miles away. The two of them were startled. Raising their heads, their gazes were immediately attracted to a mechanical weapon that was standing quietly. The two of them obediently followed behind. Bing was having a headache. Why were all these fellows so difficult to talk to? He could only explain, "The martial spirit chamber can be opened here. I will go with him to the Three Spirits City base. If that crazy woman Sai Lei starves to death, we will have to collect her corpse." Bing was the true mechanical martial artist. His path was martial techniques. Sai Lei was shocked. When she raised her head and saw the two of them, her eyes immediately flashed with joy. But very quickly, anger replaced joy. She shot forward and pointed the watering can in her hands at the two of them. She scolded, "You two assholes, where did you run off to fool around? You actually threw me, a lady, to such a dark place, and then disappeared without a trace. I changed the bronze formula, and invented a brand new metal. I call it sky blue crystal copper. Its performance is much more outstanding than the Army's bronze. Regarding the choice of the mechanical weapon model, I used the saber-toothed tiger as a reference. On its basis, I did a lot of optimizations. Most importantly, I added a brain. Remember the spirit pearl from last time? The martial spirit inside is rather strong, and is very suitable to be the core. In terms of martial techniques, I gave it 3 card slots. You can insert 3 rank 6 martial technique cards, or 1 rank 7 martial technique card. Wearing Sky Tiger on his body, he actually did not feel its weight. Although the mechanical weapons of the army did not require much effort to control, he could still feel the heavy weight of the mechanical weapon. This pair of wings allows you to fly at low altitudes. Among the rank 6 martial techniques, I realized that there are many martial techniques that allow people to fly at low altitudes, so I added this pair of wings. Alright, give it a try. Its name is called Sky Tiger. To a rank 6 martial artist, it was a terrifying speed. "Look, my latest creation," Sai Lei proudly announced to the two of them. Bing suddenly told Ghost Claw, "Let this fellow rest for a day." Sai Lei was wearing an apron, seriously taking care of the fresh flowers. The blue flame flowers bloomed in the darkness. The blooming flowers were like blue flames, extremely beautiful. Entering the familiar Three-Spirit City, Tang Tian then slowly regained his senses. The martial spirit chamber can be opened. That's great. Are we going to find Sai Lei?" Sai Lei did not even turn her head. "I've already dismantled them." Tang Tian was stunned. Bing's method of controlling the mechanical weapons was wrong. Bing asked with a trembling voice, "Where are the mechanical weapons?" Ghost Claw stared at Bing for a long time, causing Bing's hair to stand, then coldly said, "One day." When the two of them entered the base, they were immediately dumbfounded. Training was dry and tedious, and extremely tiring. Day and night, without knowing hunger, Tang Tian, who had entered the training state, was extremely crazy. Then the two of them saw an extremely shocking scene. The place where the rows of mechanical weapons were placed previously was actually empty. The floor was filled with spare parts, looking like a waste center. Their gazes seemed to be glued to Sky Tiger, unable to move away. There was no need to doubt Bing's standard in mechanical weapons. This was where he was most proficient. In the past, the Southern Cross Army's fighting style was mainly based on mechanical weapons. This was the Army's most orthodox fighting style. It was a sky blue mechanical weapon. "Is this woman crazy?" Bing's face was filled with anger, his eyes spewing fire. Tang Tian and Bing immediately panicked. Tang Tian stared at Bing, silently changing the shape of his mouth. "It's all your fault." But Bing, who was controlling Sky Tiger, was almost as fast as Tang Tian, and spreading out his wings, his speed was even faster than Tang Tian's. Sai Lei's beautiful face was currently glowing with an astonishing light. That was a light called self-confidence. This base was left behind by the army. All the familiar scenes represented his memories. But now, all these things were all gone. Mechanical weapons were another system, and also a system that required countless of time, but he did not have that much time. Although it was a pity, but Tang Tian also knew this was a choice he had to make. Once they entered battle, ordinary 6th-level martial artists, facing Bing, would not even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. Just based on this point, Sky Tiger pushed Bing into the ranks of 6th-level experts. But this did not change his routine. He stayed at Marquis Wu for 3 days, and in these 3 days, he was still immersed in training. He was still persevering in grinding anvils. Tang Tian was a stubborn person. Once he made a decision, no matter what, he would grind through all 10,000 anvils. Sai Lei finished eating contentedly, snorted and stood up, full of arrogance. "All of you, follow me." In the field, there was a ball of sky-blue shadow, constantly changing, so fast that it was hard for the naked eye to catch. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Bing's current speed was actually faster than him. It must be known, after his double blood meridians were activated, his speed reached an astonishing level. And after stepping into the 6th level, the true power activated the potential of the body, and the quality of the body was even more comprehensive. He almost thought that his ears had heard wrongly. He tried to move a little, sure, he disappeared from his original position. In the next moment, he appeared 30 m away. With a thought, his body suddenly stopped. Tang Tian's heart was throbbing in pain. Tang Tian shrunk his head. This mechanical weapon was extremely beautiful. Compared to the simple and crude saber-toothed tiger, it was simply like a work of art. Its physique was slimmer than the saber-toothed tiger. The entire body looked more balanced. The sky-blue crystal copper's unique azure blue looked pleasing to the eye. The 10 tiger claws were longer and sharper than the saber-toothed tiger. The barbs on the saber-toothed tiger's body were removed. It looked even more harmless, and not as sinister as the saber-toothed tiger. On its back was a pair of sky-blue feathered wings, folded into a ball. Bing's expression froze. If Tang Tian wanted to chase after Bing, he needed to train in light body techniques. My theory has finally been perfected. This is an epoch-making mechanical weapon. Starting from this mechanical weapon, a brand new era has arrived. That's right. Bing's tone was filled with suspicion. I wonder if this crazy woman has starved to death. Not long later, the two of them saw Sai Lei. Humph. Sai Lei stopped crying, opened her red and swollen eyes wide. Food. I'm hungry. Upon wearing it, Bing felt that it was different, so light. Having an advantage in speed was a huge help in battles, because it meant that you would be able to take the initiative in battles. In the past, the mechanical weapons of the army, like this sudden stop, was extremely difficult. So in battle movements, a sudden stop at high speed was a rather high-difficulty tactical movement. Seeing Sai Lei wolfing down the food, the two of them felt even more guilty. To starve a young lady to this extent, regardless of the reason, it was definitely not right. I'm sorry. Tang Tian apologized honestly. We accidentally arrived at a very unstable planet. The entrance to this place cannot be opened. Bing tried his best to comfort himself. And Tang Tian understood Bing's standard in terms of mechanical weapons. Even the saber-toothed tiger, in his hands, was able to burst forth with astonishing power, and this sky tiger's killing power could be imagined. Chapter 197. As though they were struck by lightning, Tang Tian and Bing were dumbstruck. When Bing heard that, he was shocked. You succeeded. After a moment, Tang Tian reacted and stammered, 30 million star coins? When Bing Zhong heard this, he felt extremely awkward. Wasn't that what he often said to others? Now, Sai Lei had actually used it on him. Don't use the previous method to control Sky Tiger. Sai Lei's tone was not polite. It is different from all the mechanical weapons you have used before, because it has a martial spirit. Tang Tian rolled his eyes at him. Hey, uncle, don't exaggerate your importance. It's obviously Senior Ghost Claw who is supervising. I need to do some research during this time. Bing's expression became serious. I have a feeling, Sai Lei is right. The new era of mechanical weapons is coming. Wait till I have thought it through, then I will teach you. Don't worry, as the chief instructor of the army, any tactics to me are just a formality. I will grasp its core in the shortest time possible. In the evening, Sai Lei had already completed the 4 sets of mechanical weapons. The 4 mechanical weapons in Tang Tian's eyes were a tragic sight. After all, he had just seen Sky Tiger, and the two of them were a few levels apart. Sai Lei said in a bad mood, of course there's something, and there are a lot of things. I've used up almost all the good materials in this base. The mechanical weapons have all been dismantled. and even the parts have been dismantled by me many times. Therefore, other than being a warehouse, this place has no other value. Tang Tian was stunned. What kind of capital? You make 4 sets, I'll give 1 set to Elder Lin, Elder Yun, Marquis Wu, and Ming Hu. Tang Tian said excitedly, I was worried that I didn't have anything to give them. Oh right, I can also sell it to the mechanical martial artists in the Honorable Martial Alliance. Those people are rich. What method? Sai Lei's face was full of disbelief. My method is wrong. As he spoke, Bing's face became complacent, and he started to praise himself. Bing actually knew the wrong way to control the mechanical weapons. Tang Tian's face was filled with disdain. If you have the guts, say it in front of Senior Ghost Claw. Tang Tian also felt that Sai Lei was right, so he took out his own star stone and handed it to Sai Lei. Here, for you. Tang Tian didn't know how to answer. To be honest, he didn't know why people gave him gifts. Hey, don't go. Sai Lei quickly called out to Tang Tian. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. I have a good idea. Bing reacted. You want to sell mechanical weapons? Bing was also startled. He subconsciously stopped. Tang Tian pretended not to hear him and changed the topic. Do you think we should send Ling Shu off? Sai Lei looked at him with disdain. Of course it's not enough, but it's enough to be used as capital. Don't think that it's troublesome. If you want to truly unleash Sky Tiger's power, you must adapt to a brand new fighting style. Sai Lei said, Sky Tiger will change the position of mechanical martial artists. Without question, the era of mechanical martial artists has arrived. But it's completely different from the time you guys were. The martial spirit allows the mechanical weapons to become stronger. When he returned to the cross door, Ghost Claw's face was already unfriendly. But it was already late at night, but Tang Tian still gave the 4 fierce soldiers to the 4 of them. That's because 3 Spirit City doesn't have any special products, so it hasn't been popular. Sai Lei explained. But it has many entrances, scattered across many constellations. And the most important thing is, there are many ancient martial spirit fragments here. These spirit nuclei, because they aren't pure enough, so their prices are very low. But to create mechanical weapons, these spirit nuclei are completely up to the task. And I think, there will be unexpected results. Aya, it really makes me look forward to it. Tang Tian placed the 4 fierce soldiers into his Aquarius martial cabinet, and then returned to the martial spirit chamber. 3 Spirit City. Sai Lei's face was as it should be. I just need to change the name of my original shop. Good. Tang Tian praised. An old horse lying in its pen, its ambition is 1,000 miles. After buying the materials, Sai Lei immediately entered a frenzied state of work. Martial spirit. Bing was even more startled. That's true. Tang Tian agreed. But it's also good for him to be like this. That's right. Sai Lei obviously had a plan. I plan to first make some low-end mechanical weapons. On one hand, I can practice more. On the other hand, I can earn money to continue my research. As long as the mechanical weapons I make are not weaker than ordinary bronze treasures, to mechanical martial artists, it will be a fatal attraction. A rational choice. Sai Lei raised his chin proudly, glancing at Tang Tian. Young lad, even if you're jealous, you can't do anything about it. Now the materials are only enough to make one. Its cost is much more expensive than the bronze mechanical weapons. Yes, if it's like that, it's indeed not bad. Bing nodded. Sai Lei snorted. The cost of Sky Tiger, just the materials alone, is more than 30 million star coins, and this does not include my labor costs. This time, even the problem of manpower was solved. Uncultured, so scary. It's an old steed in the stable, his ambition is 1,000 miles. Bing reacted, and flew into a rage. Pei, who are you calling old? Tang Tian and Bing, on the other hand, had nothing to do. But what everyone did not expect was, the 3 fellows from the Panda Bandit group were actually guarding the card shop, causing Sai Lei to be so touched that she started to exploit them. Then we will go to 3 Spirit City now, buy the materials, and we can make it today. Sai Lei was swift and decisive. Tang Tian and Bing looked at her blankly. You don't dare. Tang Tian sneered. Bing said, I never bicker with people from the countryside. Tang Tian reminded her. 20 million is not enough to make Sky Tiger. Tang Tian stuck out his tongue and immediately started to train. Bing frowned. Three Spirit City is not flourishing enough. Bing's face was not red at all. Ghost Claw is just a country bumpkin. Without me overseeing it, how can he keep it under control? I reckon he himself is panicking. That's right, I succeeded. Sai Lei said proudly. Do you think so many mechanical weapons were dismantled for nothing? The quality of this spirit pearl is very good, and did not spoil the mechanical weapon. Now the martial spirit and the mechanical weapon have truly merged into one. In other words, it has already become an existence like a star treasure. Tang Tian looked at Bing. He felt that Bing would definitely not agree. Bing was such a stubborn fellow, and had always been defending the Southern Cross Army's so-called orthodox lineage. Why would he agree? Tang Tian said. Hurry up with the 4, I need to leave there soon. Sai Lei saw the two of them looking at her blankly, and immediately became angry. She suddenly raised her voice. Please, mechanical weapons are a money-burning business. Just one sentence, we have no money now. We need to earn money, and only by earning money can I continue my research and create better mechanical weapons. This is fierce soldier. Sai Lei's face was slightly tired, but she still patiently explained. The performance is very ordinary, and is suitable for 4th-level martial artists to use. It can be inserted with 3 rank 4 martial technique cards. As for the other performance, they will know once they try it. Alright, you can take it and leave. Tang Tian said honestly. I only have about 20 million star coins worth of star rocks on me. No need. Bing was indeed led away. Ling Shu's heart is on his spear and justice. This fellow is very stubborn. Sai Lei was even more surprised. She sized up Tang Tian with a face full of suspicion. I say, did you sell your body? No, that's not right. Just the few pieces of meat on your body can't even be sold for 20 million. Sai Lei clapped her hands, her face full of excitement. That's great. Since we have 20 million, then it will be easy. Someone gave it to me. I have specially formulated a training plan for you. Sai Lei was well prepared. It's not about how much money I need. Sai Lei's eyes widened, her face full of dissatisfaction. Hey, if I make a mechanical weapon, won't it be for you guys to use? But what he did not expect was that Bing did not hesitate. He nodded. All right, that's a good plan. Bing then asked, where will the shop be opened? Tang Tian reacted. I better train my martial techniques honestly. If you have nothing else, I'll go back to train. Tang Tian's eyes widened. He could not believe what he heard. Sai Lei was shocked. Wow, when did you become so rich? 20 million star coins. Tang Tian thought he was hallucinating. Bing was a true expert in mechanical weapons. Tang Tian suspected that no one in the world would be more proficient in controlling mechanical weapons than Bing. Unless there were survivors from the Southern Cross Army. Logically speaking, Tang Tian was now a rich man. 1,000 star rocks would immediately cause his net worth to soar to 20 million star coins. This was already the richest he had ever been in his life. How do I communicate with the martial spirit? Bing had a headache. I'll be here for this period of time. Bing warned Tang Tian. Don't be sneaky just because I'm not here. Since it was a huge matter of earning money, the three of them did not dare to be careless. Using all their strength, they rushed back to 3 Spirit City. That's right. Sai Lei looked serious. You still remember that spirit pearl. It has already become the martial spirit of the Sky Tiger. It is more familiar with this mechanical weapon than you. You should try to communicate with it to control this mechanical weapon. You will realize that it is much stronger than you think. But even so, he could not afford to buy a Sky Tiger. Sai Lei was not pretentious. She took it and was eager to try. I have long prepared a few low-end models. 20 million. Oh, maybe I can make a slightly better one. Tang Tian looked at Sai Lei in confusion. What else is there? If not for the many good materials left in the base, honestly, you guys would not be able to see this Sky Tiger. Sai Lei waved her hand. So, I feel that we need to discuss about the problem of money. Yes. Bing nodded. Bing immediately realized his mistake. He hurriedly changed his words. How much do we need now? Sai Lei also felt that Tang Tian's idea was not bad. She started counting with her fingers. 4 people means 4 sets. If it is an honorable martial alliance, then we need at least one of each model. How much do you need? Bing asked. Chapter 198. If not for Marquis's orders, he would definitely not look at the mechanical weapon. God, he even saw a large number of metal spikes at the joints of the mechanical weapon. With such terrible workmanship, one could imagine how bad the standard of the mechanical weapon was. The seams on the head armor were crooked, just like an earthworm, which disgusted Yu Qing. What was even more unacceptable was that he actually saw a big patch. There was no beauty to speak of. Call him over to try. Marquis Wu found a seat and sat down, drank his tea and said leisurely, let's see what our young Master Tang gave us. How is the mechanical weapon? He has a mechanical martial artist by his side, and he is using a mechanical weapon from the Southern Cross Army. Hearing Yu Qing's exclamation, he was surprised, and casually asked, what's the problem? After thinking, he decided to verify it, and casually took out a rank 4 spirit card and inserted it. This rank 4 spirit card's quality was rather average, rank 4, Iron Hammer Fist. Damn it, if you want to use a patch, you should at least find a similar colored metal plate. The color difference is so big that people think this is the main point. You are doing this on purpose. Yu Qing suppressed his anger and disgust, and began to inspect the fierce soldier. He had even started to think about how to attack the maker of this broken mechanical weapon without leaving a trace. He had seen more than 100 sets of mechanical weapons. Usually, if there was a small problem with a mechanical weapon, they would look for him to repair it, and there were even mechanical martial artists who specially came from other planets to seek help. In this small circle, he was definitely considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. A cry of surprise could be heard clearly in the quiet training grounds. Marquis Wu, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Marquis Wu was experienced. Yu Qing thought he had concealed his emotions well, but Marquis Wu saw it all. Marquis Wu regained his senses, looked at the little girl's pouting face, and laughed out loud. My good daughter is right. Dreams, that is a dream. The standard of mechanical martial artists were not high, because all along, the standard of mechanical weapons could not be improved. To many, mechanical martial artists were a profession with no future. These days, those who were willing to waste time on mechanical martial artists, mostly because of their passion for the profession. What was even more inconceivable was that he actually couldn't understand it. The ugly monster in front of her, who looked like a tin can, suddenly made a pose. Its huge iron hands suddenly clenched, and under Yu Qing's shocked expression, its fists were like a pair of iron hammers, heavily pounding the ground. In this era where strength was everything, no matter how loud a slogan was, it could not compare to a powerful fist. As long as you have the strength, you can have everything that makes people jealous. If you don't have the strength to talk about the glory of the past, it's just the self-consolation of a loser. When Yu Qing entered, he saw the mechanical weapon in front of everyone, and had a rough idea of what was going on. Hearing Marquis's words, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, mechanical weapons from the Southern Cross Army? Lung Feng was moved. This is not easy to get. Wait a minute. The mechanical martial artists gradually formed a small circle. Could it be? This card slot was actually an ornament. Then, he saw the card slot. This thing that had never appeared on a mechanical weapon before, made him feel even more pressure. The spirit card suddenly lit up, and then the spirit card and the card slot disappeared. An extremely clumsy and stiff voice suddenly sounded in Yu Qing's mind. When he saw the true power lines for the first time, he was completely stunned. The strong contrast between the two made him involuntarily exclaim, and when he reacted, his face immediately changed. Around the pair of iron fists, countless of cracks spread out like a spiderweb. Suddenly, Yu Qing's hand trembled. He remembered a rumor that he had heard before. The mechanical grandmasters in Onyx Soul had already started to research on the fusion of mechanical weapons and spirit cards. Marquis Wu immediately realized its value. Bluffing. It must be bluffing. Marquis. Yu Qing bowed. Is this the beggar version? Who is the mechanical martial artist? Marquis Wu asked casually. Isn't he going to Southern Cross Constellation? Don't tell me he wants to find the lost mechanical weapon technology of Southern Cross Army. Marquis Wu muttered, he is indeed an ambitious person. Yu Qing saw that Marquis Wu closed his eyes, and heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze landed on the design of the true power lines inside the mechanical weapon, his expression complicated. Compared to the crudely made outer appearance, the design of the internal true power lines was simply as beautiful as a work of art. It was his first time seeing such a beautiful true power line. Those faint blue lines, in his eyes, were the most beautiful existence in the world. But, in his heart, he fiercely despised the creator of this mechanical weapon. Such an ugly mechanical weapon, it was his first time seeing it. Unless it was a martial spirit. Marquis Wu felt that it was not bad, such a powerful image. One look and he could tell that it was a good material that could withstand torment. Beside him was Leng Feng, who had just completed a mission and rushed back. No. Yu Qing was shocked, and hurriedly replied. This scared him. It was definitely done on purpose. So ugly, Huala. Marquis Wu waved his hand. No need to be so courteous, I called you over to let you try out this mechanical weapon. Although Marquis Wu was slightly disappointed in his heart, but he did not care too much, and simply closed his eyes to rest. If this mechanical weapon was not a gift from Tang Tian, he would have long thrown it into the trash. As for how powerful it was, it did not have any substantial meaning to him. The important thing was that Tang Tian had given him a gift. Leng Feng thought for a while. I think there was a fellow called Yu Qing, but his strength was not good, probably only at the 4th level. But, he dared to guarantee, he had never seen such a complicated true power line before. Any martial artist, if he could have 3 types of standard martial techniques, that meant that his tactics could be greatly enriched. Yu Qing wiped the perspiration off his forehead. He was starting to feel the pressure. He did not have the guts to lie to Marquis with his eyes wide open. Marquis Wu's eyes suddenly burst out a ball of light, rank 4 iron hammer fists. Just now when the tin can's 2 fists hammered, it was the iron hammer fist. Marquis Wu's gaze landed on the pair of iron hammers in the crack, and he was dazed. This fist could only be considered standard, but he had seen Yu Qing's action of inserting the spirit cards. Looking at the remaining 2 card slots, it meant that he could still insert 2 more martial techniques. But seeing that Marquis did not pursue, he kept his perturbed emotions, and continued to study the mechanical weapon. Yu Qing began to sweat a little. The Marquis had always been strict and picky. If he couldn't come up with a good explanation, he would definitely not have a good ending. Yu Qing was dumbstruck. Suddenly, he quivered, and his face turned pale. Oh, then continue. Marquis Wu could see the uneasiness on Yu Qing's face, but he did not expose him, and continued to close his eyes to rest. Yu Qing's strength was not high, but in the region ruled by Marquis Wu, he had some fame. His fame did not lie in his strength, but in his half a partner. As a mechanical martial artist, he was half a partner. As a mechanical engineer, he was also half a partner. But to have 2 half partners at the same time, it was extremely rare in the circle. Since he could not understand the true power route, then he could only start from other places. Everywhere he looked at the crudely made parts, made him swallow fly after fly. Suddenly, his gaze went blank. Marquis Wu's face was full of shock. Marquis Wu looked at the fierce soldier in front of him, and exposed an interested expression. Leng Feng did not say much, but instructed. The little girl retorted unhappily, Dad, that is not ambition, that is a dream. His standard was not high, but his knowledge was rather high. Although his heart was filled with intense disgust, but he did not dare to fool Marquis Wu. Iron Hammer Fist activated. The remaining number of opened martial techniques. Damn, is this still a mechanical weapon? Marquis Wu saw Yu Qing's skillful movements, and nodded his head. It was obvious that he was familiar with it. He was rather unfamiliar with mechanical martial artists, but this could not be blamed on him. In Marquis Wu, even among the experts of Tianxing Star Cluster, there was not a single mechanical martial artist. The disgrace of the mechanical weapon world. Yu Qing subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Even if this kind of mechanical technique had already started to be researched, It would definitely be the most advanced mechanical technique. How could it appear on such a broken mechanical weapon? No one took them seriously. They were just a bunch of poor people with a lot of money, living in a fantasy world. This sound, how could there be a sound? The little girl opened her eyes wide, circled around the fierce soldier a few times, and was somewhat dissatisfied. Teacher is really giving such an ugly mechanical weapon. These card slots were real. To the little girl, it was too ugly, like a large black tin can. If not for the thick white lines drawing out the eyes, nose, and mouth, it would look somewhat silly and cute. It was simply not good at all. Suddenly, Yu Qing thought of another rumor, and a surge of blood rushed to his head. Yu Qing was born in a well-off family, and his family was considered well-off. If not, they would not be able to support him to play around with mechanical weapons. He was extremely familiar with mechanical weapons, and had played with most of the popular mechanical weapons in the market at least once. Rank 4 Iron Hammer Fist activated, remaining number of activated martial techniques, 2. This mechanical weapon actually had a martial spirit undulation similar to a star treasure. In the eyes of ordinary people, although mechanical martial artists and mechanical engineers kept on saying that they wanted to revive the mechanical era, but in the eyes of everyone, it was just a group of paranoid fellows talking in their sleep. Yu Qing cursed in his heart, but his hands did not stop moving. Now that he was under Marquis's eyes, he felt that if he showed any signs of being unprofessional, would he be killed by Marquis? Bang! And Yu Qing, who was overly shocked, simply rolled his eyes, and like a wooden stake, he fainted straight away. This must be fake, right? Pat. He did not know when it started, but mechanical martial artists had become the synonym for the weak. Not long later, a skinny and weak-looking young man came to the training grounds. He saw Marquis Wu, and his expression was somewhat uneasy and reserved. Perspiration drenched his back. Yu Qing's pressure increased. Since when did mechanical weapons actually have card slots? Suddenly, he stood up. The undulation of the martial spirit. Chapter 199. The manufacturing cost of Fierce Soldier was only 30,000 star coins. Even if it was sold at a 10% discount, one could still earn 150,000 star coins. 20 of them would be 3 million star coins. The little girl was crying, but Tang Tian did not feel too sad. He patted the little girl's head and warned, "Don't think about going out to play every day, you must train well. Don't lose your godlike teacher's face." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time to part. Bing, who was inside the mechanical weapon, blew his beard and stared. His poker face was so angry that it had changed shape. Since when was he criticized like this? It was a good start. This was not him being humble. In the Southern Cross Army, Bing was not the strongest, but he was the most outstanding person in all the subject. The more he grinded, the more experienced he became. The true power attached to his fingers was also constantly changing shapes. He was looking for what kind of shape to be able to increase the efficiency. When Tang Tian was grinding the anvil was always enveloped in dazzling sparks. The speed at which the sparks disappeared could not compare to the speed at which the sparks were created, and thus formed such a miraculous scene. Sai Lei only felt his blood boiling, filled with fighting spirit. A strong meridian could accommodate more true power, and this also meant that the power of his techniques would become stronger. And with the meridian becoming stronger, it would also cause it to become more stable, and could greatly reduce the possibility of getting injured or going berserk. After arranging everything, Bing took the map of the vicinity of Three Spirit City. Alone with one man and one armor, he entered the hunting spirit region. Elder Yun took it, glanced at it, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Finished, he took the paper and turned to leave. Ming, who was secretly glad that he had already memorized the address. Her face immediately revealed a smile. "No problem. How many do you want?" "Fierce Soldier, S price is 200,000 star coins per set. Seeing that it was recommended by Tang Tian, I will give you a 10% discount, 180,000 per set." She needed a month to complete the order of 60 sets. His heart hardened. He decided that no matter what, he had to master this brand new fighting technique. Bing, who was well versed in battles, was clear. The normal training was far from enough. After bidding farewell to Marquis Wu and the others, Tang Tian and Ling Shu boarded the silver carriage and plunged into the night. Out of consideration for safety, He first returned to the cross door, looked for Magic Flute, and asked Magic Flute to guard and protect Sai Lei. Sai Lei's importance now was self-evident. Sai Lei's spirit was lifted. Tang Tian was quite reliable. He found a buyer so quickly. Bing naturally had a sense of pride in his heart. Tang Tian, his dream was to become the greatest machinist. It wasn't without reason that he was chosen to groom new recruits. Not long after, 3 more people came to make reservations. Previously, when she gave Tang Tian the 4 sets of mechanical weapons, she was rushing for time, so she made them crudely. If she took them out to sell now, it naturally wouldn't be that bad. In this case, she could only make 2 a day. As soon as this idea popped up, Tang Tian fell into deep thought. She stared at Sky Tiger, who was stumbling around in the arena with a face full of dissatisfaction. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. If he was able to strengthen all the meridians in his body, what kind of effect would that have? Ghost Claw did not teach him the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, and only asked Tang Tian to grind the anvils. Tang Tian's entire focus was on grinding the anvils. He had completely forgotten that his final goal was the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, and all his goals were on the 10,000 anvils. Hey! Aren't you the strongest mechanical martial artist in the army? Why are you still at this standard? Sai Lei's tone was full of ridicule. Martial spirit. You don't even know how to use the martial spirit. Don't use your body to forcefully control the mechanical weapons. That is a backward tactic. You need to learn how to use the martial spirit to fight. Martial spirit? Elder Yun replied, don't tell me you're one too. But just 10,000 anvils. Business. A soldier who had completed the routine training could not even be considered qualified. Pay attention to the martial spirit. Sai Lei's high-pitched voice almost pierced through people's eardrums. Dressed in red high heels, Sai Lei's entire body was wrapped in tight leather clothing. Her devilish figure was outlined vividly and vividly. This method was actually able to strengthen the meridians. To the simple-minded Tang Tian, such a distant goal was an extremely difficult thing to achieve. At this time, Tang Tian, who was immersed in training, had completely forgotten about Sai Lei and Bing in Three Spirit City. In a day, he had obtained 60 sets of orders. With a profit of 150,000 per set, in the blink of an eye, it was a profit of 9 million star coins. In the blink of an eye, Tang Tian threw all the trivial matters to the back of his mind. His goal was to once again immerse himself in training. His current efficiency had already reached 6 anvils a day. Everyone knew of the benefits of strong meridians, but very few people could actually do it. The meridians were deep within the human body, and were extremely difficult to train. Sai Lei did not think that, it was just the beginning. I am Tianxing Star Group's supervisor Marquis Wu. Under Marquis Wu's orders, I hope to be able to purchase a batch of fierce soldiers from your shop. We were recommended by Master Tang Tian. The supervisor explained. Bing, who had completed the routine training, was not satisfied. Three Spirit City. Sai Lei's mechanical weapon shop. Sai Lei was extremely motivated, excitedly shouting. And with 9 million star coins, she could definitely create a middle-level mechanical weapon. Previously, she was bored in the base, so she designed a few new types of mechanical weapons. Without saying a word, she turned and left. After a few steps, she met Elder Yun. You're looking for me? Sai Lei looked at him suspiciously. After a while, she regained her senses from her excitement. Although Tang Tian looked stupid, but when it came to selling things, he was a good helper. Seems like I have to make good use of him. As the chief instructor of the army, he was always the one teaching others. Suddenly, Flower Panda slipped in, and whispered something into Sai Lei's ear. Sai Lei's face revealed a look of astonishment. She immediately walked out of the training grounds, and into the shop. After today's separation, it was hard to say if they would ever meet again in the future. All the best. Bang bang bang. The journey had just begun. But good designs often meant high costs. 9 million star coins was just enough to create one of them. He needed higher intensity training and battles to sharpen himself. Only then could he create a brand new battle technique. From the start, Bing was not satisfied with controlling Sky Tiger. But very quickly, Tang Tian did not have time to think, he needed to move. He had many proud achievements that he did not brag to Tang Tian, and basically, he was the record holder for more than half of the subjects. Since that was the case, Bing decided to go to the hunting spirit region, to sharpen his own battle techniques. The young lady bawled, although she had only known her teacher for a short time, but Tang Tian had already become her idol. New battle techniques. So what if it was a new battle technique? Finished, he handed Ming Hu a small piece of paper, and immediately slammed the door shut. Very quickly, the manager paid the deposit, signed the contract, and agreed on the delivery time. When the satisfied manager left, Sai Lei could not help but jump up and shout. Ming Hu ordered 20 sets, Elder Lin and Elder Yun each ordered 10 sets. Elder Yun's gaze landed on the small piece of paper in Ming Hu's hand. Ming Hu did not dare to offend Elder Yun, and immediately took the initiative to ask, "Elder, are you going to teacher Tang to inquire about where to sell the mechanical weapons?" Once he set his mind on it, Bing's progress immediately became very fast. Regular training, to him, was no longer difficult. Communicating with the martial spirit, he had already started to get used to it. But, just like what he had boasted about, he was extremely sharp towards battles, and this often allowed him to quickly grasp the crux. What made Tang Tian surprised was, he could clearly feel the meridians connecting his fingers, becoming much thicker. This attracted his attention. The meridians becoming stronger, to any martial artist, was a fatal attraction. 20 sets, that would be 3.6 million star coins. This was her first big business. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and used the word insignificant, and then trained with all his might. The speed of his fingers grinding on the anvil became faster and faster. Even with the strong friction, the speed of his fingers on the anvil was so fast that it was like a shadow. The manager heaved a sigh of relief. The price was much lower than what he had expected, and immediately said, "We need 20 set." He wanted to defend the pride of being the chief instructor. Sai Lei's eyes immediately had countless star coins dancing around. Ming Hu respectfully handed over the small piece of paper. This subordinate just got it from teacher Tang. Tang Tian gathered his strength, grinding the anvil with all his might, grinding his fingers into carrots, day and night, not relaxing a bit. Every time his true power was depleted, he would use star rocks to train. Sai Lei was overjoyed, and immediately said, "No problem." No matter how extravagant it was, after using it often, it would naturally become a habit. Thinking about that, she was filled with even more motivation. The knocks on the door forced Tang Tian to stop training. It was already the third time he was disturbed today. Previously, Marquis Wu and Elder Lin had already come to find him. Tang Tian opened the door. It was Ming Hu. This brand new style of fighting, to Bing, was still relatively new and unfamiliar. As an instructor, Bing had an unusual passion for the research and exploration of fighting techniques. Ming Hu's gaze swept across the small piece of paper, and on it was written, "Spirit Region 3 Spirit City, Sai Lei Mechanical Weapon Shop." Ming Hu's spirit was roused, so the seller was in the Spirit Region, although he did not know where 3 Spirit City was, but as long as it was in the Spirit Region, he would be able to find out. Ming Hu said anxiously. Tang Tian made a hand gesture to stop him, and said, "I know what you want to ask. There, the address is already here. As for the specific route, you have to find it yourself." No matter what, they had to find the shop. A middle-aged man was already waiting there respectfully. Chapter 200. The big fellow in front of him did not have any aura of a star spirit beast, and although its speed was fast, but if one looked closely, one could see that its movements were stiff, far from the nimbleness of a real iron-skinned ape. "I swear to help my brothers, I swear to treat my friends sincerely, I swear to love till death." The monster in front of him had a body shape like an iron-skinned ape, but its arms and legs were abnormally thick, and its entire body had flame-like red stripes, only its eyes were grey like mist, without any signs of life. Liu Yiji firmly believed in this. But now he had the star map in his hands. An unfamiliar reply suddenly came out. Just as Bing finished his preparations, the opponent appeared in his vision. He could not see any mechanical metal on the opponent's mechanical weapon, but it looked like a strange star spirit beast, as though it was alive. Bing's gaze landed on the opponent's mechanical weapon, and his pupils constricted. The blue mechanical weapon had the obvious style of the Southern Cross Army, but this was definitely the best imitation of the Southern Cross Army. No, it had already surpassed the standard of the Southern Cross Army. Liu Yuezhi looked at the blue mechanical weapon in front of him in shock. When he left Three Spirit City, he did not expect that he would enter so deep into the soul world. It was extremely far from Three Spirit City, and he had passed by 2 towns on the way. One was called Rain City, the other was called Million Treasures City. His hands hugged his legs tightly, his knuckles turning white. He felt as though he was floating in hell. King Kong rushed forward. If not for Bing's familiarity with mechanical weapons, and being immersed in it for so many years, he would definitely not associate the monster in front of him with mechanical weapons. His orange-red eyes were as bright as candlelight. Since when did such a powerful mechanical engineer appear? Liu Yuezhi's attainments in mechanical weapons were extremely deep, and with one look, he could see the standard of the mechanical weapon. The blue metal feather armor sparkled with an enchanting luster. In Liu Yuezhi's eyes, it was more beautiful and alluring than any beauty's skin. It was a perfect and elegant structure, and even had wings. As he read, Ling Shu's trembling voice gradually became stable, and he read loudly. Marquis Wu had specially sent a few coachmen to help Tang Tian drive the Pegasus carriage. This was already the 20th day since Bing entered the spirit region. I swear to help anyone who asks me for help. I swear not to hurt any woman. His teacher's warm voice seemed to ring in his ears. When he was young, his teacher often told him about hell and heaven. His teacher had said that only people with reverence and a devout heart could enter heaven. The terrain was very flat and spacious, and there was nothing obstructing their vision. When the soldier saw the appearance of the newcomer, he was instantly stunned. Although Tiger was always so honest that it made people sad, but to be able to have a companion to talk to, Bing was extremely happy, and blabbered on. What a strange mechanical weapon! Liu Yuezhi's eyes lit up. The mechanical weapon in front of him was the most outstanding mechanical weapon he had ever seen. If such a mechanical engineer could cooperate with him, he would definitely create the most perfect and strongest mechanical weapon in the world. The sound of the spear tearing through the air rang out incessantly. The tip of the spear tore through the air, but it wasn't a sharp and ethereal whistling sound. Instead, it sounded like a cloth being torn apart. It was deep and hoarse, but it was filled with a dangerous aura that made one's heart palpitate. Whose work is this? You are a spirit general. Tiger reminded Bing of his mistake. Kai. You can speak. Bing's expression was as though he had seen a ghost. His poker face suddenly became lively. Aya, why am I like an old granny now, so talkative? Bing casually said. He realized that today, he had actually spoken to Tiger the entire journey. Compared to that time, the danger and intensity now was not worth mentioning, but it still ignited his passion. Tiger was extremely satisfied with his own name. Hellher, the opponent's speed was extremely fast. He was extremely sure of that. His trembling hands casually flipped a page, diverting his attention should reduce the pain. What is heaven like? Is it warm? Without pain, someone is approaching. Bing said softly. His gaze was so passionate that it seemed as though he wanted to melt the blue mechanical weapon in front of him. It was his first time seeing such a beautiful and heart-palpitating mechanical weapon. Rest for a while, Tiger. Bing muttered, and stopped. The opponent was actually a mechanical martial artist. In a split second, Liu Yuezhi made this decision. Lonely, Tang Tian was still training crazily, without Bing by the side. Magic Flute also went over to help. Ghost Claw was as quiet as a statue. His gaze did not leave Tang Tian for even a moment, and was as quiet as a statue. He had named the martial spirit inside Sky Tiger as Tiger. After a moment, he suddenly reacted, and said in disbelief, You are Tiger? Capture the opponent. Today, he came out, was to give his, King Kong, the last round of testing. After completing this round of testing, their Blood Meridian's battle armor would be released into the market. Like a ray of sunlight piercing through the dark clouds in the sky, the gale swept the darkness and despair as it roared angrily across the land. At that moment, his heart was filled with gratitude. Yes. Tiger's reply was extremely accurate. He did not expect to actually be here, To actually meet a mechanical weapon that was not inferior to King Kong. His voice became louder and louder, the pain and coldness seemed to have left him, a strange warm chi slowly rose from the depths of his body, his curled-up body gradually relaxed, his voice resonating in the room. Tiger was a qualified listener, it would give you feedback, would not refute, and would not be impatient with Bing's nagging. He was rather proud of that experience that year. In the entire army, he was the only one to complete it. Until now, he still remembered when he appeared in front of the commander covered in dust. The commander's face was filled with shock and astonishment. Ling Shu's expression was abnormally focused, perspiration flowed down his cheeks, dripping from his chin into the pointed sea spear, and was immediately stirred by the chaotic and sharp chi into countless fine and translucent crystals. The silver transformation allowed his strength to soar by leaps and bounds, but it started to show its sinister side. His bones that could not bear the burden, under the penetration of this strange and extremely cold chi, the cold and intense pain, started to spread throughout his body. I swore to treat the weak well, I swore to bravely fight against rape, I swore to fight against all wrongs, I swore to fight for the defenseless, I tried it, and it came out. Tiger replied. Luckily, he was still a strong mechanical martial artist. Damn it. Its running speed was extremely fast, it looked like a small mountain, but when it ran, it did not make a sound. Today's training was completed without any hesitation. Tiger did not reply, but Sky Tiger immediately entered a battle state. Their coordination was extremely good. What a strange mechanical weapon. Bing's body froze. Liu Yaeji's eyes were filled with fanaticism, his heart still had a trace of vigilance. He had spent so much time and energy to create a new mechanical weapon, and was about to be released into the market. He and his companions firmly believed that they were invincible. They would be like a storm, sweeping through the entire world, and creating a new era. Tang Tian's only impression of Corvus Constellation was when he met Master Wu, who pretended to be Corvus Constellation in Starwind City. Other than that, he knew almost nothing about Corvus Constellation. The silver heavenly steed carriage flew in the sky. According to the star map, they had to first reach Corvus Constellation. A piercing cold intent suddenly spread from the back of his neck to his spine, his face and body could not help but tremble. Along the way, Sky Tiger's full speed, 20 days, the distance was astonishing. Compared to it, his own mechanical weapon was like an ugly lump of flesh and blood. These were two extremely small towns, even smaller than Three Spirit City. Bing marked them on his own map. He had opened up a route. Along the way, he had met countless of ferocious star spirit beasts. Suddenly, he felt as though he had returned to the era of the army, and he was traveling alone. Mechanical martial artist. Because I'm lonely. Teacher, is this the last gift you left for me? Bing's body froze, as though he was struck by lightning. Lonely. So it was lonely. That's right, I'm the only one left. Ling Shu's face was pale white, he hugged his knees and silver spear, his entire body curled up into a ball. Bing and Sky Tiger already had a tacit understanding. Ever since he started to get used to the new mechanical weapons fighting method, he was once again filled with interest, and his fighting ability quickly increased. His hair had completely turned silver white, glistening under the light. His handsome face was like the reflection of the silver spear tip, silent and cold, his orange-red pupils, like a dancing flame. Liu Yaeji's eyes released a ball of light aura, his gaze firmly locked onto the blue mechanical weapon, his heart was filled with confidence, even the heavens were helping him, sending his competitor to his mouth. He was pleased with himself for a long time. Corvus Constellation was a small constellation, and among the many constellations, it was not considered outstanding. But it was written on the star map, Corvus Constellation swordsmen were prevalent, and the locals were proud to train in the sword. Suddenly, Bing stopped, and revealed a cautious stance. Ling Shu used a trembling voice, stuttering as he read. Bing quickly awoke from his shock, and immediately became excited. WA, then didn't you become even more powerful? Ha 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 ha, that's great, I am the first person to own a mechanical weapon that can speak. He suddenly thought of something, he trembled as he found an old and tattered book from the Aquarius Martial Cabinet. This book, in his memories, was often flipped through by his teacher, and the book was very old. There were very few things left behind by his teacher, and this book was one of them. Bing was becoming more and more fond of muttering and talking to himself. Even Ghost Claw, who was a wooden person, could not stand it. Bing himself also felt gloomy, not knowing if it was because of Tang Tian, that fool's influence, or other reasons. Bing also felt that he was becoming more and more stupid. Chapter 201. In the blink of an eye, King Kong's body that was like a small mountain, was filled with wounds of all sizes, fresh blood covering its entire body. It looked extremely terrifying. Pa. He had always been improving, and had already broken through 20 anvils a day. Kai. Liu Yiji's eyes flashed a look of ridicule. He could almost imagine, the beautiful mechanical weapon would instantly crumble, and the feathers would explode like a torrential rain. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw seemed to have suddenly become not so far away. Looking at Sky Tiger's blue figure, no one actually dared to chase. But this publicly acknowledged expert of the organization was actually being suppressed by another mechanical martial artist. Although surprised, Bing did not stop. In the midst of King Kong's roar, his body turned, and like a ghost, he appeared at King Kong's blind spot. If not, the organization would definitely not have wasted a mechanical weapon on a weak mechanical engineer just because he was the creator of King Kong. Liu Yiji did not think that he would actually be reduced to such a state. Even though he knew that the opponent was stronger than him, but his arrogant personality still made him feel extremely ashamed. Liu Yiji's pupils suddenly constricted. Not good, an afterimage. Liu Yiji's heart jumped, his face changed slightly. Bing was finally surprised. King Kong's defense made him extremely surprised. Sky Tiger's slashes were extremely outstanding, and could easily break through the thick skin of the star spirit beasts, but he did not expect that it would only leave such a shallow wound on King Kong's body. Liu Yiji's change was extremely fast. King Kong's charge did not change. His left knee was like a flying boulder, whistling forward. King Kong's knee strike brought up a huge shadow, swallowing the blue mechanical weapon. Tang Tian was called out by the coachman. The rest just now allowed him and Sky Tiger to recover from their fatigue. It was a habit left over from the army era. For a long-distance raid, resting was more important than burying one's head in running. Not overly squeezing out his physical strength, allowing himself to be in a state where he could fight at any time, to Bing, this had become an instinct. Blood Meridian's weapons took up a lot of energy from the organization, and from 5 years ago, the organization started to nurture mechanical martial artists. After spending countless of energy and star coins, they finally nurtured a batch of strong mechanical martial artists. Tang Tian interrupted the coachman. He stared ahead and muttered, "Looks like someone already sees us as a piece of juicy meat." The Sky Tiger's body swayed imperceptibly, and the King Kong's enormous body reacted instinctively. At this moment, the Sky Tiger crouched down and instantly appeared under the King Kong's ribs like a bolt of blue lightning. Liu Yiji's angry roar resounded throughout the battlefield, and those companions who had rushed over to support him seemed to have awoken from a dream, and they all entered the battlefield. King Kong's legs were shockingly thick, so this knee strike was extremely powerful. Even a slight graze would result in a broken arm or a missing leg. Liu Yiji knew King Kong's strength like the back of his hand. This new type of mechanical weapon was something that they had spent countless of blood and sweat to research, fusing star spirit beasts and blood meridians into a masterpiece. Every constellation had experts like the clouds, and no matter how arrogant Liu Yiji and the rest were, they did not dare think that they were stronger than the truly powerful martial artists. Even if they thought that the blood meridian's weapons were the best mechanical weapons, they would never dare to challenge the heroes of the world. This speed immediately became very shocking. Liu Yiji's heart calmed down, the fear in his heart swept away. The most important thing now was to tie down the opponent. He roared and pounced towards Sky Tiger. The strength of the Blood Meridian's weapons was definitely not something humans could compare to, and King Kong was one of the best. Out of all the Blood Meridian's weapons that they had created, King Kong was not the strongest mechanical weapon, but in terms of strength, no one could compare to him. They looked at King Kong, who was covered in blood, and could not believe their own eyes. King Kong's display of inhuman strength caused everyone who had seen it to be overwhelmed with shock. They had met a strong opponent. In this world, there was actually such a strong mechanical martial artist. If the opponent was a martial artist, everyone would definitely not be so surprised, But what they were surprised about was that the opponent was also a mechanical martial artist. Damn it! If he did not coincidentally increase the thickness of the muscles at the back of King Kong's neck to increase his defense, he would definitely have lost the ability to resist. Facing such an expert, losing the ability to resist would only result in death. Stop him. Kai Kai Kai. Sky Tiger brought along a series of after-images. King Kong brought along a gale, appearing and disappearing. King Kong's footsteps had already started to become clumsy. The Blood Meridian's weapons and blood meridians were closely linked. The large amount of blood loss caused King Kong's strength to quickly decrease. Yes, Master. The coachman explained, Corvus Constellation produces swordsmen, but this place does not have a strong ruler, so there are many wandering swordsmen. These wandering swordsmen are mostly poor, without a fixed residence. They are hired by others, but in the dark, they rob and do all sorts of bad things. The reputation of the Corvus swordsman outside is extremely bad. Bing was slightly surprised. He should have hit a vital point, but he did not expect that the opponent was actually fine. Seems like this weird mechanical weapon still had some miraculous points. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The improvement was huge, but the degree of exhaustion was also increasing. Every day, Tang Tian would be awake for half a day, and the other half, he would definitely be muddle-headed and clenching his teeth to persevere. Just at the same time, a sharp pain came from the back of his neck. King Kong's huge body could not help but fall forward. Liu Yaji, who was overwhelmed with shock, could not care less, and took the opportunity to roll forward. Yes, Master. The coachman reminded, although ordinary wandering swordsmen do not dare to have any ideas on the silver carriage, but some of the stronger wandering swordsmen will see us as fat meat. 20 anvils a day, adding the time difference of the cross door, it was equivalent to a day in reality. Tang Tian could destroy 80 anvils. And in a month's time, he would destroy 2,400 anvils. Facing King Kong, who was like a small mountain crushing down on him, Bing's poker face was indifferent, only his two thick eyebrows, his pair of small eyes squinted. The blue light that was like a blade flashed from time to time, and every blue light was accompanied by a spurt of fresh blood. But Bing did not have the slightest desire to fight. The wings on Sky Tiger's back spread out, and a second before the opponent's encirclement was formed, his entire body soared into the air, swaying continuously in the air, tricking a few people to subconsciously block him. The originally tight encirclement was easily torn open by Bing, and rushed out of the encirclement, swaggering away. As long as one was hit, no matter how strong the mechanical weapon, it would lose its fighting ability. The coachman hesitated for a while, and said, Master, Corvus Constellation is not very peaceful. But, just at this time, a few sharp whistles came from afar. Liu Yaji's mind was roused. His companions were here. Mechanical martial artists were just a branch of the huge martial artists, and they knew that. They still had this bit of self-awareness. Master, we have already stepped into the territory of Corvus Constellation. The coachman said respectfully. These days, the strength of mechanical martial artists were not high. Any random mechanical martial artist in the organization, if placed outside, would definitely be a top-notch standard. And for Liu Yaji to have the ability to use King Kong, it was enough to prove that, even in the organization where geniuses gathered, he was still relatively outstanding. If it was a normal martial artist, they might still be suspicious. Why did the opponent suddenly make a move? But to Bing, who had experienced countless of battles, without any hesitation, in a moment, he counterattacked. Bing's poker face was calm, as though he did not see the knee strike coming towards him. He was calm, even in such an urgent situation. Bing still had a calm and unruffled look, showing how calm he was at the moment. 3 consecutive slashes brushed past King Kong's rolling body, entering the ground, and 3 mud pillars rose up. King Kong suddenly released a deafening roar, pointing out the direction to his companions. Once an expert made a move, it would be obvious. Liu Yaji had confidence in his own strength. Naturally, he was not a useless person, and his eyesight was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Liu Yaji, who had just escaped from the gates of hell, his face was pale white, his face still showing traces of fear. In that moment, he was so close to death. The opponent actually did not dodge. Such a strong martial artist. Such a strong mechanical weapon, so fast. Bing was like a patient painter. From time to time he would paint a bright red brush on King Kong's body. All the mechanical weapons that he had tested before, all of them ended up like this. When Liu Yiji's companions rushed over, seeing the scene in front of them, all of them were overwhelmed with shock. So fast. Tang Tian, who was at a loss, was already tormented by the training, to the point that he wished he was dead. His mind was filled with anvils, densely packed and endless anvils. A blue aura flashed past. King Kong's body had an additional blade wound, and a small amount of blood spurted out. Bing was extremely clear of Liu Yiji's intentions. Both of their battle experience were simply not on the same level. Without thinking, Bing changed his fist into a palm. The palm blade was extremely sharp. The thick skin and thick flesh of King Kong truly had an astonishing defense. Its muscles had been strengthened greatly, and was much more durable than normal metals. Not peaceful. Tang Tian had not regained his senses. When he faced the aggressive King Kong, he did not have a bit of fear. But the opponent was actually also a mechanical martial artist. Liu Yiji was a famous expert in the organization, and King Kong was also one of the famed armors in the organization. Collapsing, fainting, these were all common. As long as he added another blade, he would be able to kill him perfectly. Bing looked at his completely exposed back. The crisscrossing scars were extremely terrifying, and this was until now Liu Yiji's biggest weakness. Tang Tian gradually woke up, and was surprised. Doesn't that mean Corvus constellation is very chaotic? Sky Tiger's attacks would land on King Kong's body from time to time, causing his fur to fly everywhere. But Liu Yiji clenched his teeth and persevered. He had made up his mind. He wanted to borrow King Kong's strong defense, and use his fearless fighting style to entangle the opponent. In the world of mechanical martial artists, Liu Yiji had already lost such a battle. But Tang Tian persevered, and did not waste a single day. Such perseverance and tenacity, even Ghost Claw was surprised. Kai. Such a big movement, how could Bing not guess? But his poker face was still as calm as water. Even his pair of small eyes did not have any ripples. Chapter 202. The five people's sword techniques were exactly the same, coordinating with each other, the five fire crow sword auras, resonating with each other, their positions were all ingenious. Fire crows crossing. The five people's grey swords formed a circle at the same time, and shouted in unison, "Kill!" When Ling Shu flew out of the carriage, the five of them looked as though they were facing a great enemy. The whistling sounds of the swords were incessant. Ah. Tang Tian believed in his own judgment. With a face of sympathy, he looked at Ling Shu, and shook his head. Don't fight. Ling Shu, if you're sick, you have to go and get treated. If you continue like this, it will be very dangerous. Let me tell you, your brain is very important. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Corvus constellation definitely has a powerful doctor. Ling Shu did not seem to see anything. His body in the air did not move. The five people's strengths were average, but this combined attack was definitely the power of a Heaven's Road grade martial artist. The giant fire crow exploded into a rain of fire. The five of them groaned, their faces overwhelmed with shock. Bang! Ling Shu felt that he was going crazy, and flew into a rage. Shut up. Decisive battle. Kai. Ling Shu's face was like a gathering of dark clouds, getting darker and darker. The five of them did not hesitate to use their killing technique. A dazzling fire light lit up on the fire crow's body. The fierce fire crow did not seem to feel anything. The pointed sea spears in front of the fierce fire crow, seemed to be extremely weak. The fire crow's body was terrifying. The flames around it fluttered, the sword intent flowed, the fierce chi enveloped the entire field. The sympathy in Tang Tian's eyes became heavier. He shook his head, and said with a face of sincerity, Ling Shu, although your brain is not good, I will not look down on you. A good brother is loyal. The five of them made a prompt decision. The grey swords in their hands kept changing, and beams of dazzling fire crow sword light kept entering the giant fire crow's body. The giant fire crow's body, which had dimmed a little, immediately became bright and dazzling, and its power suddenly increased. A calm voice suddenly sounded out. Tang Tian turned his head, and saw Ling Shu. Tang Tian was stunned. The Ling Shu in front of him was unusually calm. The orange pupils no longer had any of the usual anger. The 5 of them were shocked. Ling Shu, you've improved a lot. Tang Tian's eyes widened, but then he asked, but why are you not using that serious stab? The flaming crow sword lights that covered the sky had suddenly vanished and transformed into a fiery red sword light that was over 3 m wide, and it was like a ferocious and enormous flaming crow that pounced down from the sky. The 5 of them came from the same sword village and grew up together. They were taught by the same teacher. The 5 of them were of fire crow. They had, of them of fire. 5 of their level was very close. The fire crow formation was that. Of the formation. His feet landed lightly on the deck of the carriage, his silver hair fluttering. Ling Shu in his gold-threaded white robe stood straight like a spear, but did not give off a feeling of being aggressive, but instead made people feel strangely calm, like a still storm. Stab him with a straight face. Calm down. Don't bother with this kind of trash. He was like a different person. That layer of pointed sea spears, in their eyes, was not that profound. In the scarlet-red pupils, Tang Tian could clearly see greed, surprise, passion. The fire crow crashed into the pointed sea spears. Following that, balls of fire light suddenly lit up on the fire crow's body, one after another, extremely concentrated. The 5 of them calmed down, although it looked like the fire light was very concentrated, and looked very scary, but they could feel that the fire crow's attack was not that strong. It was as if a thick cloth was being torn apart, suppressing the whining sound of the sword. This kind of change in rhythm was completely out of their control. The huge pressure forced them to continuously increase the speed of their swords. Ling Shu's extremely angry roar was like rolling thunder, spreading far and wide. Those people who were watching in the dark were all trembling in fear. Retracting his spear, the sky full of pointed sea spears suddenly disappeared. The anger in Ling Shu's eyes slowly subsided. He once again regained his calmness. Tang Tian's face was filled with concern. Ling Shu, did you train too much recently, and spoil your brain? Oh my, could it be because of this, that you forgot about the serious stab? He originally thought that the pointed sea spears was weak, but it was unexpectedly strong. The gigantic fire crow was like a star spirit beast that had fallen into a net. No matter how it struggled, it was unable to rush out of the net. The sky full of fire crows whizzed, covering his vision. He had nowhere to hide. The 5 grey-robed swordsmen's faces revealed uncontrollable joy. The opponent was actually so arrogant that he did not even dodge. His footsteps stopped, his expression froze, and Ling Shu's eyes twitched. The calmness was torn to pieces. The storm roared, the orange-red eyes blazing. In just a short moment, Tang Tian witnessed the entire process of Ling Shu's calm to rage. Corvus constellations, fire crow sword. The 5 of them raised the grey swords in their hands. Every grey sword lit up with a scarlet-red flowing flame. The whining sound of the swords sounded out at the same time. 5 flat flowing flame sword auras unfolded in the air, like 5 fire crows bringing along 5 fiery lights, whizzing towards Ling Shu. Kill. But the opponent's attack speed was actually faster than the 5 of them combined. The speed of the spear tips continued to rise. The pressure the 5 of them were enduring also continued to rise. As long as they pierced through the thin layer of pointed sea spears, the opponent would no longer have any protection. Under Tang Tian's shocked gaze, Ling Shu, who was holding onto the spear in his right hand, suddenly stepped onto the guardrail at the side of the carriage. His handsome face under the sunlight was calm and peaceful. The 5 grey-robed swordsmen suddenly dispersed. 2 of them went up. The other 3 swept out in 3 arcs, from the left, right and top, pouncing towards Ling Shu. Ah! Tang Tian looked at Ling Shu in astonishment, with a face of innocence. Why? I am praising you. Ling Shu felt his entire body was releasing flames. He had completely gone berserk. His head of silver hair exploded. The silver spear pointed straight at Tang Tian, roaring, You. Come, let's fight to our heart's content. The light from the fire shone on Ling Shu's handsome face and silver hair. His face that was as calm as a lake seemed to have ripples. The flames of anger lit up from his orange eyes, and following the ripples, it spread to every corner of his face. But they did not have time to react. The boundless pointed sea spears instantly swallowed the 5 of them. The 5 of them were already ashen-faced. The silver spear disappeared from Ling Shu's hands, and at the same time, the pointed sea spears blossomed in the air. The 5 of them hesitated for a long time, then decided to test the waters. If they succeeded, then they would definitely earn a lot, not to mention the others. Just the carriage was enough to sell for a high price. They did not expect to meet such an arrogant and stupid enemy, but following that, seeing Ling Shu's arrogance, they immediately realized that it was a good opportunity. Impossible. They had no choice but to increase the speed of their swords. The more concentrated fire crow sword intent, like anxious fire crows, entered the gigantic fire crow's body. Tang Tian's pupils constricted. Even though he was in the carriage, he could feel the ferocious and ruthless qi rushing towards him. The blazing heat wave caused the surrounding air temperature to rise rapidly. This fellow. Calm down. Calm down. Can't go on. For this, fire crows crossing, they had specially trained for the speed of their attacks. The speed of their fire crow swords exceeded the standard fire crow swords by at least 2 levels. The pointed sea spears were like the rising tide of the sea. There was no end. The dazzling fire light, from the start, flashed on the gigantic fire crow's body, so concentrated that it caused people's hearts to palpitate. That serious stab's power is quite strong. You can't have forgotten about it, right? Tang Tian touched his chin, with a face of regret. If I had forgotten about it, that would be such a pity. That's a pretty powerful move. But no matter, use your strength to think, maybe you can remember. They had rich battle experience. They knew, they had already lost their rhythm. The rhythm of the battle was completely dominated by the opponent. The 5 of them continued to release their fire crowsword auras, one after another. The fire crowsword auras were like raindrops, flocking towards Ling Shu. Whoa, watch my serious stab. Ling Shu, who was in the air, looked at the 5 people pouncing towards him, his body not moving an inch. Their faces quickly became white. Sinful body, my spear will point. The silver carriage was astonishingly extravagant. One look and one could tell that the other party was either rich or noble. Upon entering Corvus constellation, it was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, causing countless of ripples. The roar was like thunder, resonating throughout the entire field. The gigantic fire crows slowly became dimmer, becoming even dimmer. It was a stalemate without any fancy moves. Once they were at a disadvantage, there was no way to recover. The scales of victory had already tilted towards the opponent. Brain, sick, quietly standing in the air, his gaze slowly swept across the surroundings. Without saying a word, he turned and floated back to the carriage. There were no mysteries in the battle. The contest between the 2 parties was a contest of numbers, the number of attacks. When the 5 of them lost control of the rhythm, it meant that the opponent's number of attacks was more than the 5 of them combined. The 5 of them congealed. The attacks that the gigantic fire crows had to endure were rapidly increasing. Ling Shu's furious roar exploded in Tang Tian's ears without any warning, causing Tang Tian to shrink back his neck. The 5 grey-clothed swordsmen were like a flock of grey crows, flying towards the silver carriage. These grey-clothed swordsmen all had cold expressions, their eyes were red, and they all wielded grey swords. Tang Tian danced with joy. No matter how many fire crowsword auras frantically joined in, it still became dimmer and dimmer. Sure, stepping on the railings, he flew out of the carriage. His silver hair fluttered in the air. He was like a snow-white big bird, rushing towards the 5 grey-clothed swordsmen. Countless people had their eyes on it, but the majority of them did not have enough strength, so they did not make a move. The 5 of them waved their swords faster and faster. The sound of ripping cloth was like a ghost, lingering in everyone's ears. Shut up. You asshole. You did it on purpose. You definitely did it on purpose. Ling Shu, who had a sinister expression, grabbed his silver spear, thumping his chest. He flew into a rage. Come, let's fight. Today, either you die, or I die. If they did not personally experience it, they would definitely not believe it. Silver hair and silver spear, his style was outstanding. But what made everyone surprised was, the gigantic fire crow's body was still slowly dimming. Chapter 203. I never thought that there would actually be someone who could create such a weird mechanical weapon. Bing's face surfaced a look of disdain, but it's really ugly. All the clan elders' faces were extremely gloomy. He was ultimately just a spirit general, that's pretty fast. Bing glanced at Tang Tian, slightly surprised. The shock was obvious. Investigate thoroughly. We must definitely investigate thoroughly. This mechanical weapon definitely could not have appeared out of nowhere. There must be a mechanical engineer behind it. We need to find this mechanical engineer and the power he belongs to, at all cost. One of the clan elders said in a deep voice. Finally, they successfully fused the Star Spirit Beasts and the Blood Meridian's power, and created a different kind of mechanical weapon. This brand new mechanical weapon was named the Blood Meridian's weapon. Although it was different, it was extremely powerful. The organization that had been dormant for so many years was full of ambition, waiting for one brilliant feat to shock the world. Bing could not be said to be happy or sad, but he sighed. That's right. The man sharpening his sword nodded. His Heaven Road grade martial artist ranking has always been within the top 10,000. He stayed in Gua village for 5 years, and his ranking has not dropped out of 10,000. This fellow is too strong. I'm done playing, it's time to go back. Bing's tone was somewhat lazy. In his eyes, the group of people chasing after them were all rookies. Ian, that fellow uses a spear. The black-clothed swordsman yawned. Should be Heaven Road grade, not Heaven Road grade, but definitely not far from it. If he could grind 10,000 anvils, then how strong would the meridians in his arms be? He brought them in a big circle, to a place that even he did not know. Tang Tian was filled with anticipation. The black-clothed swordsman nodded his head in agreement. Among all the Heaven Road grade martial artists, to be able to fight their way into the top 10,000, that was a true expert. Martial artists who had just stepped into the Heaven Road grade did not have a ranking. Only when you continuously fought, discovered new routes etc., would your ranking gradually rise. The 5 people that Ling Shu killed were not nameless people. The Guo family 5 tigers had some reputation amongst the wandering swordsmen. Their combined might was comparable to a Heaven Road grade martial artist. But it seems like the golden age of mechanical martial artists is about to begin. Bing muttered to himself, seems like I have to catch little Tang to train. I cannot let him be completely taken away by Ghost Claw. With how abnormal this guy is, it shouldn't be difficult for him to learn. That must be it. To be able to kill them, Ling Shu, the absolute power he displayed, made people not doubt that Ling Shu was a Heaven's Road grade martial artist. His figure gradually faded until it disappeared. Bing casually walked to Ghost Claw's side. Seems like he has improved quite a bit. After a while, he should be able to master it. He purposely brought them in the opposite direction. Bing did not know how far they were from Three Spirit City. These people would never have thought that as long as he was in the Spirit region, he could return to the Spirit Hall's entrance at will. In the Spirit region, the connection between the Spirit General and the Master was even closer. Bing realized, in the Spirit region, no matter how far away he was, he could still clearly sense the position of Tang Tian and the entrance of the martial spirit chamber. What surprised him the most was that he could return to the entrance of Spirit Hall. In real time, there's still 1.5 months. Ghost Claw's gaze did not leave Tang Tian's body, but Bing could hear the unconcealable joy and excitement in his tone. The Heaven's Road rankings were unknown from the start to the current authority, after 700 years of development. Bing was in a daze. Hearing the sound coming closer, Bing stopped his wild thoughts, looked at the black dot in the distance, and could not help but grin. The Heaven's Road rankings was created by the collaboration of Cepheus constellation and Cassiopeia constellation. It had a set of complicated calculations. Bing irresponsibly decided on this idea. Yes, they used the Fire Crow Ferry, and thought they could win with numbers, but who knew that the opponent's speed was so fast, and exhausted them to death. The black-clothed swordsman stretched his back, and said. The black-clothed swordsman was very familiar with his good friend's character, laughed silently, and said, they were killed by one person. Ghost Claw did not have any disciples in his life, and this young man in front of him was the result of his blood, sweat, and tears. Ghost Claw did not say a word, and only stared at the figure that was gasping for breath in the sparks. A strange look flashed past the eyes of the man grinding the sword, but his expression was calm. You came to find me, don't tell me you want to tell me this. This was also the main reason why he was so motivated. He is very hardworking, Ghost Claw said coldly. But at the same time, it attracted the attention of a few strong martial artists. In the past, he did not wish for Tang Tian to put his energy on the mechanical weapons, because he felt that mechanical weapons were already outdated, and that was a path that had been proven wrong by the era. Every single wandering swordsman who witnessed the battle could not help but think of a phrase, Heaven Road grade martial artists. But in this period of contact with Sky Tiger, and meeting King Kong, it made him realize that the new mechanical era had arrived. These new mechanical weapons, compared to his era, were much stronger. So the Guo family 5 tigers were his students. The black-clothed swordsman said, then they are in trouble. Heaven Road grade martial artists in Corvus Constellation also had a strong deterrent force, and along the way, there were no thieves or thieves. He did not know where the end of the road was. To Tang Tian and the rest, the small interlude on the road did not attract their attention. And all the wandering swordsmen who were spying on them in the dark were all stunned by Ling Shu. Ling Shu's methods did not seem to be ingenious, but he displayed his strength to the fullest. This kind of pure strength made people even more fearful. The strongest mechanical martial artists in the organization were all sent out, following the direction of the target's escape route. What he had become stronger was not only his 10 fingers, regardless of whether it was his fists or palms, the power was much stronger than before. The Guo family 5 tigers were killed. The person who spoke was tall, dressed in a black swordsman, with a frivolous smile on his face. Just one person? The man grinding the sword paused. So, didn't I come to find you? The black-clothed swordsman laughed mischievously, and said quickly, what's more, if we really can't win, we can run. But as long as there was a bit of hope, why would he give up? The opponent is a Heaven's Road grade martial artist. The man grinding the sword reminded him. The black-clothed swordsman who was exposed was not the least bit embarrassed. I heard that Master Mo has a silver rank southern carp sword. I have been eyeing it for a long time. Since Master Mo can't use it, the silver rank skyhorse carriage, how cool, I think Master Mo will definitely be willing to exchange it. Liu Yiji's face darkened, his companion beside him tactfully kept quiet. The man grinding the sword frowned. What are you thinking about, Master Mo? They did not expect to stumble at such a crucial juncture, causing the entire higher-ups of the organization to be shaken. King Kong was already an outstanding mechanical weapon in the organization, and Liu Yiji was also a famous expert in the organization, but he was actually defeated by another mechanical martial artist. With their current poverty, to let Sai Lei create a mechanical weapon for Tang Tian, who knew how long it would take. It could be seen that the opponent's mechanical weapon was actually equally outstanding, or maybe even more outstanding. Guodong. The black-clothed swordsman's frivolous expression disappeared, and his expression became serious. That is a tough one. The successive generations of immortal kings and empresses had always maintained a just stance, and never participated in the struggles of the local powerhouses. Because of that, the Heaven's Road rankings had become deeply trusted by the people. Cepheus Constellation and Cassiopeia Constellation both had exceptional martial artists, but they stood aloof from worldly affairs, and worked together to establish immortal martial dojos on various planets. After generations of operation, these immortal martial dojos had already opened up in the various planets of Heaven's Road. Tang Tian was completely immersed in training, although the colors of his fingers did not change much, but in his body, the meridians connected to his fingers were strengthened by 5 times. The man grinding the sword thought for a while, and said, don't be anxious. The 5 Guo family tigers came from the Guo family sword village. The Guo family is the most rude and unreasonable. How would they let it go so easily? I remember that the teacher of the 5 Guo family tigers should be Guodong. Just now, Liu Yiji had been interrogated for a full 4 hours. The matter this time was truly too big. The organization had been established for more than 1,000 years. It was an organization formed by mechanical engineers, with a long history. From the first day it was established, they had been working hard on how to revive the era of mechanical weapons. Suddenly, he came back to his senses. His poker face, which was full of drawing style, smiled self-mockingly. Bing, who was born in the Southern Cross Army, naturally did not need a reason to hate Blood Meridian's weapons. In his eyes, it was simply a freak. Luckily they had already found traces of the other party. Haha. You really understand me. The black-clothed swordsman laughed out loud. Master Mo's birthday is coming up, us two poor turtles do not have anything to give. I see that carriage is not bad, the silver heavenly horse, if we give it to Master Mo, it will definitely be presentable. Bing's return did not alarm Tang Tian, as Tang Tian was engrossed in grinding the anvil. 5 tigers. Are they even worthy? The person who spoke did not even raise his head, but the disdain in his words was clear. What Tang Tian did not know was that in another place, Bing had also caused a storm. He carefully sharpened his sword, and from time to time, he would hold the sword in his hand, and look at the sword ridge. Bing glanced into the distance, a cold intent flashing past his eyes. Using his speed to exhaust the 5 of them to death. Just him alone. The man grinding the sword was moved. If the mechanical engineer was alone, it would be easy to handle, but if the opponent was a powerhouse, then to them, it meant that they had a strong competitor. This really makes me look forward to it. How powerful will a person like him be? Bing was also looking forward to it. If Tang Tian could master the Grandmaster Grade Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, coupled with the Peacock Armor, how strong would he be? Chapter 204. Sparks flew everywhere. Tang Tian and the stone gravel beast both retreated. That was Zilolo. No. The coachman was experienced, and immediately suggested, but, to replenish our food and water, we just need to find a sword village. Go to the back. Xie said. His little sister was after all a girl, her physical strength was weaker. In such an intense battle, to be able to persevere till now was completely putting her life on the line. The explosive sound was like a deep thunder, suddenly coming out from the stone gravel beast's body. The stone gravel beast's body suddenly exploded, the stone gravel splattering everywhere like rain. Bang! Tang Tian was like a fierce tiger killing its way into a flock of sheep. His body was faintly discernible in the dazzling and beautiful sparks, every claw was like a heavy hammer. Physical strength could be recovered from meditation, but the mental exhaustion could not be removed, and sleep was extremely outstanding in this aspect. Also, after a long period of high-intensity training, while the meridians were strengthened, it would also leave behind some hidden injuries, and during sleep, true power would mend these hidden injuries. Stepping on the fence, Tang Tian opened up his arms and jumped down. Corvus constellation has a very special star spirit beast. The locals call it the stone gravel beast. The stone gravel beast likes to swallow all sorts of sand and stones, and in their body there are usually large amounts of metal. These metal pieces are only found in Corvus constellation, so everyone calls it Corvus gold. The merchants outside love to buy Corvus gold. Everyone uses it to exchange for food. Bang! Looking at the intense battle below, Tang Tian felt his blood vessels expanding, his fighting intent surging. Is that the stone gravel beast? Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, curiously sizing it up. The stone gravel beast froze in its original position, its chest shockingly had a basin-sized hole. Xie Qing and Xie Wn were stunned, momentarily forgetting that they were still in a battle. Dong. Looking at the ceiling, Tang Tian's thoughts drifted far away. All the villagers below were retreating step by step. The stone gravel beast's body had a bowl-sized hole, and the stone gravel beast became a pile of sand and stones. The stone gravel beast's body was huge, with a head and 4 limbs, about 4 to 5 meters tall. Some of the taller ones could even reach a height of 7 m. Their bodies were completely made up of stone gravel, and looked extremely ugly. Although it couldn't be said to be nimble, its movements weren't slow at all, and its strength was surprisingly great. Their fists were all boulders. When they punched, the earth would shake and the mountains would splatter. With the help of the wings, Tang Tian landed heavily on the ground. Killing the stone gravel beast in one move was nothing. Xie Qing could do it too. It was a brand new day. Tang Tian was not to be outdone. He roared angrily and took the initiative to attack. Sir. The coachman noticed Tang Tian and hurriedly saluted. Boom. Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw, although had not reached the grandmaster level, but it was already quite mature. Xie Qing's sword pierced into the body of the stone gravel beast in front of him. True power gushed out. Bang. The stone gravel beast's body had an additional deep hole the size of a bowl. Just as he was about to crash into the ground, an angry roar rang out, "Peacock!" He directly jumped into the group of stone gravel beasts. All around him were stone gravel beasts. The surrounding stone gravel beasts roared angrily, waving their gigantic boulders, smashing towards Tang Tian. Xie Qing gasped for breath. His true power was almost depleted. It seemed like the village could not be saved. He clenched his teeth, turned to Xie Wen and said, "Tell second uncle, the entire village is at the back of the mountain." But this weakness was used in this situation. It was extremely suitable. There was actually not a single stone gravel beast that could block his attack. Corvus Gold? What is that? Tang Tian was even more curious. Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw was blocked by a stone gravel beast. Dang! Tang Tian looked at the scenery below him and quickly retreated backwards. The carriage had a layer of true power, and the wind could not enter. Shuttling back and forth in the cotton-like clouds, it was extremely interesting. Tang Tian scratched his head. He had been sitting for so many days, and only now did he realize that flying was so interesting. An astonishing wave of qi flowed out. The ground around his legs had cracks like spider webs. The silver Pegasus pulled the silver carriage, shuttling back and forth in the clouds. Their speed was extremely fast. They had fought with the stone gravel beasts every day, and they knew the characteristics of the stone gravel beasts like the back of their hands. The stone gravel beasts were not hard to kill. As long as the spirit nucleus in their bodies was destroyed, they would die and become a pile of sand and stones. But their bodies were much more durable than anyone could imagine. The mixture of sand and stones were stuck together by a strange liquid, and to explode them was extremely difficult. Tang Tian opened his eyes and felt his entire body brimming with energy. He had a good sleep just now. Every 7 days of continuous cultivation, he would have a good sleep. Sword Village? It was Tang Tian's first time hearing of this term. Dazzling sparks blossomed in the air. Tang Tian's 5 fingers were like hooks. In a flash, they pierced into the body of the stone gravel beast. Tang Tian shouted, one leg stepping on the railing, the peacock wings spreading out. His expression was excited. After grinding the anvil for so many days, it was so boring that he wanted to vomit. The other stone gravel beast raised its right arm, and the rock fist whistled as it smashed towards Tang Tian. No matter how powerful an expert was, after a period of time, they would still need to sleep. Shua, with both arms raised up, Tang Tian who was lying on the bed shouted, "Tang Tian, do your best." Tang Tian was like a meteorite falling down. The strong wind blowing on his face was like knives. The scenery below him rapidly enlarged. His fighting intent became even more excited. Damn it! The silver skyhorse carriage, compared to any carriage he had sat in before, was of a much higher grade. Regardless of the flying height or speed, it was much more outstanding. The carriage driver said, "Corvus Constellation is very desolate and very barren. There are almost no production here, and there is very little drinking water and farming, so there are very few cities. Most of them are villages, and most of the villages in Corvus Constellation are sword villages. I don't know why Corvus Constellation is not suitable for farming. Stone gravel beasts are usually very stupid. They will definitely not organize such an attack. There must be a stone gravel beast king." The carriage driver's face revealed a look of fear. "But master," the carriage driver said, "we need to find a place to replenish our water and food. The food and water in the carriage are not enough." The sword tip transmitted a hard feeling. Xie Qing's eyes flashed with a trace of true power. But when Tang Tian's gaze continuously swept across the group of stone gravel beasts, he did not find any traces of the Beast King. And the villagers below could not hold on any longer, and were showing signs of collapsing. The stone gravel beasts suddenly exploded in front of him. Very good. The carriage driver could not help but praise. As expected of the silver skyhorse, this subordinate's first time driving such a high-grade carriage, it feels great. But like that, to directly explode the stone gravel beasts, Xie Qing knew he could not do it. "Brother." Xie Wen gasped for breath. She was sweating profusely. The hand holding the sword was trembling uncontrollably, her face slightly pale. Tang Tian felt that what the carriage driver said was very reasonable. The stone gravel beasts below were like a tide, and there were probably over 1,000 of them. The village's defense had already been destroyed to the point of being full of holes, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Tang Tian laughed. This carriage is not bad, right? Bang! Such a mystical place. Tang Tian's face was full of surprise. Suddenly he noticed a movement below. Hey, what's that? Most of them are transported here by the merchants outside. The carriage driver said, they need to use Corvus gold to exchange for food. Not good. The carriage driver's face changed. It's the stone gravel beast. They are surrounding the village. God, why are there so many stone gravel beasts? Don't tell me there's a stone gravel beast king. Xie did not bother to wipe his sweat. He noticed that his little sister was in danger. He suddenly exerted strength in his legs. His body was like lightning. In a moment he appeared beside the stone gravel beast, the sword in his hand piercing into the stone gravel beast's body. Seeing the smoke of the village, Xie eyes flashed a trace of sorrow. He could not remember how many stone gravel beasts he had killed, but the stone gravel beasts in front of him were still densely packed, like a tide that could not be seen. Are there any cities nearby? Tang Tian asked. Xie words suddenly stopped, his pupils congealing. The stone gravel beast's body became sluggish, the light in its eyes faded, and it became a pile of sand and stones in front of him. Then where did their food come from? Tang Tian asked in surprise. The fire scythe ghost claw was originally a fierce and violent claw technique. Tang Tian's current fire scythe ghost claw had not reached the realm where he could control it as he pleased. Every claw would involuntarily use his full strength. This meant that his control over his strength was still lacking. Such a large-scale attack, it was extremely possible that there was a king beast commanding. Suddenly, Xie quivered, a stone gravel beast barged into his field of vision, a stone gravel arm as thick as a bucket, suddenly smashed towards Xie. This stone gravel beast was different from all the stone gravel beasts Tang Tian had met before. Its body shape was similar to a normal human, its eyes were two brown sparkling stones, its body was mixed with bits of metal gravel. Its body shape was not the least bit bloated, but had an indescribable sense of beauty. After shouting, he quickly got out of bed, washed up, and walked towards the front of the carriage. Walking to the front of the carriage, a majestic silver Pegasus entered his vision. This Pegasus was not a real object, but was formed from the true power in the starstones. Tang Tian did not have any intention of dodging. He did not retreat, but instead advanced, brazenly rushing into the chest of the stone gravel beast. In the village below, an intense battle was happening. When Xie saw the stone gravel beast, he cried out, "Stone gravel beast king!" The stone fist heavily smashed into the ground behind Tang Tian. Tang Tian's 5 fingers brought along a dazzling spark, fiercely piercing into the stone gravel beast's chest. Xie eyes suddenly surfaced a touch of blood. Without thinking, his body followed his sword, and a white rainbow pierced through the sky. From time to time, a low rumble of thunder sounded out, sand and sparks mixed together in the heavy rain. Tang Tian brazenly advanced, sweeping everything in his way, as though he was breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Ha 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 ha. Tang Tian was extremely pleased. He put his hands on his waist and laughed out loud. Was the sword village really going to be destroyed today? The peacock wings on his back opened up. Tang Tian's falling momentum slowed down. He only felt a strong force coming from his back. His body stopped in the air. Ling Shu. Come out,